bunch of commitments. But so what we're going to focus on today is actually just the contracts. There's a whole ton of other documents that come with this.
Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You gonna teach this?
Come on, Suzanne.
So the idea behind this is I want you guys to feel comfortable sitting down and writing a contract. You know, there are I'm not going to go through the whole package. So when you go to a listing appointment, we're going to start with the easy one. We'll start with the listing. Does that make sense, right? And then we'll do a purchase agreement, which will build off that. But so either way, when you go write an offer for somebody, you're going to know where to get the information, how to get it, what to put in there, and just feel comfortable about it. Now, there's a whole ton of other documents that go with listing agreement, like seller's disclosures and all that kind of stuff. I am going to show you one form that we're not going to fill out today, but show you where to get it and tell you why it's important. And it kind of goes with the listing agreement. It just makes sense. Okay. The goal today is you walk out of here feeling comfortable about sitting down with somebody and writing contracts.
How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Awesome.
Sorry, we're right on time.
No worries. So,
Just a heads up, if I cough, it's just allergies, I promise. I don't want people to.
that's okay. You hear my voice. So, yeah, welcome this morning. I'll scratch your throat. Like, yeah, I'm all days. So I'm here to tell you we're not going to be here till 4 o'clock today. So don't worry about that.
Awesome.
We're going to take as much time as we need to take. However much time you need to take. If I have to take a break, we'll do that. Or if you guys have to take it, I think we have pizza coming in for lunch. You guys can stay for that, but whatever. We might be done by 1 o'clock today.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I don't see any reason to be here till 4 o'clock. However, if you guys keep having questions, I'll still be here. Okay. All right, so let's do some more copies. We're going to go over the purchase agreement and the listing agreement so you guys are comfortable filling it out. And actually, what I would suggest, I'm going to give you a hard copy, is go ahead and fill one out while we're going through this class. Fill it out with information and use that as a template. So that way you get, I know when I first came here, the first thing I did, because I grew up in the energy business, and everything we had was contracts. And basically, everything's great until something goes wrong. If something goes wrong, you go back to the contract. And if you've written the contract correctly, you're protected. And if you haven't written it correctly, or if you've missed something, you're going to end up owing somebody something, right? So the contract's one of the absolutely most important things you can write, because you are putting people's money on the line. And if you write it wrong, you're probably putting your money on the line. A couple more minutes for she's making more copies. Make sure she's making enough.
Watch my classroom.
It's up there on my paper on the whiteboard.
Thank you.
I've got it saved.
I just
in
know
here.
it's there. I just
Phone duty, I've got it saved in here. Like,
I'm gonna slide by.
even with my super specs on, I can't read it.
Just write it up there in big letters.
Okay.
You want to plug yours in?
I switched mine with everything, so I should be a paper one. Thank you.
So while Melissa's getting copies, first of all, I'm John Kimbrough. I mean, some of you guys know me, some of you don't. I've been an agent here for my entire professional real estate career, about 6 years. Retired from the energy business, for 20 years of that. It's like prison. 20 years energy business, electricity and natural gas trading.
I work for Mississippi Power. I work at a power plant.
Okay, yeah, I sold power plants for Entergy, for TXU, for power plants in California.
Wow.
Basically, I helped start trade floors for Entergy, for Deutsche Bank, Occidental Petroleum, and sold designed all their trading systems and assets.
Wow.
Did that for 20 years, and that was enough for me. So it really, the energy business is work all the time. This is work anytime, just not all the time.
Right.
So you have to be prepared to work just about any time, especially if you work with buyers. Because they will call you at the most inconvenient times. Hey, can I go see this right now? I found a house, I'm coming in town. And you've been trying to get tucked in for 2 weeks. And boom, all of a sudden you get your kid's birthday party to go to, but they want to go see something. Or you missed a soccer game, whatever. So you gotta have a good life balance. But the main thing is when you're talking with customers, clients, listing clients, or buyer clients, when you're sitting down and start writing a contract, if you don't know the contract, first of all, I'm gonna tell you guys, read these contracts, read them and read them and read them again. So you know what every section, you don't have to memorize it. But when you look at the contract, you see, okay, section 3, okay, yeah, I know what that is. So you don't have to sit there and be reading this thing and then look up and talk to the clients. Because if you're doing that, they're not gonna have trust in you that you know what the contract is. So if you go look at that, like, okay, section 7, inspections, due diligence, that's just this, you can rattle off kind of a general idea what it is and how and why it's important. You know how to fill it out. That will convey, number one, that you know the contract and convey confidence. So I promise you, it's very, very nervous sitting there and you know they're looking at you and then you're having to read this and figure, hold on, what is this? And I don't know every word in the contract, but pretty much I can walk through section by section by section with the person and tell them what it means and why it's important, what the numbers are, but especially what data you put in that contract, because it means things. So let's go. Does everyone have a copy of the contract? Is what's the copy?
No, we don't have any of it.
Okay, she's coming. So I think she's making more copies. But we're gonna actually, I really would like you guys to go ahead and fill these out, especially if you're newer agents, fill it out, use it as a template. That way you have a guide to go back and look. It's one of the things I did when I first started. I went through, read the contracts, of course they've changed since then, and just kind of filled, okay, what do I put in these things? As a new agent, I mean, I don't know, how many of you guys are new agents? I know you, okay. Of course, half, you've been here, you've written contracts. Anyone, have you written contracts? Okay. So when you're reading a contract, there's a bunch of blanks in there. Now, one thing that Baldwin Realtors, I was on the board of directors for 3 years. And one of the things we did, which I kind of liked, kind of didn't like, but they made this contract where it was, it's kind of answers all the questions for you, makes it kind of bulletproof for a situation where an agent may or may not know. It kind of protects the clients, but now I made this contract 12 pages long. They did make the print bigger, so that's part of it. But there's so many blanks in there. I don't like leaving blanks in there. So as we go through this stuff, you'll just notice and say, if left blank, default to this. I don't care. Put something in there, but let's put the default down, write the default down. So we go through this, and you'll notice I don't leave blanks because it's not a good habit. Because later on, if something gets filled in there, you want it the document that's full bulletproof. Okay. All right. I mean, we can't really get started without these contracts. So, but let's at least start and talk about. Do you want to do? Let's do the listing agreement first, because that's an agreement where that is between you and the seller. And when I say you, I really mean the brokerage. When you write a contract, this is not your contract. This is the broker's contract. And when you're talking about commission, the seller's paying commission. They're not paying commission to you, right? They're paying it to the broker. So you represent, when you write this contract, you represent the brokerage. And so it's really between the seller and the brokerage. And let's go. This is not a dot loop class. First of all, don't learn doc loop if you don't have to, because I just stuck with it. Learn DocuSign because it's free. It's there, and that's what kind of everything's built around. Try to learn DocuSign. I don't use DocuSign. This is not about that. This is just about let's pull up the contract. Let's read through it, figure out how to fill it out.
See everyone. We're gonna order pizza for lunch. Does anyone have any food allergies or any preferences?
I'm vegetarian, so cool. Okay, it's good to know.
So this is the residential.
Kansas.
All right.
Okay. Couple things. I do want to go through this and make sure that if you guys have questions, just ask. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna get down in weeds with crazy questions with very specific, hey, I have this client that has this. We're not gonna go through that because that's gonna slow down the whole class. But if there's a question about the document, please just ask. And because it can be a lot more fun if you hear all of us talking versus just me talking all day with this raspy voice.
Interrupt you.
Yes.
Can everyone just like wave and smile and I want to do a quick photo?
Oh, she's taking it.
Okay. And 1, 2, 3, go. Yay.
All right. So trust me, with this raspy voice, you don't hear that all day. Let's hear some other voices. Okay. So first and foremost, where you find a contract. Anybody told you where contracts, where to find them?
They're in the, in the Paragon.
Some of them, some of the things are there in Paragon. Contracts we want to use. There is in Keller Williams.
I found them in DocuSign.
DocuSign has them, and they should have all of them. And if you may have to load them up in there, but they should have them. Keller Williams has all the approved documents. We use Baldwin Realtors purchase agreement, but everything we have, you're gonna find it. Of course, I find it Duluth, but you're gonna find it in DocuSign. You're also gonna find it. Let's see. I can't use reading glasses up there. I can't read that. What does it say? KW?
Mhm.
Go into the intranet, which is this. No, this is. Oh. That's not what I'm going to. Jeez, almighty. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Melissa. All right.
In the market center.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know why this is. I can't even see this. No, I don't know what this went to. I don't know why. Okay, this is the problem. I don't know why it went to this one screen because that's not what I want. Hey, hey, Melissa. Hold on a second, sorry. Melissa.
Go to Rams.
Melissa.
You may mention it later on too, but any of these templates that you do on paper, if you put them in your computer when you get ready to make a contract, you can copy and paste. It's always easier to start at midpoint instead of having to start over every time. I try to always do that with mine. A lot of stuff will stay the same contract to contract.
Hopefully she'll- Oh, I'm trying to figure out why we're not getting to.
You've got multiple Chromes open down there at the bottom. It brought up some kind of browser safety.
Here we go. Think that'll work. Okay, just shut everything down. I don't know why, but okay. Let's go back to KW. Where's the agent porter? Is it KW? That's not my KW. What is it, Carson? What's our internet?
KW.
My KW. KW. There we go. So much for having all the screens open.
You're gonna get, you don't have ball and go from me. What's that? Jen.
Okay. All right, so we're back on track here. So on the intranet, you go into the KW, not command section, but you go into the intranet. If you go into the market center intranet,
Sorry, John.
I got it. I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, it just closed down for some reason, closed down all the pages. And go into the market center. Again, this is not, you don't have to learn this now, but I'm just telling you, this is where you're going to find this stuff. And under documents, all current forms. Everything out there, if you want. See, I think they had course, there's other stuff, Agent Ross, phone duty, all that kind of stuff too. But that's where you're gonna find all the current forms. Anything, any changes, any new forms are gonna load up in there. So worst case, you can go there. Okay. The other resource. Close that down. Again, .lube, DocuSign, and then some documents. Are in actually Paragon itself. They're MLS documents, agreements and addendums. Okay. Of course, this is another, there's a whole bunch of resources out here. Again, this is not a Paragon class, but highly recommend you take some. But if you noticed, all of a sudden, they used to have all the documents out here that we could use. They've taken them off. Because some people have, and the reason some people have MLS only access and are not association members, the documents are designed and paid for by the association. So that what used to be out here, everything used to be out here, no longer, you can't find it anymore. So they do have some things in there, but what's happened is because of licensing and copyright. So like if any of you guys are not members of the Baldwin County Association of Realtors, technically it's a copyright violation to use these documents. So if you're not a member, which first of all, if you're a member of Keller Williams, you are a member, you have to be by law, or by code. If you're not, if some of the class over there came in, sat down, and we're not realtors, weren't members of this, you know, they could look at this, but if they use this, that becomes a copyright violation. So that's why they've taken this off, because some people don't have association, but just have MLS only access. So every once in a while, you'll see some stuff out there. But the main thing is Paragon, .lube, DocuSign, wherever you house your documents, you're gonna have templates set up to use. You'll get them there, but ultimately, if you ever need to find one, you're gonna find them right there in all correct forms, okay? And so let's look at, first thing I want to look at, let's talk about the listing agreement. When the listing agreement basically, again, is a agreement between Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast, not Keller Williams. That's one thing to stress. When you write this stuff, we are not Keller Williams. We're not Keller Williams AGC. We're not Keller Williams Fairhope Daphne. We are Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. On everything you write Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. On your recap documents, on this agreement, the listing agreement, everything's Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. And unfortunately, Baldwin County Realtors, we've been trying to get this changed. When you get a purchase agreement written to you, Baldwin County Realtors has our name wrong, and we can't get it changed. They have it Keller Williams, AGC, Realty, Daphne, and they have one Orange Beach because they have two offices. So when other brokers, other agents write contracts to us, purchase contracts on our listings, they always write Keller Williams AGC. And I'll show you where we're going to change that on a purchase agreement. Just don't write through anything. We'll talk about this later, but you want to write under there Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. So that's on there. And we'll get to that point. But I just want to show you that's why every offer that comes in there, that's why this is on there instead of Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. Just remember to just change it and we'll deal with that. But you are Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast. All right, documents. Let's go back and find does everyone have copies in front of you right now? Okay, so the listing agreement. Let me go find the listing agreement, which is effectively called sales authority.
It's under residential listing agreement.
So we call this the sales authority listing agreement, whatever you want to call it, but that's the document. And notice it's Baldwin Realtors. That's the document we are using and authorized to use. Some documents are specifically Keller Williams header, but the listing and purchase agreements, we use the Baldwin Realtors copy. Number one, especially in the purchase agreement, it makes it really easy when you see one come in, you're already familiar with the contract. When we get to the purchase agreement second, I'll remind you at that point, if you ever get a purchase agreement into you from something other than the Baldwin Realtors copy, boy, you better read through that thing with a fine tooth comb, because there's crap in some of these contracts that take your money away and do all kind of stuff and try to charge your clients. And if they sign it, they've signed it. So, okay, listing agreement. So again, who is this agreement? We sit down with somebody, who is this with?
The homeowner.
And Keller Williams, right? You are an agent for Keller Williams. Okay, so obviously the first part here, pretty easy. I wish we could pull this up. There we go. Okay, so the first part of the list agreement obviously talks about this, the property address. There's a legal description and all that kind of stuff too that comes with this, but for a listing agreement, we're fine. This is not a contract, but you have the street address, you have a legal description, you have a PPIN. Anybody know what a PPIN is besides how you don't answer? You guys know what a PPIN number is?
Possible identification number.
Pretty good. I have no idea what it stands for. I'm going to go with that one. Okay. So when you have several sources of information, so before you ever go sit down with a house, sit down with a seller, you should have a lot of this already filled out, or in your head know what you're going to do or put down there. And we have in Paragon, we have access to what's called this tax records. Now, this is not the official tax record site that Baldwin County fills. That Delta Computer Systems is what Baldwin County actually uses. And I'm going to use this page here. Delta Computer Systems, Baldwin County, deeds and records. So if you know you're going to go visit somebody, let's just use, I guess, my house, for instance, if we don't know how to find it. See a John Kimbrough, there we go. Okay, deed. That's not even me, that's interesting. Okay. Anyway, this is where you can actually find an individual person. I didn't realize there's so many John D. Kimbroughs here. And this is not mine, but oh, it is too. Okay, so you can actually find the deeds, find the information. You can see information about that house. The other thing is, when you go in, to me, it's easier to go look in this one. So if you know the property address or the person's name, either way. So you know you're going to visit this house here. Look it up in this system. This CRS is going to have all that information you need to get ready to put in the listing agreement and put in the data input sheet. I'm going to show you where that's important too. But there's your PPIN number. There's the parcel tax ID. So that's the actual tax ID, and there's this PPIN number. Most people find it much easier to go with PPIN number. Every property has a unique individual number. So I'm going to use the PPIN number wherever I can because it's a lot shorter than the tax number. But either way, it's going to get you where you need to be. But that's where all this information, when you start filling out this listing agreement, where are we? Listing agreement. You start filling out this information, legal description, PPIN. You literally, if you use the CRS, you literally can just go down here, copy and paste, which makes it really easy. Okay. So just a helpful hint, copy, and then we're up here in this fillable thing. Paste it right in there. It may not fit all the way in, but you can change the font.
And that
Yes.
link is on the Baldwin Realtors.
Yeah, so this is the tax. Okay, so you try to make it easy for you. Try to fill out as much of this thing you can ahead of time, but that's where you're going to find a lot of this information. So I'm just showing you that way you at least know where to go. Okay, now let's go through this thing. So that's obviously the seller's information. Agency. You guys are familiar with RECAD, right? You're all licensed agents here. Okay, so everyone knows you have to RECAD, and you should probably RECAD the seller before you start doing a listing agreement. Not probably, you should by law. But this is kind of a reaffirmation of RECAD. In this first section here, all it's saying is, does the seller either authorize or not authorize us to act as dual agents? Okay, so what's a dual agent?
An agent that works both sides.
Okay, and specifically it's if Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast represents in writing under agency the buyer and the seller. Of course, a listing agreement is an agency agreement. If you're working with a buyer and you've recapped the buyer, obviously, but they did not sign a buyer's agency, you do not represent them under agency, because you're a transaction broker. So if it's transaction broker, it's not dual agency. If it is, if not you, but any agent with Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast. If a Mobile Keller Williams comes in, that doesn't count, that's a different company. But if an agent comes in and they said, yes, I represent this and I have a buyer's agency agreement with this buyer, that becomes a dual agency. You want to hopefully get them to say, does allow them to act as limited potential dual agency. And the simple conversation there is, if buyers are coming in from other Keller Williams agents and you say no here, we can't even let them, can't let them see the house and make an offer on the house. You don't want that. For you, you really want the highest and best bid. So if it happens to be one of our people, we'll let you know in writing, but you want to let that happen. You try to get them to say yes there, okay? Okay, all right, first section, this is gonna be real quick and easy because our period agreement, I don't think I need to explain that one, the period, but I remember something from license law. I don't think you can go past a year on a listing agreement, but typically you can try to get a year, you can do whatever you want to do. I look at it in this market right now, I don't care if I have 2 weeks, I'm probably gonna get sold anyway. But I'm usually gonna sit there and try to do something at least 6 months, especially through the selling season. Now, if it's something in October, we're gonna list this in October, which is a lot slower time. I want to ask probably through the end of the summer or whatever. But again, at the end of the day, your sellers and you can negotiate what you're hitting. If they say, look, I'm only gonna do this for a month. At that point, I take a step back and say, look, you know, that's, if you want a month, that's really short listing. The average days on market is still 40 days. And so you want to try to get this as long as you can, but obviously work with the seller, don't make them mad. But at this point, I'll take one for 3 months because I know it's not going to be on the market very long if it's in good shape. If it's in bad shape, if it's a dump and it needs a lot of repairs and work and they want to overprice it, either don't take the listing or certainly don't take a short one because you're going to put money in photos and advertising, it's not going to sell. But you can use judgment on that one. Terms and conditions, obviously, you've done a comp. We're not going to go through this, not a CMA class, but you've done a comp and you've kind of come up with an idea of price. Again, who sets the price for the house? Seller sets the price. You can advise them and recommend, look, this is what I've done. This is what I'm thinking the house is worth. Where would you like to price this? And if all of a sudden, and again, this is not a listing class. This is about how to fill a contract out. But if they want to price it really, really high, that's when you go into, hold on, let me show you some stuff. If you price it way too high, you're just not going to get people in here. We can try that. And if they still want to price it high, right now, I'd take any listing you can because they might sell high anyway. And they're selling for over list price. If you don't think it's going to be there, it's not going to sell, have a prearranged agreement where if it doesn't sell in 2 weeks, we're going to drop the price here. And just have that already preset because sometimes it's hard to get people to drop their price after the fact if you didn't already get that preset. So the seller and you work on a price, you put it in there. Terms of financing, obviously, they'll always take cash, mortgage. The reason why this is even in here is when you do FHA or VA loans, sometimes there's extra costs on the seller. But really, reality is, I tell the seller, if you don't care, you just make that up in the price. And so a VA loan typically can charge the seller about $500 that the federal government won't let the buyer pay in loan costs. FHA is about $300. Reality, what I'm seeing lately, I'm not even seeing it show up with all these credits and stuff. But just to know if they're questionable, if they don't want these kind of loans. Of course, vendor lien, that's different. If the seller's not willing to do, and most aren't, most need the money to sell now and get all the money. They're not going to do they're not going to basically, the vendor's lien, the seller basically does the loan for the buyer, right? They're not going to do that. But most of the time, via FHA, VA, go ahead and get them checked. USDA, if it's not a USDA property, and there's a USDA website, you can see if that property qualifies for USDA. Don't worry about checking that. What you check here is what you're going to put on the advertisement, what people will accept. That still doesn't mean if you don't check FHA or VA, that doesn't mean someone can't write an offer on a VA loan or FHA loan to that person. So it's not that critical. But if they ask, if the buyer asks, why are these here, cash and mortgage, you know, what if someone only wants a cash? So I don't want anything, I want a mortgage, I only want cash. That's going to be a hard deal to swallow, but that's what that's there for. It's just educated FHA, VA could have additional costs on the seller. All right, this section here is where you get paid. Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
No, sorry. Ask questions.
This is kind of backtracking, but the legal description,
Mhm.
would that be the parcel ID and the tax ID?
No, that's this down here, PPIN is a separate piece for that. The legal description is actually in this record. It's down here, the legal description. When you write a contract in law, you can't just put a property address. That's not a legal description. So it used to be, you could write a contract on a napkin. And back in, gosh, 90s, people were buying and selling condos and land on pieces of paper and napkins all the time. Or for sale by owners, if they just want to write their own contract. They can't just write the property address. They actually have to have a legal address on there and a price, and a term, a closing date. Those are things that actually have to be part of a physical contract. And that legal description down here, which is nicely aptly named legal description, just copy it straight off here and put it on your, right there. And then the PPIN, same thing. Let's go up to the top. The PPIN number is right there.
What do you do if that legal description don't fit the plan? I've ran into that before.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Usually, Well, in this case, you should be able to lower the font. In this case, if you can't, just type as much of it as you can, especially the beginning portions. The end portion with writer survivorship or something like that, just put ... or whatever. Again, this is a listing agreement. This is between you and the seller, or Keller Williams the seller. Much more important when it comes on to a legal document that is bilateral between a buyer and a seller. You make a mistake there, you make a mistake here, you can fix it with the seller, right? This is because you're trying to help the seller. You have a fiduciary responsibility to do right by the seller, and you can fix stuff here. What I'd be careful with is on this commission to broker. This is pretty self-explanatory, but in this, basically, this is where you set your commission. Okay, again, we know all, by the way, legal announcement. We can talk about commission because we all are Keller Williams here, right? Is anyone here not Keller Williams? Anybody? Raise your hand. Okay, good. You're smart. All right, so obviously we like to get 6% commission, and we actually like to do 50-50. If we advertise 6%, we want to give 3% because people love working with them. Trust me, when you're a buyer's agent and you look out there and you see these houses that, this fits, these 6 houses fit my buyer's needs, and you see one that says 2%, one that says 2.4%, and then you see one that says 3%, you go, ooh, I like that one better. No, that's a natural inclination. Now, when you have a buyer's agency, it doesn't matter what the commission is. You have to do the best for that buyer, and if one of the lowest commission fits, now you may have an agency agreement that says your minimum commission is this, and that's a whole different ballgame, different animal, different class. And as you get through your career, you'll learn it's not worth doing a commission for 1% or 1.5%. One thing we also, our corporate policy here, we do not offer less than 2.4% commission to the buyer's agent. Okay, if something comes up where you need to do something less, you have to talk to the broker, which is Anita, and she's not a big fan of advertising, and she's also thinks you guys are worth a lot more than low commissions. Okay, I have no problem on luxury and everything else, drop the commission to 5% or 5.5%. I don't care. When you start talking $1 million houses or whatever, that's fine. That's kind of standard. When you're talking about $250,000 house, and you start getting really low commissions, it really stinks when everything else is going on and you're not getting paid much. So
Let's see that a lot in Mobile.
Mobiles are, the buyer sides are really like 2%.
It's 2.2%.
Yeah. Here, it's starting to see that a lot more often because it's a seller's market. And as a listing agent, great, I'm going to keep more commission because I know the buyers are going to come real quickly. And, call it greed, call it taking advantage of the market, call it whatever you want to. I've also seen a lot of competition sellers saying, hey, I guess great, you want to charge 6, but I have all these people up here who charge 5. And I still don't typically go below 5.5 unless it's certain things, but I still try to get 6% when I can, but I'm not going to lose a listing. Let me just be frank. You see a lot of people up here tell you, don't ever take less than 6. Don't walk away. If you got a listing right now and they want to charge you money, you say, well, I'll do it for 5.5. Take the listing. Okay, let's just be real about this. It's just going to sell pretty quickly. And so what you put up here is, where's that mouse? Okay, what you put here is your commission number. But let's just say for 6%, and that's 6% of the gross amount of the sale. Okay, in other words, the sale price. What people get confused, and this section here talks about if something happens, if it terminates, but a buyer comes later. You said we showed the house to a buyer or other agent as part of this deal, this listing, and this deal terminates. What it says is, hey, they saw this while the listing was active, so this listing, the commission is effective for 180 days after this listing terminates. Okay. You don't usually get into this, especially in this market right now, because houses are selling quickly. But understand what that is. If a seller balks at that, you can scratch through that and put 30 days, 45 days, whatever you want to do. Don't change the wording. We are not lawyers here. These documents have been reviewed by Don, Danita, myself, everybody, lawyers, attorneys, and all attorneys for all the other companies. Don't rewrite language. We're not lawyers. And I'll explain to that a little bit more in depth later, especially on purchase agreement. Yes.
How would you know that the property has sold after your contract?
Exactly. It's hard to find. And so, but if you did find it, you could technically go this. I'll be very upfront. I don't think we're ever going to go after someone like that. It's just, to me, it's kind of, yeah, tacky. That's a good word. I was probably use something else. So that's what that section's for. I'll just read it and understand it. I really never talk about that. Seller, this is the section C is where people get confused sometimes, but this is important too. This is where we have, in this case, we have 6% commission. Okay. How much of that 6% do you want to give to the buyer's broker? Throw a number out.
3%.
3. Okay. You're very generous. Okay.
4.
No, I'm not doing 4. So in this case, the listing side and the selling side, okay? And the reason I'm using selling side is very specifically because that's the terminology the industry uses. It's very confusing. There's the sales side and the selling side. The selling side is the buyer side. Just remember that. Don't get confused. When we say selling side, that's the buyer's agent. And it's just, I don't know why they just didn't stick with buyer side, listing side.
Yeah.
Okay. You can do that. Some agents, if they have a 6%, a lot of them in different companies, you'll see 2.4% to the selling side. And you don't know what this is because you can't see it. But if you're assuming it's a 6%, they're keeping 3.6%. So whatever you do, it's this selling side number. That's what you put down here in this field here. So what is this? We're giving 50%, right? Of a commission, the selling side. These people, very common practice to do this 40%. Don't put 50%, 40% there. Okay. Again, this is a listing agreement, so it's not, if you make a mistake here, it's not that bad. But what you don't, because this is the number that's going to go into the MLS. Okay. So you got, in this case, let's say 3%. And make sure that you explain to these people, a lot of times these sellers go, wait a minute, I got 6% here plus another 3% if another agent comes. No. Basically what you're saying is of the 6%, I'm going to give 3 of that to the buyer side agent. It's not in addition, it's a part of it. Okay. Systems, components, fixtures, seller shall warrant the heating and cooling. Is there any exceptions? If your seller knows something's broken and they're not going to warrant it, say, hey, look, there's an ice machine in here I've never used. It was broken when I bought it. I'm not going to warrant this. You want to note this in here. Again, this is your listing agreement, but this is going to help you when you start advertising MLS. If there's something that they're flat, I'm not fixing this. You probably want to go ahead and put that in the MLS, especially like in the agent section, agent remarks. Ice machine in the house not working, seller not warranting. So you head that off before offer comes in. They find it in home inspection, then they try to fix it. And the seller said, I told you I'm not fixing it. And then maybe the deal goes south over something you could have headed off to begin with. So that's a section where you can try to put some comments in there to help you when you put the MLS in. Warranty for improved property. In other words, seller shall or should not furnish a buyer with home warranty. It's up to the seller if they want to offer home warranty or not. Don't argue with them too much about it. Some people are saying, I'm not paying a home warranty. Know that there's a benefit to a home warranty. There's 2 benefits to a home warranty. One, there's national statistics show that houses used resale houses sell faster for more money if they have a home warranty advertised, because buyers feel better about it, right? 90% of the contracts that you receive on a listing are going to be asking for home warranty anyway. If you're selling a $300,000 house, $500, $525 is not the big critical piece, right? It's the price of the house. It's the other thing. Are they asking for closing costs? I recommend they always advertise a home warranty because it makes buyers feel better. They're going to ask for it anyway. But the other big benefit is, and this is simple, when you order a home warranty while it's listed, the seller gets free coverage basically. That's worth something. So if you go on Old Republic and sign them up, or what's the other big one? America's Home Mortgage, whatever. Whatever, they have a listing coverage that basically if something breaks while it's listed, then that seller gets access to that warranty and they didn't have to pay for it. Now, once they use it, they're probably gonna have to buy it. But some of the warranty companies even say no. And if you get a contract later that doesn't call for one, or you negotiate it out of it, you've never paid for it, you never used it, you just get rid of it. So there's benefits to the seller for having that in there. What if the air conditioner breaks while it's listed? And you come in there and say, oh, I told you, I set you up a home warranty and advertise it with a warranty, $100 charge, you're covered. I mean, they're gonna think you're a hero, right? So there's a benefit to that. Okay, section 6. This is where it's talking about. You ever? How many people have sold their own house before? I'm guessing some of you younger kids probably haven't, but I say kids, you're young compared to me. Did you ever have a light fixture in there that you maybe got from your grandparents, or you bought at a store, it's an antique thing, whatever, and you want to take that with you? You know, a certain ceiling fan that has crystal globes on it, or whatever.
Or the TV mounts.
Well,
I believe the mounts.
So this is where it addresses. You need to talk to a seller. Anything that's attached to that house, unless you specifically advertise it, is not included. It's included. And so when a buyer comes and looks at that house, so if you want to keep the central vacuum equipment, if you want to take out the garbage disposal, if you for some reason have like one of those commercials with the cats and the gold toilets, you want to take the gold toilet with you, whatever, you better advertise that that's going with it, because that's attached part of the house. So that's where you put in here, okay, this purchase price does not include. Now, we're not talking about stuff that can be moved, like furniture, carpets, mirrors hanging on walls. That's TVs hanging on walls. Now, the mounting hardware that's screwed into the wall, that's a different story. We'll talk about that later in a purchase agreement. That's where you carve out things. If they have a utility shed in the backyard, they want to take with them. You know, that's kind of, even though it's movable, it's kind of more permanent. You need to document that in here. The more you document here and you advertise that in MLS, the less heartburn you're going to have when a contract comes in and you have people fighting right before closing. When they come to their final walkthrough and said, hey, whoa, you know, where'd that chandelier go? Well, that's a personal thing. We were taking it with us, not for the contract. And now you're going to be in a piss and match. It's probably going to come out of your pocket.
John, that's real important, that condo market.
Yeah.
And we're gonna work that area.
Yep. Furnishings, you know, is it furnished, not
Because you
furnished?
say a lot of condos sold furnished.
So that's what this 7 is. Furnishings, is this sold furnished or not furnished or partially furnished? A lot of times you're going to run into sellers that say, well, I'd like to sell some furniture, but you know, it just depends. If it's not part of the price, don't put it as furnished. You can put there, you know, not furnished, and then in the comments in the agent section in MLS, you can say some furnishings negotiable with acceptable contract. But if it's not part of the price, if they're saying this all goes condos, it goes sold, then you put it in there furnished. If it's not, it's just not furnished. Okay.
If you're writing a contract for like he mentioned a condo and it's furnished, when you go through with your client looking at it, do you recommend maybe writing a list of what's there? So such stuff that disappear between then and closing?
Depends how hard you want to work on that. I don't. You might want to take some pictures. To me, the easiest thing is just take a couple pictures of the interior, and that way you have something to go back. Because that's come across before where I had buyers saying, "Oh, they changed out the curtains," and I pull up pictures. Thank God, I don't do it very often, but because this house had a lot of pieces and some furniture that went with it, I did, and I pulled up the pictures. And look, here it is. It's the same curtains. And she was accusing them of changing the curtains and swapping out the kitchen chairs. And it was, thank God I had pictures. And not my buyer was wrong. Okay. Again, more important for the condo market than typically, but most of the time you're gonna say it's not furnished. Termites, wood destroying fungus. Okay, this is basically talking the section where you want to find out, does your homeowner have a termite bomb? And sometimes they think they do, sometimes they thought they did, sometimes they don't. Whatever you put down in here, when you get back to the office after you get the listing, you want to call the next day or two, call that termite company and verify it. You want to verify, is it active? Does it cover formosins? And is it repair only, or is it just treatment? You want it to be repair, replace, you want it to be formosan, and you hopefully want it to be 6, 7, 8, 9 months out. If if it expires next month, chances are your seller is going to be probably having to renew this before it gets sold. But anything you put in here, call and verify with that company. I just had one, the house I just listed last Thursday, it sold, had multiple offers, it sold, but they thought they had a termite bomb. They did. Not that it matters now, because you'll see in the buyer's side contract, we switched that over. It used to be on the seller to get a termite inspection. Didn't make sense. Termite inspection is part of due diligence. It's a buyer cost. So this is less important. Whether they have one or not, it's not so important. If they do have one, verify it so you know the information. Because what you also want to know is, are there transfer fees? And the reason why it's important to know if there are transfer fees in the bond, most of them don't have it, some do. Because if a contract comes in and it says seller will transfer termite bond at seller expense, you say, okay, great, we accept that contract. And it turns out there's a $150 charge to transfer that bond that your seller didn't know about because you didn't put that on an estimated closing cost statement. Guess who's going to eat that? You are. A good agent will. A bad agent's going to fight over it when they realize it's their mistake. But yeah, okay. Survey elevation certificate. This is really important sometimes, not important a lot of times. And the difference is surveys and subdivisions, sometimes people don't care. But if you write on a contract, if they have a survey, great. It's going to be really, really nice if they have an existing survey, because you can usually give that to somebody versus asking for a new survey. If a property is in a flood zone, and when I say in a flood zone, if the property, any part of the property is in a flood zone, and are you familiar with flood zones and where to find those, the FEMA maps and stuff like that? And if you're not, the really cool thing, let's go back over to the CRA tax record stuff. Look at the bottom for this property. Over here. Hey, look, flood zone. It's all right there for you. This is a super tool that Baldwin County Realtor Association Realtors provides as part of the MLS. You just go to that firm, they already tell you, I'm in flood zone X. But what if this said, they had had AE and X? And you go look at the flood zone, part of the property, so maybe the property looks like this. or something, and the house is here, but then the flood zone runs like that. This is AE, and this is X. What you're gonna need, sometimes you will need an elevation certificate to show that this house is above, or worst case, the house is built here, partly in this flood zone, and there's a minimum elevation that's gonna have to be required. Again, this is a whole different class, talking about any coastal properties, things like that. But if the house is built partially in a flood zone, it has to be raised up. And that's where a survey company does, it's called an elevation certificate, to let the lender know that the minimum the elevation of the floor is higher than the flood zone. So if you're not in a flood zone, elevation certificate is not important. Don't ask for one. You kind of look silly when you're going into a subdivision, like in this case, it's flood zone X, and I get a buyer contract that says, hey, I need an elevation certificate. At that point, I know that agent doesn't really know what an elevation certificate is. So don't be the agent. Don't be that agent. So, but if they have a survey, get a copy of it. Take a picture of it, copy, PDF, whatever. Take the original, get a copy, put it in there, because any purchase offer, most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, they're going to ask for a copy of that certificate. We're going to move on a little bit more, and at some point we'll take a break here. I'm not going to keep you here the whole time. But, okay, lead-based paint. Again, if it's not, the house is not built before 1978, it doesn't matter. Just check that it's not built before 1978. If the house was remodeled completely in 2019, it was originally built in 1950, it's still built in 1950. And make sure that if a house is built before 1978, you check this lead-based paint disclosure form. You have to fill that out. We fill it out anyway, because it's really a separate form that covers a lot of lead-based paint, toxic mold, any health and safety hazards. It kind of is a catch-all for us. But this is not a class to go through all the documents. This is a class to go through this agreement. But if that house was built before 78, any buyers that make an offer, you're required by law to make sure they get a copy of the lead-based paint pamphlet as prescribed by the federal government. You guys understand that? License law? Okay. Title conveyance. Okay, this is where we say, this is where we ask people, do you guys have any mortgages, liens, or judgments against you? Now, 9 out of 10 times, there's a lot of times they have mortgages. If people have judgments or liens, sometimes they won't even tell you. Hopefully they will, but they probably won't even tell you. You're gonna find that out at the title company when they start doing title searches. But the big thing here is if they have a mortgage, you know that when it comes time to sell, the contract comes in the house, number one, you need to know what the amount of the mortgage is so you can do a net sheet. Everyone's familiar with the net sheet, understand the concept of it. We won't go through it, but the sales price less the mortgage and then all the closing costs, that's how much money you walk away with. If they have a mortgage, you want to know who it's with, an approximate value. Doesn't have to be exact, approximate. That way you can tell the title company, oh, by the way, here's the mortgage company. So they know who to call. Okay. Marketing, this is important from a standpoint. I'm not going to read through this whole thing. The idea is you want authorization in writing by that seller that you can actually take pictures and put them on the internet. Because if I walked into your house, took pictures of your closet and put them on the internet, you'd probably be pretty pissed at me, right? I know I'd be pissed. My closet's a mess right now. But that's basically giving us authorization to publicly market this house and gives you protection from them suing you. Okay. Lockbox. I would highly advise all of you guys to use Central Lock and buy Central Lock to access. Even if you don't buy the lock boxes, get access because it makes your work a lot easier. It's very professional. It's very safe. As far as a listing agent, I would never list a house and just put a combo lockbox on it because number one, it's not as professional. Number two, you give that code out to somebody, they have it anytime they want it. Yeah. And now, when you have the Central Lock, all of them realtors is really trying to push that. I'm not saying you have to do it, but it just makes it a lot easier. But the problem is on a listing agreement, when it has this section here, and if the seller actually reads this, they're going to go, wait a minute, you guys have electronic lock boxes that can be safer than a combo lock box. No, I want the electronic lock box, and you don't have them. Just now, our office has them. You can rent. I think they're $5 a month. Rent them. Pretty cheap, so definitely use. But you have to have the service to use our lockbox. You cannot use a lockbox if you don't have the service. And I think what is Central Lock? $200 a year. Yeah. So that's where
It's worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Otherwise, you're going to have to call it. If you're going to show houses, you don't have Central Lock. You're going to have to download a central key access anyway, and then the agent's going to have to give you specific access time. And it's just more work on the listing agent. But they also just like, oh, come on, man, get the lockbox. But
do these work the same as like the super boxes
very similar.
where I used to get emails like if somebody opened up my box and it would tell me what time they opened it, and what time they closed it.
You used to be able to get out 1 day codes. It does work just like that. And so when you have an app on your phone or you have a key card, and I think they still use the key card, I'm not sure, but the app's a little easier. The app goes through your phone and sends a message to the listing agent, hey, so-and-so, this agent has opened this box at this time. And then if you open another box a certain distance away from it, it then also sends you a notice, hey, this person has left this house, they're somewhere else, so you know they're gone. So it does provide a lot of information, but it also provides a very detailed time frame of who went in that box, who accessed that box. So if there's a problem in the house, or the next agent shows up and the key's missing, you know who to call. Hey, no, I didn't go in the house. Yes, you did. I got a record right here. You opened it right here.
And that does happen.
It's
Very frustrating. You go think you're gonna just open the door and you do what John's saying and you don't have a key. You hit a panic button real quick and say, what the hell did I do?
Yeah. Like I said, sometimes somebody just try to get 2 keys and have a backup. And you put both keys in there or not. But I personally, I would just put 1 key in there. If you do get a second key, keep that, but that's a liability thing. I'd rather just have 1 key in the lockbox and that's it. Now, out of town, if you have out of town clients or sellers, you probably want to get 2 keys. Because if someone who takes that key and loses it, you're kind of out of luck for a while. But anyway, you want to get it, seller does authorize broker to use. If you don't have electronic lockboxes, yes.
You can finish your thought. This is kind of backtracking.
Okay.
Do you leave this blank, the mortgage, or like the liens and the judgments and the mortgages, if they don't have it?
If they don't have it, I usually put NA or put a scratch or something like that through there, just for my own edification that I actually asked a question.
Okay.
Whether you, again, this contract is so much less dangerous than the actual purchase agreement. So if you make a mistake here, you can fix it with the seller, because at the end of the day, if we have something in here wrong or whatever, we can fix it with the seller because we're trying to do the best job. But if you make a mistake here and you have to go to the seller and tell them you made a mistake, you know, sometimes you don't want them questioning your ability or skill. So lockbox, seller does authorize me to put a lockbox, because if they don't authorize you to put a lockbox, and you get into this with luxury listings, or sometimes you have sellers, God help you if you ever had my dad as a client, he just passed away, so you won't have to worry about that. But if you ever have people like that that says, no, you must show the house personally, I'm not putting a lockbox out there. Well, you got to decide. If this house is in North Bay Manette, you live in Gulf Shores, you may not want that listing. You may say, look, I can't put a lockbox on there. And then some sellers say, well, why aren't you going to be there for every showing? If that's what this lockbox is for, to let other agents in and show it they're professionals. You tell them, look, these are licensed agents, they're professionals, relying on this. Out of town sellers, big story, you're going to have to probably check on the house periodically, but you use your judgment on listings, take everyone you can right now. But you do want to get this where it says sellers does authorize. And again, I put electronic because I have them. If you don't, then code lockbox, okay? The typical just keypad code or a common lock. Hopefully you don't have to use that. This is still in here. Seller will or not agree to use the one-time code. We don't have one-time codes anymore with Baldwin County, but we have something similar to it. I would just get them to still say check will if you can, but and explain to them that it's someone that doesn't have the service, but they have to register with email, download an app, and I still see who, what time, and I have complete access. That the 1 day code used to be, it was good for the whole day, and they could use it for any time of the day, one time, well, actually within an hour. Once they used it once, it expired after an hour, so they could go back in 30 minutes later if they wanted to. This new one, you said you have access between this time and this time, that's it. So it's much safer, but that's what this is a remnant left over from the old one-time code thing. So really whether they check yes or no here doesn't matter anymore, because we don't give one day codes out. Rental information, obviously that's you're asking the seller is the property rental information. Why is that important?
Because there's big tenants in there that you have to deal with.
Okay.
On the condo side, a big selling point can be rental history, how much they've been making off of it, records along those lines.
Both awesome points. Also too, yeah, you're gonna have to know if it's in a lease. Just because you sell the property, that doesn't break the lease. That lease overrides your sale. It goes with the sale. Okay. I'm gonna take a break probably. It's okay. Go ahead. You're good. I'm gonna try to give us a break every maybe hour and a half or something like that, just to
I
break
have
it
a
up.
question. Where's that shirt?
Oh.
I've actually never used it here.
Straight down the hall here, and then turn right at the end of the corridor, and it'll be on your left.
Thank you.
Okay, so you want to know if it is rental, because if you're going to sell this house, you think it's going to sell quickly, but there's tenants in there with a 6-month lease. Well, guess what? A buyer cannot move in until those tenants are Sometimes the tenants can cause problems as far as access to the house. The tenants, sometimes the lease agreement says, usually I think it's 48 hours is the required notice for a tenant, is the standard unless it's written differently in the lease agreement. So you're gonna see the lease agreement. What does it say? Does it say 24-hour notice? So listing a house that has tenants in there is a lot more difficult than one that's owner occupied, because you don't have access to that house. You can't interrupt those tenants anytime you want to for a showing. So that's why you want to know that. Okay, where's that mouse? Okay. This is really more for condos, but the rental information, it could be a house or a condo. This piece down here is really more for condos. If they have electronic locks on the door to get in the condo, and all the bed sheets and linens and all kind of stuff like that, sometimes a rental management company owns all that stuff. So that's why you put in there. They're the property of the seller, and they will, or they are, or not, or they do convey or don't convey. Because a lot of times these rental management companies at beach put their own digital lock on the door, and they're going to take that when you leave. So a buyer, if all say, hey, where'd my lock go? Well, if you didn't notice that in here and didn't advertise it that way, you may be buying an electronic lock, which might be $300, $400, $500. Okay, title is deeded property or fair up single tax. Who was here for the fair up single tax class yesterday?
Well, I wasn't yesterday, but it was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, cool. So different story, but if you need to know when you're listing a house. And so can anyone tell me where I find if that house is a fair single tax property or not? Anyone remember? There you go. So when you go into the CRS record here, and you look at the owner of the house, because why is it important to know who's on the deed, who owns that house when you go to list it?
Everyone has to be there.
Yeah, because if it has three people on there, on the deed, all three people have to sign that listing agreement. Because otherwise, and there have been cases where a lady, specific case, I won't mention that, a lady tried to sell this house, turns out it was her mother's house. And she was just trying to sell it to get the money, probably for drugs, but anyway, we had an agent that dealt with that.
I ran into one where I met with the client, was getting ready to list it, and he was trying to sell it without letting his wife know, his soon-to-be ex-wife. And they were both on it.
Yeah, so it's a really awkward situation when you walk in a house, or you sold a house and it finds out there's someone else that owns it, and they're not willing to sell it. Yeah, that's gonna be you're gonna look like an absolute imbecile to the rest of the industry. That other agent is gonna be pissed at you. They're probably gonna call your broker. What the heck is this person doing? Who knows? So yeah, find out.
I had looked at everything before I went and met him, and I had seen his wife on there. And so when I asked him about her, he's like, "Oh, don't worry about her." And I was like, "No, I've got to worry about her. She's on there."
Yeah, well, so that's why you want everyone that's involved in the decision-making process. You want everyone there when you do your listing appointment. Because I promise you, it's no fun doing a listing appointment twice. And I've had to do it before, and it really sucks. So the owner here, Kimbrough, John D., Kimbrough, Claire, great. This sheet here never tells you whether it's fair up single tax or not. You need to go to actual tax record, which is a link to Delta Computer Systems. Delta Computer Systems, you're going to find a bunch of people in Fairhope. Apparently their names start with FST. That's a joke. Laugh. Okay? You see FST and then somebody's name, that stands for Fairhope Single Tax. Okay? And I will show you an example of it. Where are we here? I hate how that bar pops up. Where is the Delta Computer Systems? Right there. Okay. I'm going to go new search. Charlie Break. Okay. So this, if that's the Fairhope single tax lease, if I went, let me do this. Let me do it this way in Paragon. Search. I just want to show you a specific example where you actually see the record. Okay, this one here, River Mill. River Mill is a Fairhope single tax area. When you go to the CRS piece, it shows these are the people that own it now. But if you go to the actual tax record, look how their name actually mysteriously changes to FST. That's not some kind of surname or doctor or whatever. That stands for Fair Hope Single Tax. If you see that in the tax appraisal, that's Fair Hope Single Tax. So the seller should know that it's Fair Hope Single Tax, but you should know before you have to ask them if it's a Fair Hope Single Tax, because you've done your research before you went to the house, okay? Fair enough? Okay. Back to you. All right. Owners Association, this is where you're asking. You may or may not know. Ask the sellers. Okay, is there a homeowners association there? Another thing I would do, just FYI, is when you're about to go to a property, go look at the other stuff that's sold, because you're gonna be done. You've done hopefully a little initial research on price. And if you're about to write a listing agreement, you're gonna need the price. So you should have comps in that neighborhood. Look at the other ones and see what information's in the MLS. Does it list the HOA? It should. If there is one, it should list the HOA and the contact and how many fees. You should know this going into this. So if all of a sudden they start telling you something totally different, at that point, write it down and try to be sure it's not this, and then call and verify afterwards. That's where you want to get the seller should have the homeowners association contact number information, put it right there. Find out any information about that, how much they charge them a year. Get that information from the seller, put it on the listing agreement. So that when you put it into the MLS, look, if it's wrong, seller, you told me this, okay? Earnest money, this is just a section where we talk about what earnest money, the Alabama state law about earnest money. You guys have all heard it before in license law. Alabama does not require earnest money. But as a seller, why would you ever do a deal without earnest money? Okay, but that's just a section of how it works, what happens if it fails, the deal fails, how you get your earnest money back, things like that. And what's the important thing to remember about earnest money?
Both the seller and the buyer have to sign off.
Absolutely perfect. No one can release that earnest money to one party without both parties signing off on that, okay? So that's that discussion.
So, question.
Yes.
So it's not required, earnest money is not required?
Not by the state of Alabama, but if you were a seller selling your home and it's a hot market and you had 5 offers, but the highest price offer didn't want to put any earnest money down, they can back away, they can back out of that deal, and it's hard to get anything from them. The earnest money typically is about the only thing that a seller can keep. And I'm not going to go into law cases or whatever, but Alabama Supreme Court, most of the times a seller can't sue for much more than earnest money.
Right.
Now a buyer can actually sue to make you sell the house for the contract called specific performance. You could probably sue on the sell side too. Just a lot more difficult to get money out of it. Now, if it turns out their price was here, and then you had to turn around, had to sell it down here, and there was a loss of like $20,000 because it's a different price, you probably can get to the courts and get that, but it's going to cost you money in the courts and time and all that stuff too.
So if I know this is not earnest money class either, but if the earnest money was like 1,000, or let's put it a little bit higher for a higher price point home, 4,000 maybe. And you have other offers. Wouldn't it be easier just to release the 4,000 and move on to other offers?
Much easier because if there is a earnest money dispute, the contract dispute, that contract's not released, and earnest money is resolution. Yeah, it could cloud the title.
Yeah.
So at some point, you say, you know what, forget it, let them off the hook, let me move on, and take this, we'll be done with it. Because it's really about what's your ultimate goal somewhere. Is it sell your house so you can go live with your grandkids?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, forget about the $1,000 over here that these people screwed you out of. You got a better deal, or your deal here, just take it and move on. Just quick comment on earnest money though. There's a reason why a lot of times you see $1,000, because it keeps it in small claims court. Anything over $1,000 goes to big boy court. And so it's much more difficult, much more costly. But usually the winner can prevail, hopefully get the earnest money plus the court costs, but it just takes a lot more, it takes longer to do. I usually like to, my guideline is I want 1%. If I'm selling a $500,000 house, I want to see $5,000 earnest money. If I'm selling a turquoise $1.5 million, I want $15,000 earnest money. Because you have a $1.5 million house or condo in the market, and you take it off the market and it fails, $1,000 is really much money. So I usually shoot for 1%, but when you start talking about $200,000 or $250,000 houses, I typically stay at that $1,000 just because that's kind of the norm and it keeps it small. The rest of this stuff here, okay, this is what I'm just telling you, just read this. I'm not going to bore you to tears and read through this, but if you just gloss over this and someone asks you, what does that mean? If you don't have a general idea, okay, disclosure, you're talking about, this piece here, 18, is extremely important. And we have a whole separate form for this. And that's the lead-based paint, toxic mold, health and safety disclosure. But in the listing agreement itself, here's another good point where you need to reiterate to a seller. Seller this is caveat emptor state. You know, the seller doesn't have to disclose any problems with the house, is a roof leaking, whatever. We're supposed to, as realtors, we are obligated to answer questions honestly. So if the seller tells you there's a leak in the roof, then a buyer asks that question, you know, we need to, hey, the buyer asked the question, and the seller says, well, I'm gonna lie and tell them no. That puts you in a real problem, right? Because you know the answer, you know it's a lie. So at that point, I'm gonna say, you need to answer this honestly. And if you can't, then I'm gonna have to step out of this because I'm not losing my license over your one deal. So, but that's just a, hey, watch out for that stuff. But this section here really is about letting the seller know they are required by law to disclose any latent defects, like foundation problems they knew about, or health and safety issues such as toxic mold that they know about. Now, mold is mold. The toxic mold, that's a different animal. Everyone gets mold in their house eventually some point in time. If your air conditioner went off and Hurricane Sally was off for 5 days, you might get mold on a piece of furniture. That's not what I'm talking about. If someone dies of a communicable disease, now there are certain protected classes like HIV, you can't, that's not, but tuberculosis, other things like that, if that's happened, you're required by law to disclose that to a buyer, any buyer. Not even if they ask, it's, you have to disclose those things up front. You knew a foundation problem, you knew this, or whatever, there's a sinkhole under your house, and you just, you're hiding with a rug. You're required, or if you knew, say you had some back steps going up to an upper level deck or something like that, and it was really rotten and falling apart, and you didn't disclose that, you could be in serious trouble with a seller in Alabama. Whereas you didn't disclose whether you had a leaky pipe or a roof leak or there was a rat running around in the attic or some dead rat stinking. You didn't disclose that. Once you sell that house was sold as is. There's no recourse against the seller in Alabama yet. Now, law may change. I won't say that forever, but right now there's no recourse. But there is recourse if they don't disclose health and safety issues. Very important section there. The rest of the stuff I usually kind of gloss over, but the idea is, you know, if this suit's brought, we want to go into, instead of being lawsuits, we want to sit down with mediation and do that. Versus it's usually a lot cheaper, a lot easier. Broker liability, that's something you may want to at least talk about. Hey, look, while it's active, I know people are going to be coming to the house. You know, I am as broker, I am not responsible for theft or fire of your house. I'm not insuring your house. So just make sure, I would just kind of casually mention that. If they want to go into more detail about that, great. But you're not going to take liability for that house or damage to the house while it's listed. That's not, we're not an insurance company, okay? Sellers, representatives, and warranties. Basically, it's this is back, we had that conversation a second ago where you're sitting down with one person and you find out later that there's 3 other people on the deed. This is where you say, look, you have sole authority. Everyone here at this table has the authority to sell this house. And there's no other, you're telling me there's no liens and judgments, but you also, you're not forgetting to tell me about Uncle Frank over here that actually bought the house and still in the deed or whatever. You should be able to do that deed search before you go. But if you don't, this is where kind of you can ask the sellers, make sure that and everything you're telling me. We actually fill out a seller's disclosure statement here at Keller Williams. We want one. The seller does not have to. There's not required by law. So if they decide they don't want to fill one out, we have to get one that says seller has declined to fill out a seller's disclosure. But that's where this talks about here. If you're going to put information on there, we want you to be truthful. Now, if they lie, we don't know about it, well, there's nothing we can do. But if we know they're lying, then that's a problem. But this is where we're just asking everyone being truthful on board. It's better to do that. The rest of the stuff you can see, this gets into this one here, very important. This is entire agreement. There's no side agreements. There's no napkins over here that I said, hey, by the way, you're going to give me some extra commission over here, things like that. First of all, that's illegal. Second of all, it's just, there's no side information. There's no side deals. Hey, you told me we were going to do this, or you were going to do this, or you were going to cut your commission if you had the buy side too. You said that. Well, it's not in this document. It's not real. It doesn't matter. Just like if it's a verbal agreement to buy a house, it doesn't mean anything when someone says. If it's not in writing, it doesn't matter. And that's what this is saying here. Again, this kind of goes along with this section here. You know, we're not the one warranting the house. But if there's a problem, we get sued because something you said, seller. You know, you're going to help us in that lawsuit. Fair housing, we all know what that is. You can't discriminate. And if anyone's discriminating, make sure Danita knows about it ASAP because you don't want to be involved in anything like that. That is a bad deal. That stuff right there, not only losing your license, but the fines and penalties that come along with that, no part of that. And then this last little section here is a little caveat because we have that no call list that someone can sue you if you call them. If you weren't authorized, well, this says, hey, you're giving me authorization to email you, text, fax, whatever. If for some reason that seller gets mad at you and decides to try to sue you because, hey, you called me, I'm on a no-call list, I can't do that. Okay, additional provisions. This is just a section, a little catch-all. I'll be careful about writing stuff in here. Again, we're not attorneys, but if you have any special circumstances, I don't know, Pat, what do you think? Throw some special circumstances out.
I think for a minute, John, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if as far as like, maybe the seller wants to put in there something about closing, I can't give possession.
Yeah.
Well, that's in a purchase agreement, but I can't move out until I close. So seller is going to require 5 days possession after closing or something like that. These little things. You typically don't put too much here in a listing agreement. But where in a purchase agreement, this additional provisions gets very, 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 very important. Okay, closing costs, other things like that.
What if you had a outdoor shed, something, is it included or not included?
Yeah, and that's up here in the
Putting that other,
improvements, appurtenances. That's up here. Shed property does not include shed, does not include this or whatever. Okay, but that, yeah. So this additional provisions typically now, if you had an arrangement, say, and specifically, and I've used this before, where okay, it's 6% commission, and they say, well, if you bring the buyer, if I'm going to allow you to bring a buyer, will you cut your commission? Okay, you know, if we have to work a deal where if I bring the buyer, so I have both sides, and I'll only charge you 5.5%. Okay, but I'm going to put that in here because number one, if I don't put it in here and something happens, I lose my license or I get run over by a bus, and then Benita takes over this listing and gives it to another agent, and all of a sudden that agent brings a buyer, they close in the house, and the seller goes, hey, whoa, you got to cut your commission. Where is that right? So that's where this is. If it's not written in here, it doesn't exist. If it's written in here, it does exist. Okay.
And how would you word that?
Just something if listing agent brings buyer, not Keller Williams brings buyer, because I'm not going to cut my commission because one of you guys brings a buyer. But if listing agent brings buyer, overall commission will be reduced from 6% to 5.5%, something like that. Okay. Wouldn't get in the habit of doing it too much, but if they ask for it, at the end of the day, if I sell a $500,000 or $700,000 house and I get both sides, I'm happy as a lark. Whether I get 5.5% or 6% or 5%, I'm thrilled. But, get as much as you can. You're worth it. You'll learn over time. You know way more about real estate than they do. You've been trained. I mean, so far you all have your license. Anyone here that's pre-licensed? Have you done? Is everyone here? I mean, not pre-licensed. Has everyone here done their post-license class?
We've not.
Okay, so
We're coming up.
you've only had 60 hours, right?
That's right.
That's a lot of hours, right? The rest of you guys have had 90 hours, right? Plus, how many other hours you sat in here and other things, learning and training and everything else. So you know a lot more than you think you do. Don't sell yourself short. All right, that is the listing agreement. So we'll take a break after this, but before we do, what questions? Where do you get the listing agreement? If you need a copy of the listing agreement right now, you can go on a listing agreement. Where are you going to get?
Have you internet?
Okay.
I'm on DocuSign.
Yeah, so you got several places. Okay, now I'm going to say one thing about this. This is not the only document you're taking to a listing appointment. There is recap, there's a seller's disclosure, there's a lead-based paint toxic mold disclosure, there's a wire fraud disclosure. There is all kind of stuff that you want to take. There's a bunch of documents, but there's one document that I would highly recommend you take with you, even though it's not required to get signed at the listing appointment. It's just so much easier, and that is, I hate that it pops up. It doesn't have it in here.
Is there a checklist of all of the documents for the seller side and the buyer side separately?
I'm sure there is. We used to have actually a checklist sheet that I put in front of everything to make sure I had it all. You probably still have that. You'll learn real quickly what you need, and we'll make sure you get that. Okay. In Paragon, under MLS documents, listing input profile sheets. There, residential input form. I think there's a lots of land as well too. But this residential input form, you guys need to get real familiar with this because two things. This is all the data that goes in the MLS. Wouldn't it be nice to sit with the seller and go through this and answer all these questions, and I'm going to show you why. And two, if you don't have this filled out and signed by the sellers as saying, yes, this is accurate, if Baldwin County Realtors decide to audit you and you didn't have it signed, you had it filled out, didn't have it signed, that's a $100 fine to you and a $100 fine to your broker, which really means $200 fine to you. Everyone understands that, right? If you get fined and the broker gets fined people, that broker's not gonna eat that fine. They're gonna come back and put it on you, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
And what is it called again?
This is the MLS input form. This is the residential single family profile sheet. We call it the MLS input form. This is, you can pre-fill a lot of this out before you ever sit down with a seller. It's the same thing going to CRS and getting all the data we talked about, the listing form. This first page, real big. We're not gonna go through this really in length and detail. We'll take a break right after this. Obviously, we know what that is. That's you, it's listing agreement, you, right? Keller Williams. And then all this stuff here, property legal description. We saw where we get that, the CRS. CRS has it right there at the bottom, legal description, right? You can cut and paste. Now, where was I? There we go. You can cut and paste all that stuff right in here versus printing this out and handwriting everything. While it's up on the screen, cut and paste, put everything you can in there and then print it or save it as a PDF, whatever you want to do. You can copy and paste right in these things. Now this one, actually, I think that the one that's in, I take it back, the one that's on this form, apparently you can't. The one that's in our DocuSign and .leap and stuff, you can. Try to fill out as much of this stuff as you can before you go. But if you look at the rest, you should know about what subdivision you're going into. You should know if it's condo complex. You should know all these little small pieces about it. But the association and management stuff, all the numbers, you can ask that. If you don't know it, ask the seller. They should know those things. Sometimes they don't. But there's a bunch of little things about the property itself. But then while you're there, you may do this. You may choose to do this piece while you're there at the listing appointment. You may choose to do it when you come back to get pictures. But this is where you measurements of all the rooms, because that's going in MLS as well. This is my least favorite part of listing a house. I absolutely hate this part. I would pay people to write for me. The remarks. Now those remarks, that's what's out there in MLS, is advertising. Cute 4-bedroom house in Montrose, whatever, updated, whatever you're gonna put in there. There's directions, agent remarks, and office remarks. Agent remarks, any agent that has MLS access can see those agent remarks. You put stuff in office remarks, only people from your office can see those. So if you want to put the homeowner's name and phone number, so in case a call comes in on a buyer wants to show the property and they can't reach you, well, the agent on duty, phone duty, you can look in here and see the buyer, homeowner's phone number, contact info to call us. There's one. Okay. Of course, showing time should do that too. But then the rest of this stuff, a lot of these features, until you get to the house, you're not going to know if they have them or not. But you're going to want to know, because it's also going to help you. This is the way I do listing appointments. I go in there and I try to fill a lot of this out, I sit down, and I try to do a pre-comp to get an idea of value. Now, if I'm going into what's that, Dunmore, where every house is built by D.R. Horton, and every house is built within 3 or 4 or 5 years of each other, just about. You know pretty much, you have a pretty good idea that if you look at the last 10 sales, do a price per square foot, it's gonna be pretty close. But then you go in the house and you see that they have terrible carpet, the granite and counter is cracked, or they didn't have granite, they have whatever. Then now you can adjust up or down for what you see. And that's what I usually do is if it's real close, I'll just adjust it up down right there. Or I'll go back and say, okay, I'm gonna finalize the comp. Now that I've seen the house, finalize the comp, I'll come back and sign the listing agreement. With all this information here, if you can get this data the first time you're there, when you sign a listing agreement, it's gonna make your life a whole lot easier filling out the MLS. Also doing the comp and then writing up what is the features of the house and putting the remarks in.
I have a question.
Sure.
On your point, when you're taking comps up and down, how do you know? See, we're new agents, so how do you know about how much this is worth? How much that's worth?
I don't want to get in the weeds on that one because that is it's a whole different class.
Okay.
CMA class. Anita had one last month, probably another one.
I went through a CMA class with Ball and Realtor, but they didn't tell where to get that number from.
Tomorrow is transactions to close, so they might.
No, tomorrow the transaction close is different. That's that's once you got a contract, now what do you do?
Oh.
And trust me, that's super important, because if you fail there, it doesn't get to close. And you look bad, everyone's mad at you. That's a very important part of it. The contract's the first. Woohoo! Close is where you pop the champagne and get a check. So you got to know how to do that stuff. Now, you can hire a transaction coordinator, pay them $300, $400 to do all that stuff for you. But I promise you, you better know what's going on and how it works, because if you don't, and there's a problem, you're gonna be sitting scratching your head, well, how do I fix this? So transaction coordinators are great. I highly recommend them. They will free up your time if you use that time instead of paying them $300 or $400, if you use that time to go do another deal. If you use that time to just go play golf, if that's important to you, that's great. Otherwise, do the stuff yourself.
Mhm.
But either way, I would highly recommend you learn the process first, what you have to do every step of the way, how do you get it to close before you hand it off to somebody else. Because that way, when the problem does occur, or if you see something that's not happening, you know to correct it before it gets to a problem. But that is important. That's different. What you're asking for, that's a CMA evaluation class. That's also even broader than that. Sitting down and just talking with some agents. Hey, what do you do? What's a extra half bathroom worth?
Right.
You know,
And I honestly don't know. What's it worth to a value of a house?
I don't know. You can look at
It's
appraisals.
subjective.
It is. $5,000, $7,000. I don't know. Depends. Is it marble? Is it a marble thing with a batten board and gold plated fixtures, or is it linoleum floor and for countertop?
Right.
Yeah.
It's very subjective.
But you could look and see, sometimes you can do comparisons with, okay, what is, find in a neighborhood, find a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, and a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house, and look at the price difference from this. Okay, so that might give you a judgment of what people are willing to pay. And I promise you, they will pay more for the 4-3 than they will for the 4. Hey, before we wrap up on this section, if you just look through this, guys, you can see there is a ton of little things they're asking here. Who knows the house best? You or the seller?
So,
Work this with the seller. Go through this with them. Hey, do you have this? Now, obviously, you go in there, you may not know if you have a central vacuum or not. They might tell you that. But you're obviously going to know when you walk through the kitchen. Do they have a refrigerator? Does it have an ice maker? Some of those things are going to be obvious, but some of these things are not. And so you're going to go through their association fees. What does that cover? What kind of things do you have in the association? Do you have a clubhouse? Do you have a swimming pool? All those kind of things. Is it optional? Some of them are pretty explanatory. Most places don't have boat slips, but if they do, they have all this kind of stuff. And then documents on file. You're going to fill out a seller's disclosure, hopefully. Do you have a survey? Is there a problem with water standing? Do you have a perk test? There's all kind of stuff. We're not getting details of what those are, but this is where you can, dining area, what kind of dining? They have a breakfast bar, a bar seating around a breakfast, around the kitchen. Do they have a breakfast room? Do they have a formal dining room? All these little things like that. You walk through the house and get a lot of them. But a lot of these pieces, you're gonna have to ask the seller. If you're not sure, like say the house is on a slope, if it's flat and you see it's a concrete slab in the bottom, that's gonna be slab. But if you see that house, you walk in front of the house and the back house slopes way down, is it slab or is it built up on piers? The seller should know those things, but you can't sometimes tell by looking at the house. Get the seller to go through every one of these things with you and ask them. And what I would do, I would just like the listing agreement, just like the sales agreement, read through this, study it, look at it before you ever go sit down with somebody for the first time. Because I promise you that's gonna be really, really tough. If you don't know what this kind of is and what it says on there, and you're reading it for the first time in front of somebody, you're gonna get really nervous, you're gonna get flustered, and it's gonna show. Okay? Fill out all this information you can. And at the bottom, okay, just FYI, we do want to display on the internet. If you check no, how are you going to advertise this house? How are you going to put it in MLS? Obviously, you want, yes, display on the internet. Yes, I want to display, bless you. Yes, I want to display the address. No, I don't want to allow comments. That one, I'm not so sure if that comes on Zillow or how it feeds in, but I don't want some other agent, someone else putting nasty comments. I viewed that house as a terrible condition. I'm not going to let anyone put that comments out there. So no one comments. Yes, I want it to be realtor syndication, realtor.com. And yes, I want it to go to ListHub. And what ListHub is, and why I'm putting this out, is ListHub then takes it to Zillow, every other, Trulia, all the stuff, homes.com, that takes all the other pieces that tie into our MLS and pay to tie in and pull it. If you check no there, then it's not going to go to Zillow and all those places. Now, it will also goes into Keller Williams, KWMS. Again, that's not our MLS, but that is our in-house system that sends it out to about 700 different places, including Zillow and everybody else too. Just last thing I'm going to say about this: when you want all this data that's going to help put your MLS in there, do this after you've signed this. Fill that out and get all the information you can, and then or do it at your first appointment. Get all the information you can and make your life a lot easier. Okay.
How much time do you allow to do that appointment? Ballpark.
If it's the initial appointment where I'm going to have to go back and do a CMA and go back with them, usually hour and a half. But if it's the full blown, I'm going to go sit down, go through all the paperwork, walk through the house, do all this stuff. Probably a good 2.5 hours. Okay.
But you usually do have like initial appointment to get them to sign the agreement. And then-
In the perfect world, I will know enough about the house before I get there. If you call them, you talk to them, ask them details about the house, how many bedrooms, what other features, give me your top 10 features, whatever. And you go run a comp, and if you get there and you find something that, oh gosh, you didn't tell me you had a third car garage, there's lots too. That goes back to your question, how much do you have for that? You know, at that point, you start bumping things up. You can do it right there on the fly if you're comfortable. If you're not comfortable, say, okay, there's some other features here, whatever. Now that I've seen the house, and I've seen all the features and how great a shape it is, I've seen all the stuff you're including in the house, I'm gonna go back and run a full comp on it to get a better value, and then I'll come back and we'll sign this. But when you do that, if you don't have a listing agreement signed, you run the risk of someone else coming in. Oh, Joe and so's son's a realtor. Why don't you let him come over? Have you signed anything? Oh, no, not yet. And then all of a sudden they call you. You're calling them up. Okay, hey, I'm gonna come back on Friday and sit down and get the listing agreement signed. Oh, well, actually my sister's son's a realtor and I just signed with them. Until this listing agreement is signed, you have nothing. Now, before we take a break, I'm gonna say one more thing. And this is really, really important. On this listing agreement, the very first things we did, period of agreement. Everything else is pretty much standard, right? Period of agreement. When does this thing start? You're not supposed to take a listing today and hold it for a month and then advertise it in MLS and stuff. That's where coming soon comes in there, all other stuff. But what I would suggest here is if you say this agreement starts, because I gotta get pictures, we gotta do all this other stuff, and this agreement doesn't start until a week from today. What if someone goes and makes an offer tomorrow, or another agent goes in there and brings a buyer, says, hey, you have a listing agreement? Well, yeah, but it doesn't start till next week. Well, guess what? They could sell that house, and this listing agreement's not active. So what I typically do, and right or wrong, what I've been told by MLS people at Baldwin County, some of the heads up don't like this, but what I typically do is I'll write this in. This starts tomorrow, starts today. And then I know I'm gonna get pictures probably within 2 or 3 days. And I usually can have a listing out there within about 3 days, depending on the availability of photography and how busy and other things. So I'm gonna start it today, and then I'm gonna go down here in additional provisions and put not to be input into MLS or marketed until pictures and everything else is ready, but no later than this date. Okay? And that way, I have an active listing today that now I'm locked in with this person. If something happens in the next 3 days while I'm getting pictures made, I'm still, hey, you owe me the commission. I'm not doing this to screw somebody. I'm doing this because I've just done all this work. I'm about to hire a photographer and pay a couple $100 for professional photography, for video, for drone, and all that kind of stuff. Let's go $220 or whatever it is. I don't want to do all that. And they'll find out, oh, by the way, we sold it to somebody else yesterday. I don't want to hear that. So that's a kind of protection for me, but it also allows me to know that I'm getting this listing. All the other work I'm about to do on this, I'm getting this listing. They're not going to cancel me. Now, the other thing too is this is an agreement between you and the seller. If they want to cancel, I tell everyone, look, we're going to put this out through October, through September, whatever. If you're not happy with me and I'm not doing my job, we'll just cancel the agreement. Because I'm confident enough, if I'm not making you happy, that's my job is to make you happy and do the work and please you. If that's not working, just call me, we'll cancel this agreement. Now, this agreement is not with you, is it? So can you cancel the listing agreement? You cannot, your broker can. So you have to go to your broker, get signed off to cancel this listing agreement. At that point, the NEDA may step in and say, well, how can we save this? Can we give it to another agent? Can we do something? And you might get a referral fee off of it. It may be a personality conflict, whatever. But you might be able to save that listing. Get with the NEDA to work on that. If not, the buyer, the seller just absolutely, I hate Keller Williams, I hate you, or I'm done, I'm not doing this anymore. We're going to terminate that listing agreement, get rid of it. Okay.
And how long do you usually have them in on?
As far as the term, I like it. Part of it depends on the time of year. Like right now, I'm going to take it through probably September, August, September. If they balk and say, hey, I've got one that I've renewed the term 6 times because all you want to do is 1 month. Because he was a real estate attorney in Chicago, and the rest of his family said we're using, the mom passed away, said you're using John Kimber to sell the house, and they wouldn't love me, but he's just one of those kind of real hard asses. I'm sorry that I got put on my Zoom recorded video, but he wanted 1 month or 2 months at most, that's fine. But as long as I know that, I'm not gonna do a 6-week or 4-week listing, because I'm gonna put all this money into it, advertise, set up, I'm gonna set a web page, it's by the way, Command. I'm not a techie guy, I can build a web page in Command, once I get the listing active, I can build a web page in Command in a matter of 5-10 minutes, it's easy, great stuff. But that said, I usually try to go out through the selling season. If I can get it for a year, like if it's land, like acreage, I'm gonna put a year. God, and the land doesn't sell as fast, I'm gonna put a year, I'm gonna take that whole year. If it's going on the market now, I'm gonna take it through the end of the summer. If it's going on the market in October or a slower time, I'm gonna take it at least through June or July next year. It just depends. I would at least try to get 6 months. Right now, if you had it for 2 weeks, you're probably still pretty good, but I'm not gonna get that. Okay. Purchase agreements next. Again, this is not end all be all the documents that I do. You all feel comfortable if you sat down to write a listing agreement.
Go up.
Okay.
The
So,
first time it was not so easy, it was nerve wracking, and it was somebody I was familiar with, because
Right.
most of our first sales comes from
family,
relatives.
friends, it's
But I
here.
did have an experienced agent with me that, walked me through it, and she explained why she had to be there,
Right.
Nikhil wanted me to be here with her and
Right.
make sure we,
Well, and especially when you're doing your first couple deals with that speed. Because first of all, don't ever hesitate to tell every friend, family, Uncle Freddie somewhere, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're in Maine, Alaska, or Mexico. Make sure everyone your friends, family know what you're doing. Because they love you and they want to see you succeed. So it's the easiest conversation you're gonna have. Now you wait a year and a half and try to say, hey, my business is a little slow, can you help me out? They're gonna go, I'm not sure I want to recommend you because maybe you're not that good of a realtor. It's a lot harder to conversation a year or 2 years into it. But when you first do it, hey, I'm excited about this new career. If you know anybody, get referrals that way. I've got a dealer, an ex-client of mine from Fairhope. I sold his mom's house. He's in Georgia. He's called me up and said, hey, you were great. Can you get me a realtor near Atlanta, near Lake Lanier? I said, sure, I can. Do I know an agent in Lake Lanier? No, but I know where to find one. We have resources in Command. You can find people. You can sort by how many listings or how many things they do. Or if you know other people, just ask. There's a bunch of Facebook pages. But I called some top agents in Atlanta and said, who's the best Lake Lanier agent? And so now I'm getting a $5,000 referral check off a $600,000 Lake Lanier property in probably a couple of weeks. So don't ever hesitate. Clients, friends, family, all that stuff. Make sure they know what you're doing. Of course, clients obviously know, but keep rapport with your clients too. But you'll see you're gonna have other classes that go through all the other documents, the full bore Monty of what do we do, all the other pieces that go with this. I would highly recommend sitting down with either a mentor, with Danita, or another agent and say, okay, show me all the documents I need and make a list. Because the first few times, the list is great early on. You're going to get used to it and know exactly what documents you need. But if I were trying to rattle off all the documents I needed to listing point right now, I might forget one. But if I start looking at them and I know, okay, I need these things, you'll get used to it. Start off, get that list, write yourself a list, and then keep it with you. And every time you have a listing, yep, got this one, got this one, got this one, got this one. It's a great tool.
And so there's a checklist for that?
Well, I said, you need to make one. We used to have one. I don't know if it's still around.
I think there's one in the binder. Do you
Yeah.
have your binder with you?
And so I know we used to have it. It used to be passed out for the new agents every time. And we used to actually have to keep that list on top of our closing our file. So if you had turned that list in there, checked off, we did this, did this, did this, but we don't do that anymore. But if we don't have a list, let's make it. Because it is going to be important. Okay. Y'all, before we get to the purchase agreement, y'all want to take about 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's go with. I've got coffee.
Well, I'll put you at the top of my list.
I'm not.
I didn't get a folder.
That's what I was talking to Tommy when I came down here. He said, my broker was also.
Hey, man, sorry, what's up?
And he would have answered any question.
I am teaching
I
classes.
don't know what questions to ask.
What you doing?
And there was no training. It was like, here you go.
Like vision.
It was all, where you make it feel like you want to organize stuff too. You know, I can get a listed folder. And then, I just.
It's one of those moms that they give us, and then all the YouTube videos and all that good stuff.
All the links to your different apps that you need and pages, I thought it was pretty cool. They did some work there.
It's trying to definitely set you up for success. Which makes sense. I mean, we make money, they make money.
Right?
You've done the full size, right? Have you done it recently?
It's been about 5 or 6 years since I did it.
Yeah.
I was wanting to get some practice or know how to measure out a house. How many square feet, I don't know if that was in the full size. If you have any suggestions of how I would learn?
A measuring house? the
Yeah,
words and stuff?
I mean, I know conceptually, I guess, easily during like math, but there's
Or is it, tape measure around your house?
okay, I guess I can just measure my house and see if it's similar to what was advertised.
That's what you're trying to do, just to see.
No, I want to measure like for a potential seller's house to validate is actually higher than people with tax records. Anyways, yeah.
You're gonna have to meet her or, one of the other agencies. What to do? Usually there is a form that says, buyer verified measurements, seller holds no, guarantee that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Class. If you get one, let me know because
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Greg for
real big cough is like the actual class. Like you try to. Yeah.
It's cold in here.
It is cold. Must have bounced for like something.
It's freezing in that office.
We keep on just 40s and
Okay. Step down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's something on there.
You're in my glasses. Yeah.
Are any of you familiar with setting up a safe search of your people? So, like to a customer buyer.
Yeah, if you,
he was talking about it, like a
Are
top
you
class.
familiar with that?
They said that we did one like last month. but
Yeah, I got
can't
this.
CRM.
Search criteria. like
CMA,
there's a-
or, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
CMA.
listing that's available
Is there any way
like
you could
that
set
on
one of those up, like in the next
Jen-
month's training?
Yeah,
That's
churches
like
that have it on the calendar.
I haven't gone to one,
I'm
and I
always
feel like
just
I'm,
doing it. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
I
try to go
get
to
their
it.
search.
Each like I hit this email button and
I
then
still
you
feel
can
like
say
I'm not
all
very,
listings or you can select
good
just
at
kind
counting
of
properties,
all
so.
listings.
Okay, yeah.
I was just
Um,
wondering if that's something that we could maybe put on the
I'm not
next
Yeah,
familiar,
calendar.
so I
Jen-
do all-
I
I
know,
like to where it automatically does it.
Ignite is
I'll usually say like their
next month,
search.
I wanna say,
Okay.
so,
Oh, you guys do
yeah, they
Yeah,
rotate
and
back
I'll
and forth,
also have it saved
like
by
every
the
other
name.
month.
And then that
So,
way
let me
I'll
find
set
out
a
from
reminder, like, once
Jen,
we
I'm
all
sure
do
it
their
is
search.
gonna
And
be,
if I see something news pop
they'll
up,
have
for it,
one
I'll
if
send it
it's
to you.
not included in.
There's a way to do it
Usually I can
automatically.
cover that.
It's not just, I'm sure there's a video out there, but like.
You know what,
Yeah.
I bet on our YouTube
Mentor
channel,
said that
the recording's on there, let me look it up and I'll send you the link.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Will you send it to me also?
Send that to them.
Thank you.
Um,
I have to figure that one out.
No, they,
Yeah, it'd be handy, because I tried with the calendar app, and it
She's
just
on
doesn't
me,
let
just
you
have to
filter it
scan.
as much as I'd like to.
Said that. When I submitted my application, I didn't submit my, certificate. of election. I did.
Oh, jeez.
And so now I had to fax it over, which,
So you had to send
well, this is my certificate from Alabama.
from Alabama. Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't make it easier going through the process in Florida if you have one. in Alabama, I guess.
Well, because it's, filing for mutual recognition,
Oh,
so,
okay.
For assistant prosecutor.
yeah, so you, only have to take the law first and the test, or the test, not the military
Oh, I
test,
see.
but,
Okay.
and, my husband, since he's in the military, they waive the application fee for military wives, spouses,
Oh,
active
nice.
duty, and then
Yeah.
like veterans. So I also submitted that, and they said they didn't have enough information on that, so I had to
Oh,
go back.
jeez.
I'm going to have my fingerprints done Friday for Florida.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, doing it.
They have another thing too, where if you are a military vet, that they waive, you ain't gotta take the test. You just gotta, and if you got a current license in another state, you just fill out the stuff and get your fingerprints done and you're good to go.
Wow.
That's the way I read it, and that's the way the guy explained it to me when I talked to him on the phone.
That's crazy.
Because I read it and I'm like, really?
I guess it's
It's
good.
like, that's awesome. I said, maybe I'm misreading this. Let me call those people and find out.
And he said, yeah, that was true.
He said, yeah, that's how it works. I'm like,
Huh.
awesome. As long as you got an honorable discharge.
Wow. So are you a new agent or you've been?
I'm
just
new
with
down
Keller
here.
Williams? Oh, okay.
I was in North Alabama
Oh, all right.
for about 5 years.
How long have you been down here?
About 2 weeks.
Oh,
2.5
wow.
weeks, yeah.
Okay, welcome.
Thanks. I took my full-time, I'm a firefighter paramedic
Oh, all right.
over in Pensacola. So,
Okay. But you live in Alabama?
mhm. Yeah, because with my schedule, I only drive over to work like twice a week. I work
Oh,
48
that's
on, 72 off.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I got off work at 7:30 this morning.
Oh, jeez. That's a lot. But that's gotta be a really good schedule though. I mean, once you get used to it, to be able to have,
Well, the good thing is too, like you're not, when you're working in a firehouse, you're not working 24/7.
right,
Like,
yeah.
there's times where you're down, you can do whatever you want. And so I can be doing my real estate stuff or whatever I want. We got
Yeah.
Wi-Fi in the station.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this would be perfect then.
You'll come across it eventually, so that there's a website, it's everything right there, it has to be.
Thank you.
No, that's good stuff.
Well,
I need to know.
just the idea is to make sure that the first time you look at it, you're not sitting down with a client.
Right, right. That would be awful.
Yeah, it is. Where are we here?
Hello. How are you? Good. I'm very good.
The shrimp basket is having such a hard time hiring employees. They're offering new hires a chance to win a new car.
If
Wow.
anyone will, or if everyone will sign in, I forgot to hand that out earlier, just a sign in sheet. Lunch should be here close to 11:40, so you can.
Okay, thank you.
I just think it's funny. because you see all these restaurants struggling with hiring people because of the, people can make more money sitting at home.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
A creative way to bring in some employees.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get hired, see.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm sure there's probably a, you must work here for so long time to.
I'm sure there's a contract.
Yeah, you can use it for a year, but you have to, I hope they're got some.
Like,
Oh, okay. Actually, one thing,
Like she's there.
that's one thing we're about to do is just everyone, since we're all family now, Keller Williams, and I would say, I love this place, it is fun, people are very helpful, it's not, when I first started getting into real estate, I was warned by someone, oh, watch all those old lady realtors, they're evil. They're evil. I came here scared to death, what should I expect?
We are.
Yeah, this has been a joy, number one. So working in the corporate world for 20 years, there's so many things you can't leave. You know, to be able to sit up here and say a prayer before a meeting, you know, it's nice. Say the Pledge of Allegiance, and heck, I had to relearn it again. It's just the atmosphere, it's the health of everyone's, I'm always trying to help out people. But you also have to be respectful. People are here to do work. Sometimes they don't have time, don't take it personally. But if they say, hey, look, you come back later, I'm busy, don't take it personally. It's just, you know, they're busy. But most 9 out of 10 times you walk up to, I have a question. You know, if it's a quick question, no problem. If it starts getting in depth, they may have to say, okay, I'll either direct you here or go there. Yeah, that's a good place.
That's one of the golden rules of real estate. Don't take it personal.
Oh, yeah.
Your best friend for 20 some odd years goes, uses some other agent because that's a friend of his wife's, they met at Starbucks or whatever.
Yeah, we just had one where a long-term agent, one of our family members decided to list the house without telling her.
Oh.
And, yeah, anyway, it wasn't quite that cut and dry, but still, yeah, it's a stinger.
I had one last year that we did a listing appointment. Did a kind of walkthrough with her, told her what, you know, I thought I could get for the house. We discussed everything, it seemed pretty good to go. Next thing I know, I see on MLS, like it's listed, and I'm like, what happened? And her husband went with an older agent that had been in the area for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And they, but then after she listed it, she called me. And she said, hey, would you mind doing a walkthrough now that we've got it listed? And if you see anything that needs repair?
Yeah, sometimes people don't really, I had a call recently from clients that are doing for $700. I actually sold their house for $700 years ago. And then they called back and said, hey, can I help you price my house? We're thinking about selling. And then, yeah, we're gonna do it for $700. But if you have anyone that you want to buy it, please bring it. You know, like, great, I just help you price your house, you do for $700. But yeah, I knew the way the conversation was going. But you know what? The more you help people, the more it's gonna, over time.
I feel like I got the last laugh. She sold it for 40 grand less than what I said it would sell for. It sold in like 2 days, and I said, that's because you had it priced way less than what it was worth.
Yeah. Well, and I'll say right now, selling it, a lot of these agents brag, I had sold in 2 hours. That may not be the best deal.
Right.
You know, one thing Don Mays had presented the other day, and did the same thing. This last house I put on the market.
Thank you.
So I don't have time out. We'll just go ahead and pull it up. Here's a house in Quail Creek I put in the market last Thursday night, and I'm about to go through it coming soon. But I'm just gonna do this real quickly, and then I'm gonna ask everyone to introduce yourselves since we did that early on. But this house is gorgeous. I mean, it was on the golf course, pristine inside, letting glass. It's missing some trees in the backyard, but they're huge. They lost 3 trees in Sally.
It's like a big yard.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's half an acre. But look at that backyard.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
You had a misspelling on the last one.
Well, but it's pending. We're good.
Isn't it?
Yeah, you mentioned it. So, yeah, the back, I wanted to buy this house so badly. The point is, had I just put it on the market and take the first offer, and then so what I did is, okay, we're put on the market Thursday, and I put in the comments, seller has instructed that the property continue to show through Monday, April 19th at noon, after which time the seller will respond to all offers. So, you know, an agent can brag, yeah, I'm selling them in 2 hours one day. Oh, this one's on the market for, I did coming soon and had it on the market for 4 or 5 days. So this one sold, what was days on market on this one? 8. 5, days on market 5.
Wow.
Does that make me a worse agent? No, I got these guys a lot more money than asking price.
What was the MLS number on that one? 312.
312-267.
You made it.
That's what, I can't remember if it was you or if it was Don, when we had our meeting last week, talking about doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, this is what Don presented here is, look, because the market is so hot right now, you may be doing your seller a disservice by taking the first offer. You know, and I want to go through this coming soon in a second, but before we get into this real quickly, since a lot of you guys are new and you guys are gonna see each other around, do you mind just kind of introducing yourselves? Just your name and anything else you want to say about yourself, doesn't have to be long, but at least who you are. If you're part of a team, say that or whatever, first time agent or just moved here or whatever, just whatever you want to say. Who wants to start?
All of the
Who
above.
wants to start?
All of the above. I'm Mandy Pugh. I'll be working pretty closely with Barry. We aren't officially a team yet because, well, we're both brand new. That would be kind of stupid. So I just started like 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half ago. I own a cafe in the Eastern Shore Center. So I do that full time. This hopefully will be a transition into doing this.
Why did we bring lunch from that?
That's what I was thinking when they said lunch was provided. I was like, okay, so the next one I can't be at, I'll cater.
Okay, all right.
I'm Barry Gallant. Of course, I'm going to be working with Mandy. I guess I got licensed, was it February?
Yeah,
Maybe it's
yeah.
February.
Mhm.
I work in a power plant, so it's a much different world. I've been in a power plant I've been in plants majority of my adult life. Have a good career there, but real estate's always been my passion. I'm a real estate investor. And this is kind of a really good thing to get into if you're a real estate investor.
Absolutely, I'd say that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Probably save yourself a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of research that I can do now that I was not able to do before. I've actually got a condo that I'm going through right now, selling it with a tenant in it. That's really, really cool to sit on this side of it. But yeah, I look forward to getting to know all you guys. I think it's gonna be fun.
I'm Stephanie Childress. I moved here from Oklahoma in January, so I just got my license. And I was working in accounting and finance the last 10 years and quit that to do this semi-full-time. And I also have a home.
I've never heard that term, semi-full-time.
Yeah, I have my daughter, I have kids that'll be in school in the fall.
Okay.
But I have a home building business in Oklahoma that we're working on getting set up here too. And we do remodels and handyman stuff if you guys have a need for that.
Oh, very good. It never hurts to put that on the Facebook page, private Facebook page. Hopefully you guys are all signed in with a probably private page. There is a public page. Please do not get them confused. Please do not put something on the public page that you want on the private page, whatever. But it never hurt. Put it on the private page that how you do handyman services, and we're looking for that. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm Shauna Smith. I'm a dual career agent out of Gulf Shores, and I work in accounting full-time and also real estate full-time. I had my license for probably about 6 months or so.
So you guys are the two accountants here. You guys are gonna be really, really good at the next.
The numbers.
The numbers.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Yeah.
My name's Andrea Smith. I just moved here probably in July of last year. My husband's in the military, so I've had my license probably since January, but I'm waitress full-time and trying to do this too as well.
It's not easy. The part-time is not easy, but it will come.
Isabella Debian. My dad flipped a lot of houses. My mom became an agent, and then they're moving to Belize in July, so I'm taking over what she did. And then I get to sell their house too, so it's a big plus.
That's awesome.
I got my license like a month ago.
Okay. I keep telling my wife I'm moving to Belize with or without her, but she doesn't believe me.
45, so they did it.
Yeah, wow. She doesn't believe me. All right, Hap, your turn.
I'm Hap Hayes. I retired from the security industry with Morgan Stanley after a long career and sat around for a few years and decided that I need to do something productive and got into real estate about 2.5 years ago. And it's everything I thought it would be, and in some cases more. And John has been phenomenal to a lot of people. I would urge you to listen to what he's telling you. He's good at what he does. He's been extremely helpful to lots of new agents. Taking his time, he doesn't get paid for it to do these classes. is a big deal. As he said earlier, he served on a Baldwin County Realtors Board. So he's got a lot of knowledge in addition to business experience. In my case, I've done the part-time, and he just said it's hard to do, and he's right. So I would urge you to get serious about what you're doing, and if you want to commit, make 100% commitment. You'll run out of friends and family at some point, and you need to have other business, other new business, other contacts, phone duty, those kind of things that'll help you really get going. And you know, fortunately for me and unfortunately for me in the real estate business, I don't have to do this. So that's part of my part-time, and I haven't done more because of that. But that's just an excuse. And it's just really what you want to do and what you need to do and what commitment do you want to make.
But it'll become addictive. Once the more deals you start doing, it becomes addictive because it's really fun, especially when you get nice big checks. I mean, how many, okay, as a waiter, how many commissions with selling something or a tip do you get that's $5, $7, $10, $15,000? Not very often. You
Haven't had that happen yet.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
But also by the same token is, you know, wherever you are, even working part-time, whatever, that's lead generation. You're talking to people. And open your mouth, talk, ask questions, chat, be nice, be nice. Trust me, be nice. People love nice people. But you never know what you hear. I've gotten 2 deals out of red or white, sitting there drinking wine, talking to people next to me. Oh, you're a realtor? You know what? I need a realtor. I'm getting divorced. I need to sell my house. You know, yeah, it works. But anyway, sorry. Next.
I'm Brooklyn Muskins. I got my license about 3 months ago. Let's see. I'm having a pretty big surgery in July, which is crazy. So I'll have to recover from that while trying to keep up with all my clients. I'm on the Hurricane Monster team.
Well, that's a good thing because they'll be able to cover for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be able to do my showings and all that. What else? My husband is also a contractor.
Now you mentioned you had clients already. You have listings already?
No, I guess they're not technically clients. I have some agreements with 2 people. So.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Still working on it.
Okay.
My name's Charles Robertson, and I started my professional career in the United States Marine Corps. And then I've been a firefighter for firefighter medic for the last 20 years. I'm doing real estate for the last 4 or 5 years. It's mostly my retirement plan. And but I figure if I can go ahead and get working on it now and keep working it, then it'll be that much easier when I do get where I can give that much more time to it. I can retire in 5 years. If I choose to, I can stay for another 15 years and see how that rolls.
Well, this is a career you'll find you'll get out of it what you put into it. You don't have to be heterolopers or hero hunters. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do. I would highly recommend doing more than 1 or 2 deals a year. But even so, you'll find that you'll figure out where you want to be.
But that's why we just moved down here from North Alabama. I didn't ask where I was an agent before. I was in Huntsville, and I took a job out here at NAS Pensacola as a firefighter medic.
Okay. You might have access to houses that are about to go on the market. Sorry, that was a really sick joke. But anyway, go ahead.
So this is
You guys are awake. Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry again. Okay.
Hey, I'm Lakiel Chambers. Just moved here from Jamaica in 2016. I've been visiting Foley since 2014, and it's been a lot of change in Baldwin County since then. So right out of college, got married and moved here. My husband is from Indiana, or ex-husband now. Yeah, I look really young to say ex-husband. So yeah, met here, moved here, restarted my family. I've been working with the Foley PD full-time since 2018, and I've been a licensed agent since 2017.
Okay.
So I've been hitting the ground running with
So
a dual career.
So did you come in through Danita?
No, I started with Exit.
Okay.
Exit Realty when I got here.
But you said Foley PD, right? Police Farm?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just learned about Danita after
Okay.
I joined Keller Williams. I learned that she had
Yeah, one of her best friends were the sergeants there.
plenty of folks now.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So yeah, so I've been doing a dual career for that time, and it's been challenging because I can't really get to grow either.
Mhm.
You know, I can't take on too much big roles at work because I want to stay available for real estate. So I do have to choose, like he says, at some point, you know, what I want to do and which one I want to grow. you know.
Well, momentum builds, the hardest deal is your first deal. And then the second deal, and then momentum will kind of build itself. So, you know, don't be frustrated. It doesn't all have to hit at one time. And
Yeah.
once it starts growing, it does grow. And I'm living proof of that because I don't lead generate very well. I don't do the typical stuff, calling and all that same, but I talk to people everywhere I go. And about 80% of my business is referrals, which is makes it really easy.
I just leave a business card up every single restaurant.
That's a good idea.
Like at my tab, I just.
So if you happen to go to her restaurant and she's serving you, you gonna leave your business, are you gonna leave her
I think
business card or?
You work at Kitty's Cafe, right? Yeah.
Oh, in the back, I'm sorry. Last but not least,
I'm Brooklyn Bell. I was recently in Birmingham doing commercial real estate. I moved down here because I'm going to get my master's in theology and biblical studies
Oh.
at the University of Mobile. So moved down here and decided to get into the residential side. It's a lot easier to do school and residential at the same time. Mostly I do have my license, so I will be doing a little bit, but my main role here is a transaction coordinator for the Daphne and Orange Beach office. So if anyone here, or if you guys know anyone who's looking for a transaction coordinator, I'm the person to talk to. And we can meet and kind of go over what I provide services for adding a new listing, and then from contract to close, and kind of what I can do with what I have. So
you may be one of those persons that I can come to and help write that remark section. Because I honest to God, everything else about real estate I love. It's when I take a listing, I always drag, because I fill out the whole form, I fill out everything, and I do that very last. And I usually wait till I get the pictures, let the pictures help in what I saw in the house, and let the pictures tell a story, and then I write that thing, and I hate it. I usually have to write it 3 times before it's even something I want to put out there. Anyway, okay, awesome. As I said, I'm John Kimbrough. I've been doing this about 6 years in professional real estate. I've never worked anywhere other than Keller Williams real estate, but I did 20 years in the commodity trading business. I got into real estate because I realized after 5 years of being a tourist here, retiring from the energy business, that my daughter's education were going to come out of my savings, and I didn't want that. And really the main reason is my wife said, "Get the heck out of the house, you're home too much." And I couldn't fish all the time. So when I first got into real estate, the big joke was, Kimbrough fishes all the time. Well, it turns out that doesn't happen very much. I didn't fish once last year because I was so busy between COVID and then Sally and everything else. And everyone thought the world shut down, but real estate did not shut down. Real estate was on fire last year, and it's on fire now. The problem is there's just not much to burn because there's not any listings. So listings are definitely key. I sound like Carson really saying that, but if you can get a listing, get it. Okay, one thing I want to talk about, we mentioned the listing agreement. I mentioned with this one, I went coming soon to start with. A lot of people, you get your house ready for the market, maybe they got some paint, they're gonna fix up something, or again, like I said, we're getting professional pictures made in 3 days. What if you want to put it on the market now? Called coming soon, cannot be shown, that we can do that. That's a status called coming soon. I will say this, if you do not know how to do it, don't. Because here's the agreement. Coming soon addendum. This gets signed with the listing agreement. Now, when you do a regular listing in Baldwin County, you sign a listing, it has to be in the MLS within 3 business days. And the reason for that is they don't want you sitting on a listing nationally. There's more problem nationally, and some other firms here tend to get these listings, hold them, sell them to their own buyers so they can double the dip commission. There's called a clear cooperation thing, National Association of Realtors. And it's very, very, very serious. And if you violate clear cooperation, you're violating ethics, and you could lose your membership to BCAR or the NAR, and get fined and all those kind of things. In this case, coming soon, if you do coming soon wrong, it's $1,000 fine. That's it's the steepest fine we can have other than losing your license or being withdrawn from MLS. Ethics, I take very seriously. There's no deal. I don't care if it's $2 million house, but there's no deal that's worth your license and your good name because you can't get it back. So coming soon, not to scare you, but I'm not going to go in much detail on this, but I do want you to know if you put a house on the market coming soon before it's ready to go active, there's 2 things to know. One, you have to have that whole MLS sheet filled out. You have to have everything, all the documents, you have to have ready to go, done as if it's an active listing. So you have to know everything about the house, including that stupid remark section you got to write up. You have to have everything done, and you have to put it out in MLS within 1 business day. the customers have to sign this. In this form, there is a coming soon addendum that BCAR has. We don't use that one because it has some different language in it. We use the Keller Williams version of coming soon. And it's very specific because of one. By signing this coming soon addendum, seller is instructing the listing broker not to solicit or present offers on property until it's changed to active. The BCAR version says, if an offer comes in, it must be changed to active. Well, I don't want it changed to active just because someone submits an offer. I want this coming soon. We're not ready to show it. And I don't want to put it active because it's not ready to be shown. The big thing about coming soon is it's intended to let the market know this is coming. 2, you can only have one picture. It has to be the front of the house. If you have more than one picture out there, you're getting fined, or they'll let you know hopefully first. The biggest thing is if you show that property or your seller shows that property to somebody while it's under coming soon status, that's the $1,000 fine. And if another agent gets in there and shows the house and they don't happen to like you or Keller Williams, guess what they're going to do? They're going to tell, oh, by the way, I showed this house. Now, it doesn't matter. You had nothing to do with it, but you're still getting fined. Your seller signed this agreement that says, understand, there's going to be a $1,000 fine. There's nothing in here that says the seller's going to reimburse you for that. So just make sure you trust the seller, they know the rules, and they know why we're doing it coming soon. We're not trying to trick the market. That's not the intent. The intent is the house isn't 100% ready. You don't have pictures, or we're painting the bedroom, or we're fixing the faucet, or we're doing something, but it'll be ready within 3 weeks. You have 30 days for this agreement. The BCAR will allow you to have it coming soon for 30 days. After 30 days, it will automatically flip to either active or inactive. I'm not sure which one. You can ask for an extension, but you can't do it in the system. BCAR can extend it if it's a valid reason. Say they're replacing some trusses or something, or some floor joist or whatever, and it's not done yet. The house not ready to show. That's legitimate. Or we just don't want to put it on the market yet. That's not legitimate. So you can use these things. Be careful before you do it. Sit down with an agent that's done this and knows it really well and helps you with that concept, because you don't want to get yourself in trouble. Okay, but it's a super tool, so learn how to use it. But that goes along with the listing side. Just get it signed at listing. Again, coming soon, expected on market date. Maybe it's next week. We've got pictures made. Great. This addendum has to be loaded into the MLS. When you go coming soon, this has to be attached to documents in MLS. Okay, and I'll show you. There's a little documents tab. There's a coming soon addendum. Okay.
So if you do a coming soon addendum, and like you said, they're having like construction type work done on it, and they're not done within that 30-day period.
Call BCAR and ask for an extension and let them know why. And you want to put it in writing. Don't just pick up the phone. Send an email to Jay Jennings or somebody over there at BCAR and say, look, we have it coming soon. It's 30 days is coming up. They're doing these certain construction project. It's been delayed. It's not ready yet. Can you please extend it by another day or 7 days or whatever?
Dumb question, but what is
There's no
BCAR
dumb
stand
question.
for?
Oh, well, it's actually BR, Baldwin Realtors. BCAR, it used to be Baldwin County Association of Realtors, and I'm old school, so that's how I know it as BCAR, but it's now officially BR. So if I say BCAR, just pretend you heard Burr.
Did you say?
Now it's bar, huh?
Yeah, well, that's just Baldwin Realtors, BR. Yeah, the bar would be better, actually. I'm clever. Yeah.
Did you say we have 3 days from the date of the listing
Yeah.
agreement to get it in the
If you have a
MLS?
normal listing agreement not coming soon, and you have it signed, you have 3 business days to get it in the MLS.
Okay.
Unless you put that additional provisions, seller instructs listing agent not to market or put input in MLS until this date.
Okay.
And then you could have, now I would not do that for 30 days or 20 days or whatever. You might start pushing the bounds of what's legitimately right. But if it's, hey, I'm not gonna have pictures ready until, so what is today, Wednesday? I'm not gonna have pictures ready until Friday. I'll have it active Saturday. Well, I'm gonna get that listing agreement signed effective today with a comment not to be input in the MLS until Saturday. Even though technically that's within 3 business days, I'm still not doing it until Saturday, because I want days on market starting. Because if your listing agreement says starts today, and you don't put that in there, and you put an MLS 3 days from now, you're supposed to put today's date in there, because technically if they audit it, it's off. You know, if you say you start it today and you don't put it until Tuesday, you in MLS, you can put the start date Tuesday. Oh, great, everything looks great, until if they audit you and say, wait a minute, your contract says it starts today. That's more than 3 business days. You're getting fined. Plus, they make another fine on false. Yes.
So do you have to put in the listing agreement that it would start in 3 days, or is that automatic?
No, it should, I put the start date on there, and if like, if I know I'm getting pictures, already got lined up, and I'm getting pictures made tomorrow or 2 days from now, and I'll have an MLS in if I'm gonna have an MLS on Friday, I may put Friday as the start date.
But you still write that in.
I may put Friday as the start date of the listing agreement. I
Oh,
might actually
okay.
put Friday's
Got
date on that.
But I'm saying
Or-
in regards to the MLS.
Or
like,
with MLS, I'm gonna put it on the date, I'm gonna put it in, you can't put it in early, you can put all the data in, but you can't launch it as active until the date, the contract says it's active.
Okay.
So if you say start date Friday, when you go in MLS, you can work on it today, put all the pictures in, do whatever you want to, great. It's sitting out there in a pending status, not pending, sitting out there in a partial status. And then come Friday at 12:01 midnight, if Thursday night hits 12:01 Friday, at that point you can launch it because the date start date's Friday. Or you can launch it at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning, whatever you want to do. But the point is you have that start date you put in here has to match your contract. Now, when I write start date today, but not to be marketed or input MLS until this date, that's the date I use.
Okay. No, that was my
That is your
question.
question, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I put the date. as
You don't want
today.
to put today, start next Thursday, and then go and put MLS next Thursday with today's start date, because that's automatically gonna generate a fine because it's past 3 business days. So that's why it's important how you semantically do this. But if you know you're gonna have it in a couple of days, 3 days, I just go ahead, keep it easy, put the 3 days out as the start date. And at the end of the day, if say your photographer's supposed to show up Thursday afternoon and a storm comes up and he can't take pictures, or he or she just said, "Oh, look, I'm sick," or whatever it is, go back to the seller, or change the date, initial it to Monday or something like that. Just go back and just change the date.
And if it's a coming soon addendum, if you have that with it, it has to be within 1 day.
That is 1 business day. You cannot have it coming soon. You can't put a sign in the yard. You're not supposed to have a sign in the yard until it's active in the MLS period. You cannot put it coming soon 3 business days later. It's got to be 1 business day. So it's a little different. So you have different rules for coming soon. You also can't show it. And if anyone shows it, whether you or seller, $1,000 fine. We've spent way too much time on this topic, but it is very important. You're going to want to use coming soon, probably at some point. Just know the rules and read through that addendum and make sure your sellers read through this addendum and that they have to sign it. And you're getting them to agree, look, understand, no one can come in here while it's coming soon. The idea of this is to build up a little market presence and maybe some awareness. Maybe a buyer really wanted this house but didn't know it was out there and is about to make an offer on another house. But goes, oh wait, this is coming. I'm gonna wait for this. And then they may present an offer while it's still coming soon. Well, we have this, the seller instructing listing broker not to solicit, or we're not going to solicit offers. But we're also not going to present any offers that come in until it's active. Now, if an offer comes in and you look at it and you go, oh, wow, this is $20,000 over asking price, cash, close in 2 weeks, perfect for my people. As is, no inspection. You're not going to get a better deal than this. At that point, you may tell your seller, hey, look, there is a really good offer here. I can't present it to you. But if you want to take it active, I can present it to you. But you have to get it active first, and then you can present the offer. Okay, nothing stops you from doing that. But because by law, we are required to present every written offer, even if it's for $1. I'm really, really bad at that agent, and there's going to be probably a nasty letter to the broker. But you're required to present every offer that's written, and not verbal, but written. This allows you, by law, seller has instructed you, don't present it to me until this time. Without that, you have to present it to them at the earliest reasonable time frame. Okay, enough of that. Just if you use it, please get with an experienced agent who knows how to do this to keep yourselves out of trouble. Okay. Come on, please don't do that. Okay. Residential purchase agreement, which again I got from the documents in the internet. Of course, I've got it on DocLoop. You guys will have it in DocuSign, whatever. It's out there too. Purchase agreement. This is the one that's now becomes, if it's signed by both parties and there's a screw up, that screw up is going to be paid for by somebody, because you can't, a listing agreement is kind of a unilateral between you and the seller. There's no other party. This is a bilateral agreement that once it's signed, one person can't change the terms without the other person agreeing to it, right? So if there's a benefit, you screwed up and gave a benefit to somebody if you didn't mean to, you're not going to get that taken away usually for free. Okay, it's going to come out of your commission or a problem or kill the deal or whatever, or get you sued by the real estate commission. So this one is the real deal here. Purchase agreement. Who's written one? You haven't written one yet?
I haven't post license.
Okay, there you go. All right. So if you notice, obviously, when the first thing, when you have buyers going to show a house, great, you find a house you like. Go back to the Paragon, say this is the house that you like. You've got a lot of, you got the address, you got the price, you know, what the price, all the information. You also have the tax information. You know, we talked about going into the tax records down here for that house. So I have the legal description at the bottom. I can see what floodplain it is. If your buyers have concern over that, you have all this information. And so now you know where to get the information to fill into the residential purchase agreement. So this purchase agreement, obviously the buyer, you know who that is because you're writing for the buyer. How do you know who the seller is?
The MLS.
Yeah, you can go, well, not the MLS, but you know the tax records.
Mhm.
But you know what's even easier? Leave it blank and let the listing agent fill it out. Because what if it's something like Craig, Roger, ETAL? And it means Latin for something like that, or and other, something, some kind of big party group that owns this thing. At that point, you don't know who all the sellers are. And you may not, and you may think you do, but you don't. Or you may not have, you may have not the correct spelling, their legal names. The tax record should have that, but sometimes it doesn't have all of it. Leave it blank if you want to. And so that way it keeps you from someone having to scratch through correct. And one thing I'm going to stress right now is this reads like a book. And so this goes through the whole big 12 pages. The first 9 of it is the offer, 9 or 10 of it is the offer from the buyer. And then there's the last few pages of negotiation back and forth. You never go back up and change something in a document, change it, initial it. You don't do that. And I've seen it many, many times where something's written in here and someone goes and scratches through that, initials it, and think that's okay. You don't go back. You don't go backwards. You always go forward, progress. Here's the terms. Here's where you change the terms. Oh, no, we're changing the terms here. We're changing the terms here. You don't go back up here and scratch and change something up there. Does that make sense? And I'll explain that in a second. Okay. First section here is RECAD. Okay, of course, this is some definitions about business days and things like that, and construction and caveat emptor, buyer beware. This is the conversation you're gonna have with your buyer anyway about Alabama. It's your job. You want a home inspection. From your license course, what document are you required by law to have with a buyer? There's 2 I'm thinking of actually, but what's the first thing you do when you meet with the person? Potential buyer.
You do the broker services.
RECAD. Yeah. Now, does a buyer know what RECAD stands for? No. So it's basically, it's the agency disclosure form. We call it RECAD. If you say RECAD to a person, they're gonna look at you, but what is that? I don't know what that is. So, but that RECAD document you have, it's also reiterated kind of right here in the purchase agreement. That does not alleviate you from getting a RECAD document separately signed. And you should have those signed when you first meet clients or buyers. And they should be accessible to the broker. So even if you don't do a deal with them, you have a RECAD, that should go somewhere in command where you put their name in and you put opportunity. They're buying, you don't know what they're buying yet, but there's a consultation form in command that you can put all the RECAD under consultation. That way the broker has access to it. Because if the state comes down here and says, hey, show me all the RECAD, show me this deal. Is Isabel, right? Isabel, show me this deal with Isabel, and okay, where's the RECAD document? And if you just have it in your drawer somewhere in your desk, the broker doesn't have access to it, that's a fine. So understand there's RECAD document, there's the other document is required by law, is an estimated closing cost worksheet for every offer and counter offer. So that said, know those things. We'll talk about a bit more. We're not going to go through them. I do a whole separate net sheet class. Usually do it once a month or once every other month. I'd highly advise if you're not familiar with it, attend one of those, please. Okay, so purchase agreement, you're sitting down. You should know a lot about that house before you ever start writing this contract. First of all, you've pulled the MLS, you showed it to your client, they say, yes, great, you have all the information. You have the information in the tax record, all the details about that. So you should be able to fill a lot of this out real quickly, real easy. What's the address? What's the legal description? And again, copy and paste. If you're sitting in there in person and you're writing, that's fine. You can write I'd recommend blue pen versus black pen. That way when you scan it color, blue shows up better, and it's just like title companies hate black. So when you sign paperwork at title companies, you have to use blue because black ink on a photocopy looks just like, what is that typed over or whatever. So I'd highly recommend blue pen. First of all, I'd highly recommend copying and pasting this beforehand. and then invite the sellers to come in, fill the rest of it out, the details, and have it signed. Okay, this recad section, and this is probably where the most mistakes on a contractor made. Okay, remember what I said? So listing company is going to be whoever is the listing. We're gonna talk about this from a buyer perspective, okay? And we're coming to a buyer, selling company, buying the buyer's agent, selling company. Remember, it's confusing. What's the company name we put there? We talked about that one of the very first things we talked about. Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast. And I promise you, you're going to see Keller Williams AGC on every offer that comes to you, because that's what agents are looking at in Paragon. That's what it says. That's wrong. And the state of Alabama is getting very frustrated. They want the actual legal name. They don't want a moniker that we don't go by. So when you write yours up, you put Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast, and do the listing agent a favor. Look in Paragon. Look in Paragon and look at the listing agent. Okay, this case is wrong, but look at the listing company and look at the name it shows there. Put that on there. And like it says, Caldwell Banker Real Properties Fairhope. Put the whole thing there. Don't just put Caldwell Banker, because they're going to have to listing agents have to change it anyway, or technically should. So help them out. The other most important thing in here is, should we have a buyer? Are we? And we're looking at a property, we're making an offer on a property that is not represented by Keller Williams. That's a different animal, and we're going to go through that really detailed. This is important. So this is Keller Williams. I'm just going to do this right now. I'm not spelling out KWAGC. You know that's wrong, right? Okay. Are we an agent of the seller?
No.
No, because we're not. This is listed by we're going to use Caldwell Banker Real Properties. Okay. So are we the agent of the buyer?
Yes.
Are you? How do you know? Do you have a signed agency agreement?
Yes.
Good answer, since you answered yes. If you don't, you are not agent of the buyer. You are a transaction. You are assisting the buyer as a transaction broker. Okay. If you don't have that written buyer's agency agreement, you are a transaction broker. Period. Don't put agent of the buyer if you are not, and don't put transaction broker if you actually have a signed agency agreement. Okay. This piece right here goes along with state law and the recad document. So please try to get it right, because Danita will send this back to you, and then you're going to have to go back to your client and say, oh, I screwed this up. You will have to go fix this, because this is actually legal requirement in the contract. So I'm gonna do something here off that. So we have the listing side, and we have the selling side, right? Or buy. There's, let's see, agent seller, agent buyer. So I'm going to put agent, seller, agent, buyer. There's dual agency. This one is agent of both buyer and seller, limited consensual dual agency. Limited consensual dual agency. And this is transaction broker for buyer, transaction broker for seller. I guess I should start over there. And it's the same over here, right? Same boxes, okay? Buyer, seller. Agent, seller. Okay. If this is Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast, and this is Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast, what are the scenarios here? Under what circumstance?
What do you mean?
An agent of both the seller and buyer.
If the buyer's agent actually has a written buyer's agency agreement, then yes, we are agent for that buyer. But the listing agent, because Keller Williams also is an agent of the seller. So now go back one step and remember, where are listings and who do we work for? Are we Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast? Is that our company? No. So this listing, even though the agent is whatever, say Paula Dean, I don't know. And this is, what's that cook from New Orleans? What's his name? Emerald. Okay, this is Emerald, agent, Emerald, okay? They all KWAGC. So really the buyer and the seller, Keller Williams AGC represents both these people. So when you have a dual agency situation, Normally, you're checking out, oh, great, I'm an agent of the buyer. No, great, I'm an agent of the seller. Is that right? It's not. Because also, since you're an agent of Keller Williams, aren't you also the agent for the seller too? And isn't this agent representing Keller Williams who represents this buyer? Isn't he the agent for the buyer too? So when you have dual agency, this has to look exactly the same on both sides. Now, you don't have to do that. You could do what instead?
The limited consensual.
You could just check these, represent both sides.
Because you're filling it out as basically the brokerage, not.
Yep. So when you're writing a contract, if you're the buyer's agent and you're showing a Keller Williams, not a Keller Williams Mobile, but a Keller Williams Alabama Gulf Coast, which includes this office and the Gulf Shores office, we're the same company. If they're the listing agent, 99.9% of the time, they're going to be agent of that seller. There are certain circumstances, you don't have a listing agreement, you have a transaction broker selling agreement. Very rare. Don't worry, just if that's the case, let the listing broker fix it. In this case, you can either do this or you can check both of those, but it has to be the same on both sides. Okay?
Okay.
If you don't have, if this side here is transaction broker, and this side is obviously listing agent, so you have agency. How are you going to fill this out?
You're gonna put.
And this is where most people get it wrong.
You're gonna put the transaction. broker
Transaction broker,
Of the
buyer.
buyer,
Okay.
and then
Never
on the other
represented
side,
seller.
you're just gonna sell
Wrong. Because guess what? You're also the agent for the seller. And he's also the transaction broker for the buyer.
Same on both sides.
So if Keller Williams is on both these, Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast, both these, this side should look exactly the same as that side. Just if you remember that, it'll prompt you not to get it right. If Keller Williams on both sides and you've got this and that, does that look the same?
Mhm.
Nope. Now, hey, hello. I can just check it. No, that looks okay. Forget the X and check mark. We're gonna connect to that detail, but this is not Catholic school with a ruler thing. That looks the same, right?
Mhm.
If you always remember that, you'll get it right. Because if you don't get it right, you're gonna be filling this out again for broker instruction. Okay? Obviously, it's simple. The address, this legal description, PPI, something looks really similar to the listing agreement, right?
Mhm.
Put that information in there. Notice one thing in here, legal description. If it's meets and bounds, see Exhibit A. You all familiar with meets and bounds,
Mhm.
legal description? Sometimes it can be short enough where you can put it in there. And sometimes if you, in this case, in DocuSign and .loop, you can change the font size where it'll fit. But if it's one of those legal descriptions that's about 6 paragraphs long, from, or maybe like a War and Peace episode chapter, then you put in here, if meets and bounds, put here, meets and bounds, attach Exhibit A or whatever, Exhibit 1A, whatever you want to call it, attach that and just copy and paste the legal description, call it Exhibit A or Addendum A, attach the legal description in the back of this offer, okay? That's proper. Do people say screw it, leave it, and put meets and bounds and put the PPIN number down? Oh yeah. Does it go through? Yeah. But if you want to be perfect, that's how you do it. Notice too, the listing agreement and the purchase agreement, what does it have on the bottom of every page?
Initials.
Initials. So don't forget to sign every page. Your buyer has to initial every page. Some pages there's multiple, and we'll go through that. So that's self-explanatory. Purchase price, that's self-explanatory. You put your price in there. What price house we buying today? Who's selling a house today? Come on, somebody selling.
250,000.
All right, 250. Great. They thought, okay, great. In DocuSign and whatever, a .loop, this fills out, types it out, 250,000 automatically. In this case, if you don't want to type out the whole words, great. All right, good enough. Okay, this is a very important section. A lot of people get this wrong. Obviously, cash deals are pretty easy, right? is a cash deal, is it contingent on appraising? If it's not left, it's not, if left blank. Remember I said, don't leave anything blank? If your buyer is a cash buyer, but wants to have an appraisal, you better check is, and I would always check, if it's not, check is not, just to make sure nothing gets blank. So cash deal, and then of course provide proof of funds. And by proof of funds, they have to show some kind of account statement or something. Obviously, you're gonna find out the account number and things like that, but show a balance statement from a, what do you call it, a brokerage or a bank account, whatever. If it's a mortgage, this is where people need to understand that what you put in here obligates your buyer. When you put new mortgage in here, 30-year typically is what people do. Some people don't push quick and trying to advertise, oh, everyone should change to a 20-year mortgage. That's strictly trying to get people to refinance. You know, they're already doing so many refinances. They're just trying to get more business to refinance. Most people do a 30-year mortgage, right? We're gonna put 30-year mortgage in there. And then is it conventional, FHA, VA, USDA? It matters what you put there. Because the seller, if you put conventional and then you show up with a VA loan, that shifts costs to that seller. The seller can agree to that in contract. And then you as an agent might be eating those costs, okay? So it matters what you put. It also matters approximate amount equal to a loan value or percentage. I would typically put something like NA here. I would put something like NA here and then put the percentage there. And then what typically the buyers, obviously it depends on the buyer, what they're doing. If it's FHA, what's the minimum supposed to be down for FHA? 3.5%. If it's USDA, I'm sorry, VA, what's the 0? Can you put more down? Sure, absolutely. But if it's a conventional loan, typically you have 5%, 10%, or 20%. 20% does what for you? If you put 20% down, what's that do to your buck? Yeah, you get rid of mortgage insurance. That's the one problem with VA loans are fantastic. They're usually low rates. FHA can be low rates too. One thing FHA has a lot of expenses on, and you can never get rid of the mortgage insurance. They say there's no PMI. No, it's called something else, but it's the same thing, and you can't ever get rid of it. And then it gets added to your loan, and then it also gets added to your monthly payment. You can't ever get rid of it. Whereas a conventional mortgage, if you only put 5% down, once you get to 21% equity, and that could be by paying it off over time, or that can be by appraisals, higher appraisals of a market value, and now you have 21% equity, you can get rid of that mortgage insurance. So that's the advantage of doing conventional. So if you do put conventional, let's say they're going to do whatever, we'll just say these are good buyers, they're going to put 20% down, okay? And an interest rate not to exceed, and this is important. You should know, you should have contacts in lenders, get on an email list of lenders that they send out kind of the current rates. Because number one, you should know that because you're going to be asked that you're not a financial institution and you cannot quote rates. Don't ever quote a rate to anybody. Don't ever forward those lenders' emails to anybody. Because guess what that's doing? That's now you kind of stepping in the role and advertising rates. You don't want to do that. Never forward an email from a lender that's saying, these are my typical rates. They're doing that to you as a service, as a licensed realtor. You don't have a license to run and do that to a customer. But what you should know is, hey, what's right now, what's the going rate for 20% down conventional loan with good credit? You should have a ballpark where that is. If we got down to 2.25%, then we went back up to close to 3, 3.25. Honestly, right now, it's probably going to be 3.25, 3, 3.25. If you only put 5% down, you got bad credit, it might be 4. You know, so you kind of have to know this, and you will get to know this really, really well. It's going to be second nature. But what you put here matters, because what if you say 6% or worse? Hey, the rates, I think the rates are about 3.25. Let's put 3.25. And all of a sudden, the interest rate would go up a little bit, and it's 3.5 or 3.75. What have you just done? You've given the buyer a walk away from this contract. Oh, it says here, I only said 3.25, it's 3.75, and you've given the buyer now. Okay.
Wouldn't all that mortgage information come from their pre-approval letter though? So you wouldn't be guessing so much?
Well, yeah, hopefully you have that information and what kind of idea of the rates, but they have not locked in the rate yet.
Right.
And right now we're seeing interest rates fluctuate, go up and then back a little bit up. So what I typically recommend to everyone here is if the rates are about 3.25, you want to tell your clients, look, you can't lock your rate in unless it's, unless it's just, they have ability to lock in 45 days, you're going to close in 35. They may lock their rate in now. But why would you lock a rate in? You haven't even got a contract yet. So the lender's not gonna lock the rate for you either. So do you have this rate that you think it's gonna be, but until it's locked in, you don't know what it is? You're hoping it's still gonna be around that rate, but what if rates tick up a little bit? So your buyer needs to be prepared, and this is where your net sheet comes in. Let's say rates are 3 1/4. Maybe we put 3.75 here, or maybe we put 4, or whatever. You want a little cushion built in there because you don't want, number one, the buyer to be able to walk away for no reason. Just, oh, you put this so low that I can walk away. It's not about screwing the buyer, but it is about, more importantly, you don't want to do 6%. What if he can get a loan for 5.5%, but he can't afford a 5.5% run? What if something happens, I don't know, God forbid, some crazy stuff happens in this country and interest rates go to 7%. And you have a buyer that was planning on purchasing a house, and everything's great, and we're thinking about 3.5%. But 7%, that his monthly payment he can't afford. He or she is like, oh my gosh, we can't do this. Well, you want an out here. Interest rates are 3 1/4. Don't put something over 4, 3.75, because that obligates your buyer to live up to the terms of this agreement. So I know beat a dead horse here, but does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Yes.
And again, after, assuming they've already got their pre-approval, could we ask
Pre-qualification.
pre-qualification, could we ask the lender to give us that ballpark?
You could call the
Just to
lender.
take the liability off us, because I'm no
Yeah.
mortgage person. I really don't know what I'll be guessing, you know.
Definitely, that never hurts to call if you know. The perfect buyer is cash. Second, and you know their funds, everything. The second perfect buyer is a buyer who has already gotten pre-qualified from a lender. They've given you a letter pre-qualified, or they could actually be pre-approved. The difference between pre-qualified and pre-approved is the buyer pre-qualified, the buyer tells the lender information. Pre-qualified, pre-approved is the lender has verified this information. I've run credit reports, looked at everything, seen W-9s, W-2s, and so they've seen it. Now they're pre-approved. Pre-approved is better. Pre-qual is still pretty good. And most of the time right now, you're going to have to put a pre-qual letter with your offer. So you should know, hopefully they should have that already in front. You can call that lender and ask. Now that lender may or may not give you a rate, the ballpark, and so they still may not quote you much. So look, this is just, they don't want to say this is the rate because they don't have a rate until they lock it. But they should have a ballpark.
I'm in the process of getting one of my clients pre-approved, and in that pre-approval letter, will there be like
The
this?
rate?
Yeah,
Probably not.
no,
Well, some of them say not to exceed this purchase price or this rate. Some of them do, it just depends on the lender. Most of the time, all it says is not to exceed this price. And you are not necessarily required to know the financial means of that buyer. Maybe they don't want you to know. Maybe they're embarrassed by their credit score, or maybe they're embarrassed by something else, a bankruptcy or something like that. That's where the lender, they have their specific relationship. Just like health laws, HIPAA, we don't have to know everything about a person, and you can't disclose things. And so that lender can't disclose anything about that buyer to you at all without written approval by that buyer. So there may be stuff in there that, now if they talk to them, if they can give you an idea of rate, or ask your buyer, did they talk about kind of what rate you're seeing? Ask your buyer. And the buyer says, yeah, he's quoted me 3 1/4 based off right now. So obviously it's not locked in. But if that's the case, say, look, interest rates can fluctuate a little bit. So, we'll put a little higher just because we don't want to scare the seller. Because if interest rates are 3 1/4 and we put 2.5 down there, as a listing agent, I'm gonna look at this and kick this out and say it's not a valid contract. You can't get that rate, so you have a free out. Please amend the interest in a counter. It's gonna be an interest rate not to exceed 3.5 to 4% versus 2.5. Because I'm protecting my seller, because this can give a free out, and people don't realize that. Okay.
so most of the time you would say you usually put like 4%, right?
Right now, I'd probably put 3.75, 4%, something like that. Yep. Just because if a buyer is really serious, if they can afford 3.5, they probably can afford 4. But if it's shaded at that close, boy, that gets tight. But if that's what it needs to be, if you look at it on net sheets and they say, I will absolutely not do anything over this monthly payment, and 3.75 is the max, put 3.75. Okay. Now you may get a call back from the listing agent and say, show me from the lender that they can get this rate. So what if they have 3 or 4 offers and they take this one and it says 2.5 and they can't get a rate for less than 3.75? they can walk away without any penalty. Because if the loan fail, there's so many contingencies built in this contract. There is internet contingencies, except there's insurance contingency. There's home inspection / due diligence, and that's a big, big term, due diligence. It's for a buyer can walk away for pretty much any darn reason they want to during the due diligence period. This is the one that gets them their earnest money back, even if the loan fails the day of closing. The loan failed. Was it something the buyer did? Did the buyer go out and buy a Ferrari, celebrating something or whatever, or all of a sudden, they purchased a bunch of furniture and refrigerator and also their debt to income ratio? Now that is the buyer's fault. Now, what if the lender at the last second decides, you know what, we're not writing loans in this anymore, we're not doing this. Is that the buyer's fault? If they didn't do anything, this could get the buyer the earnest money out of the contract all the way up to closing. So that's where this section is really important, and also subject to appraisal. This offer is subject to appraising for at least that purchase price, period. All loans are subject to appraisals, right? Down here, appraisal, if it's subject to appraisal, X number of business days. I'll tell you this, I don't usually say, if I'm closing, and this says 20 business days, should be enough, but go watch your calendar. If you're not planning to close, if it's an extended closing, maybe you're gonna close in July, don't leave 20 business days, because that appraisal may or may not get done until a lot later. Put that out a little further based on what you think. Appraisal, especially if it's a VA, you might want more time. There's only, I think, 3 or 4 VA appraisers involved in Mobile County combined, and it might take 3 weeks to get that appraiser out. And they'll call you 2 hours ahead of time. It's okay, I'm ready to do the appraisal. So, whoa, what? Can't you give me some notice? Well, if it's not today, it's not gonna be till next Thursday. Yeah. And then you're like, oh crap, I gotta get this in. And you're scrambling to find your listing of your contacts. Okay, so watch your business days here. And then watch what you put in here, okay? And again, same thing up here. If they're only putting 5% down, put 5% there. If they're putting 20, and so try to mirror what they're doing. And if it's a conventional loan, put conventional. If it's FHA, put FHA, okay? All right, buyer and seller closing costs. This document, believe it or not, people always look, how do we know closing costs? Anything you want to know about a deal, it's in the contract. And so if I ever ask you the question, where do you find that information? The answer is in the contract, okay? So it lays out buyer costs and closing costs, seller costs, and it tells you exactly, and we're not going to go through this because that's a net sheet class, but essentially know that there's a big cost of the seller is the commission and a title policy. And if they're being asked for any closing costs, things like that. The rest of the costs come typically from the buyer. So there's a deed prep, which is maybe about $175, $200, and then there's an owner title policy. And if you don't know owner's title policy, just take the list price. So this was $250,000, right? Mm-hmm. Multiply it by 0.004 or 0.4%. And that number is going to get you probably enough to cover an owner's title policy. It'll probably be a little bit less than that. And I'll give you some tricks of the trade later after this about how to reduce that cost potentially. But that's if you ever need to know what the owner's title policy is going to be. That is basically, title companies used to do what's called abstract of title. They go back to the beginning of time and try to work forward and clear everything. They don't do that anymore. Number one, it's way too long, way too arduous, probably costs a lot more money in title fees. So they have an insurance policy that says, here's a clear policy. If there's a problem or defect in the title that causes you, the new buyer, a problem later, this insurance policy will defend you. That's all it is. But it costs money to do that. It's like buying an insurance policy. And that'll get you pretty much every time, cover you enough for an estimate of the title policy.
Is that the list price or the?
List price, not the mortgage list price.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, sales price, contract price, sales price.
Okay.
Sales price. Okay, this is important. Section 5, included with the property. And I'm going to read a little bit of this, not the whole thing, but this is where it talks about everything that's attached to the house is included with the house. But this is where people get really, really off. And this is one of the most important things I can tell you in this paragraph. Drapery and curtain hardware. That is not the drapes or curtains. That's the hardware attached to the wall. You don't know how many times people get in arguments at final walkthrough and say, where's my drapes? You took the drapes, it's in the contract. No, it's not. If you want the drapes and curtains, you write it in here. Drapes and curtains to be included at no cost. That's important. Drapes and curtains to be included at no cost. They've added this section here to clear up a lot of confusion on TVs. You got to the question earlier about wall-mounted TVs. But everything in here, if you read through this stuff, it's all the stuff that's typically attached, built-in gas grills, whatever. You're not taking anything off this house. If you have other items that you want that are not attached, as an agent, you know furniture is not attached, mirrors are not attached. There's now if it's this like glass mirror behind a on a bathroom that has those little knobs and whole things, they're still they can be pulled off the wall sometimes they can't. But you know what? Click. Bathroom mirrors will convey. Wall-mounted televisions will convey or will not. If you don't want them, what about the wall-mounted hardware? And if as a seller, if I'm saying no, I'm taking the hardware off. But you're probably gonna have to fix the holes in the wall. It's probably more expensive than buying any hardware. To be honest with you, a lot more expensive. So as a seller, please go ahead and keep the hardware. But I just bought this new 75, 80,000 square foot TV. I want to take that with me, great, but I'm leaving the hardware because it's going to cost you more money to paint the wall. But you can put in there. Now, what if the buyer says, I don't want the wall on a TV and I don't want the hardware? And then as a buyer, I would probably put something in the additional provisions, walls to be repaired anywhere wall mounted hardware, a TV mounting was removed.
Awesome.
Yeah, by solar. Okay. Kitchen refrigerator. How do you know? Sometimes it comes with the house, sometimes it doesn't. Look at the listing. If the listing says refrigerator under appliances, so you go back to, I want to click something just to make sure I don't lose. So cool. Okay. So if you go in the listing, number one, you walk through the house, hopefully. Sometimes people buy sight unseen. If you walk through the house and there's no refrigerator there, chances are you can't ask for a refrigerator, right? Or a washer and dryer. But if you walk through it and it's there, and then you look under appliances, and this says refrigerator with ice maker, it says washer and dryer. That's advertising, those come with the house, right? So you have a pretty good ground, so you advertise this with this. But are you gonna leave that up to them? No, don't. Go back into your contract. Yes, they convey. Yes, they convey. Or what if he said, I don't know what else is dirty dishwasher, I'm not, or washing machine, I don't want to touch that. What do you call it, germaphobe? I don't want that, will not convey. Doesn't matter if it's advertised with the house or not, I will not convey. Now you're saying, I don't want those things, the seller has to remove them, okay? If there's any other piece of non-attached furniture or something that you even question, like a shed in the backyard, that's not attached. It might, I'm not sure it says it up here. I would ask it to put in here, shed to convey, shed in the backyard to convey, no value. Now, what you don't want to do here, and you're going to get in trouble with a lender, you don't want to put a big long list of, I want this piece of furniture, this piece of furniture, this piece of furniture, this piece of furniture. Because the lender's going to go, okay, where's the appraisal for that? I'm not writing a loan. If the appraisal value is, say it comes back and it appraises right at 250,000, which coincidentally things have to do that way. So say it appraises at 250,000, but you have a whole bunch of furniture in there. The lender's going to go, wait a minute, that furniture has value. So really the appraisal is maybe 240,000. It's low. Keep the furniture out of this contract. Write it up as a bill of sale. Say, in additional provisions, buyer would like to purchase these certain items, agree upon negotiated price as separate bill of sale. Keep that separate outside his contracts. As a lender is not making a loan on something that can be removed from the house. Would you loan money on a house, but also half the value of the house is all this squishy crystal everywhere that they can take with them? And yeah, you're not going to do that, so they're not going to do it either. Okay. Okay, I'm not worried about the sale of these. Okay, inspections, due diligence. This is probably the number one piece that kills deals. Most contracts fail because of inspections or due diligence. And why it says due diligence, that's beyond just home inspection. If you're working with a buyer, please, 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 I don't care if it's new construction, request them to get a home inspection every time. Even new construction, they'll find stuff. They cost $400 or more, or whatever, but they're well worth it. You don't buy someone else's problems. And then you put in here, this is or is not, even though it says it's, look at, if you leave it blank, it's not contingent upon inspection or due diligence. You're basically saying, I'm buying a sight unseen or as is, I have no recourse. If you find something wrong with that house and back out, you just lost your earnest money. You want to make an inspection. If a buyer chooses to say, I don't want to make an offer contingent on due diligence or inspection, which is more likely these days than it has been, because the market's hot and there's a house out there that they love and they know they're competing with 5 or 6 other people. They may say, here's my price. I don't care if the air conditioner's bad. I'd rather get the house and pay $5,000 or $6,000 on your air conditioner than have to put this in here and lose the deal. So it can happen. But if your buyer writes a contract and says, I'm not making an inspection contingent, you get something in writing from them. Buyer is waiving their right to inspection. You want that in writing, an email or something like that. You don't want this just casually, oh, I didn't know what that meant. You want something really specific that you hold up, okay? Flood, oh, by the way, this, if a seller's disclosure, you can check this. If any seller's disclosure is there, make it, basically, it has to be provided. Always ask for a seller's disclosure. Is it required by law? No. Does everyone do them? No. Does everyone ask for them? Just, even the companies that don't do them, so we don't do seller's disclosures, guess what they do? They ask for one, they buy it. So you can ask for a seller's disclosure. If they have one, great. If they don't, they don't. Connection fees, obviously you want to put this, the seller paying the connection fees. In other words, your inspectors are going to come in there and ask if the gas is not on, how can you test the fireplace or the gas stove? If the electricity is not on, he's pretty much not expecting much of anything, except maybe plumbing in the dark. The seller is required to have the utilities on. And you also, very important here, this defaults to 10 business days. You can put in there whatever you want to. First thing you're going to do is line up a home inspector. But it might take 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 days for them to get out there. So, you know, just kind of a good feel for it. But if you want to leave it as 10 business days, leave it. If it's a hot property and you know that's going to be contingent, maybe back it down to 7. I don't know. But you can put whatever you want there, but give yourself enough time to get a home inspector out there, read the report, and get those comments back to the seller. Because if you do a home inspection, because this number here, you put 10 in there, even though it defaults to 10, I still put 10 in there. On day 11, your due diligence and home inspection contingent expired. So showing up on day 12 and finding a problem, that doesn't release you from the contract, technically. Okay. Insurance flood, again, it's not default. I always make it contingent on getting insurance. Insurance is not only priced on the value of the house and the location, it's also price of insurance is based on the credit score of the person buying. Do they have multiple claims on previous houses? So what if all of a sudden this insurance company says, yeah, we're insuring these people, but you know what, you're a bad credit risk now, or your rates are going to triple. You know, you might estimate insurance for this house to be, you guys familiar with Gold Fortified, not Gold Fortified? Okay. If this house, not on the water, but this house in Norman Place, Gold Fortified, say in Foley, $700 for insurance, everything all in. Without Gold Fortified, maybe $1,800, $1,700. But if you had really terrible credit, and maybe you filed, every house you've owned, you filed 3 claims, your insurance might be $4,000 or $5,000. At that point, you may not be able to afford it. So I put contingent on insurance, and I put, is internet important? Ask. This is one of those things that if it's a hot market, the least contingencies you put in here, the better the cleaner offer's going to be. But if that person, and this is added in the contract because a lot of these little subdivisions, Fairhope, everyone's thinking, oh, great, Fairhope, internet, no big deal. Well, the internet companies had to run the high-speed cables to the back of the neighborhoods when they expanded. They had no internet except like HughesNet, satellite. Mm-hmm. And some of these people work from home. And guess what? There were lawsuits. Hey, you didn't tell me you didn't have internet. Well, you didn't ask. Wasn't it your job as a real estate agent to find out? I don't know, is it? Did you sign a buyer's agency agreement? No? Okay, I'm safe. If you did, well, maybe you did. Maybe you're in trouble. Internet's important to your buyer. Check that.
With that insurance, with number 8, do you normally just leave it as 5 business days?
Yeah, in 5 or 7. I sometimes will put in 7 just to give you a little more time. Or sometimes, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll match whatever due diligence period here. In this, whatever due diligence period I put up here, I put the same numbers down here so I have one date to remember. But verifying the internet is pretty easy. You know, go on Mediacom or go on AT&T, look at the services available at that house. Now, you're not the person that does that and calls up the seller, oh, yeah, I verified, you're good. You're the person that says, hey, look, here's AT&T and here's Mediacom site, here's their address. Send that to them and say, look, make sure they have internet packages that are acceptable to you. Make sure they do that. Because they're, or school system. What if a property is right on the edge of the school system? Is it Newton or is it Fairhope East, Fairhope West, on the elementary school? If that's important to them, you don't want to be the one saying, this house is in this school system. You want to give them the school system map, give them the phone number to call to verify, all those things. Because what if the person that answers the phone at Fairhope Board of Education or whatever gives them the wrong information? If they're giving the wrong information to you and you pass it on, you're the one giving the information. If they give it to them and they make the decision off those guys, so be it. But if that's something that's really critically important to your buyer, as a good agent, you're gonna try to verify too, make sure they're right. Okay. Termite and wood destroying insects and fungus. This has been changed. This used to be on the seller. Seller pays for the wood infestation report, transfers their bond. This section here basically says it is the buyer's responsibility as part of the due diligence to figure out, is this house having termite previous damage? Does it have current infestation? And there's a report, a lender, if you have a loan, you're gonna be required to get one. Are you cold?
Yes, I'm crazy.
I am too. Just don't want anything.
I've been freezing all the time.
Bunch of wings.
There was one in here earlier. I'm like, why is it so cold?
Yeah,
Shut
when I'm seeing somebody shivering back there. You know, so- Okay,
Thank you for shivering and taking one for the team.
we're gonna go a little further. We're not gonna finish this before lunch or whatever, but it's just a little bit longer. But the termite inspection is a buyer. Make sure your buyers understand they're gonna be paying for a termite inspection. It says in here, absolutely sole responsibility of the buyer to obtain a wood infestation or termite contract or bond. They call it a bond. It's a termite contract. It's on the buyer to find that satisfactory to the buyer. This new termite, a seller shall not transfer an existing termite and wood infestation contract to the buyer. What does that say? Shall not. The seller cannot. That's correct. A buyer and seller can put anything they want to in a contract. I hate this. This is the worst line in this whole contract. To overwrite this, we'll talk about additional provisions, but keep that in the back of your mind. The buyer may elect to accept a transfer of current bond to the seller to override this, because this written in here that everyone signs, that says we're agreeing you cannot transfer the bond. Transfers of bonds are usually free, whereas a new contract might be $600, $700 with renewals $300 or $400. As a buyer, hey, I'll take the existing bond. There's also a benefit to the existing bond. If there's a problem a month from now, and you have the same contract that was there, I'm like, well, guess what? They know it's their responsibility. You get a new bond today, and also in 3 weeks from now, you find infestation damage. But who's responsible? This guy, you have a current one, or they're going to fight over? No, that was old bond. You know, there's benefits to transferring contracts. Same thing here. Notice it's the same 10 business days left blank. I like to keep all my due diligence the same dates. If you know this, the internet and insurance, I know I'm going to do this earlier, but I usually put all 10 days for everything. Okay. At this point, this is one of the used to do's, but you need to set up a wood infestation report ASAP because they're busy as all get. Okay, that's on the buyer. You have any questions on? They call it WDIR, wood destroying insect report. It's not just termites; it's fungus, anything can be damaging wood. Okay, except water. Any questions on that one? Because that is important. That's a big change from what used to
Do you
be.
usually leave it as the seller has to pay for everything?
Yeah, I always put seller there. Any repairs that come out that's required by the seller. However, it says if the seller chooses not to, then we can withdraw from the buyer can withdraw from the contract. It's basically saying it's not the buyer's right to have to fix it under this contract. Okay. Same thing with the whole due diligence period. Whole due diligence idea is if you find something wrong with the house, say, look, this air conditioner is dead, it's not blowing out cold air, and there's an electrical problem, and there's a leaky toilet, and a loose toilet. We don't know what that is. We're going to ask you to fix these 3 things. Now, the seller can say, go pound sand. Or the seller can say, I'll fix this and this, but not this. Or the seller can say, yeah, great, kumbaya, I love you, we'll do all those things. It basically is a new negotiation. In other words, it says, nope, this contract's no longer valid. We need these things done. Nope, we're not doing those. We'll do these. And it's basically addendums and renegotiation. And it gives the option for the buyer to accept. I think it gives the option for the seller to accept. Okay. Systems, components, fixtures. You always want seller does warrant that the heating, air conditioning, all that kind of stuff is in proper working order. If there is something specifically noted in the listing, the wine cooler in the game room does not work and the seller's not warranting that. You just want to let your buyer know that ahead of time. Hey, look, they're not warranting this. They're not going to fix it. You may put something in additional provisions. Buyers understand wine cooler and game room does not work and is not part of the contract. Home warranty, we talked about this in the listing side, right? Benefits of home warranty, you can actually get free coverage for the seller under the listing period. It also tends to make the house sell faster and for more money. So if I'm writing a contract, we're writing this for whose perspective? Who are we representing here?
The buyer.
Whether it's transaction broker or agent, we're still representing the buyer, right? Helping the buyer. So I'm going to put, hey, shall at the expense of the seller you can put TBD, to be determined, whatever. But I will tell you this, It says 500 if left blank. The old warranty, Old Republic warranty I use now, the standard one is $525. If you have a pool, if you have a septic tank, if you have other stuff like that, it's not not covered, or if you have multiple refrigerators and other things, so you need to kind of go look on the home warranty site and price it out. It might be $1,000. So you want to put that in there because your seller, your buyer say, man, I want this all warranted. I want a home warranty. Great. And you leave it 500 or 525 and it's $800 for the home warranty. Either your buyer's paying the difference or you are. And that's going to be up to you and the buyer how much they are. Okay. So the typical home warranty on a normal house, $525. If that house is over 4,000, if the house is over 4,000 square feet, it's going to be a lot higher. If the house is, you're trying to warrant other things, multiple, that's going to be higher. So watch that. Okay. Oh, and shall be ordered by. This one, if you're the one asking for the home warranty, and because it's not advertised and you're asking for it, just go ahead and put you, the selling company, buying company, is going to order this thing. Now, if the listing agent advertises, there's a home warranty already on that, given a home warranty, at that point, you could either do one thing, you could check whichever one you want and figure out later if it's already there, great. Or you can put listing company, or you can call the listing agent and say, hey, you already have a home warranty, and who's it with? What if it's some fly-by-night Fred's Bank? What, I don't know. Maybe you don't want that. Maybe you want a nicer one, and maybe you just have to get your own. And they can cancel theirs and you can get your own. Or you might be willing to accept theirs. This one is not super critical. It just puts the onus on who has to order it. If you're the buyer's agent asking for it, do the work, get it, and purchase it yourself. And no one pays for it till closing. If it doesn't close, no one pays for it.
What's the name of the one you use?
Old Republic.
Old Republic.
There's HWA, was a good one. Old Republic. Safety First, I think does one. Maybe not. But I typically use Old Republic because a lot of people use them. And you can order. You can go online, set up an account, order them online, in literally a matter of 3-4 minutes. You've ordered it. The warranty is done. And again, it doesn't. No one pays for anything until closing. And if you offer a home warranty as a listing company, on the listing side, you offer it in MLS and the contract comes in and says it doesn't want it. Well, you didn't ask for it. Just because I advertise it has it, but you didn't ask for it. I'm going to go, once it closes, I'm going to go cancel that listing. I cancel the home warranty and say, not part of the contract. No one paid anything. But the seller did get free option protection in case they needed it, which is nice. Lead-based paint disclosure, we all know that. What's the rule? You have to require lead-based paint disclosure. Guess what?
Do we have those pamphlets here?
They're online. Federal government has them online.
Can you just email it to the client?
We also have them as part of our documents here. Yeah, you basically email a copy, but here I will tell you this: email it with a record. But I also, what I do is when I email a pamphlet to somebody, I add an initials on the front page where they have to initial that. So now, hey, not only did I email it, I have record of it. I have record they opened it, looked at it, and initialed and said they got it.
Do you like send it through .loop or
DocuSign, .loop,
okay,
whatever. But I will add an initial on that front page,
okay,
just so I have my verification. They saw it, read it, and because if you don't give that to them, the house that actually was built for 1978, the federal government, the EPA, you think MLS fines are bad?
Mhm.
I mean, you violate some of the lead-based paint and toxic mold and the health and safety standards, or fill out stuff wrong, you're talking $11,000 fines.
Mhm.
You know, not many people can stand a few of those, and per day, or different things. So yeah, okay. All right, title insurance, very important. Alabama land title commitment for title insurance. That's what that 0.004% is. There's a lender's policy. If there's a loan, there's a lender policy. There's an owner's policy the seller pays for. There's a lender policy the buyer pays for. A lender policy, if they're done at the same place, the lender policy is like about $175, $200, pretty cheap. It's this one that costs money, maybe $1,000 to $2,000, depending on the price of the house. This thing is title insurance. Notice it says closing shall be at a location of seller's election unless otherwise noted here. If you have a specific title company, you just want to get favoritism, you can put it in there. You might irk a seller or listing agent, or the listing agent might already have done a bunch of listing pre-work at another title company. And that could cause if you don't care, don't put anything in there. If you do care, do. But that could cause a counteroffer. And if you have a counteroffer, that might cause them to actually, well, I got a counter anyway. I might as well ask for all this stuff too.
Mhm.
If everything else looks pretty clean, I'm like, I don't want to really counter this. But then they see this, and they sent all their title work to, because there was an estate situation, and this one title company A, has been working on this for 3 weeks. They're gonna say, look, no, I'm not redoing this. I'm not screwing that title person and not giving them this deal because they've already put the work in. They already have all the legal documents, the state documents, the LLC documents, whatever. You're gonna get a count on that. Title to be taken in, and this is where it's important. Whatever legal name they're using, whatever name they put on the loan, if they got pre-qual, what name do they put on their application for the loan? That's what you want here. And can you change this later? Yes, but does the seller have to accept that? If you're putting this in a name of person, but you want to put it in an LLC later, the seller doesn't have to accept that. And as a title company explained to us yesterday, Anchor Title, if this seller is out of state and does not live in Alabama and is selling a house here, they have to pay capital gain, withhold capital gains. A person, if it's an individual that withholding is 3% of the sales price, it's 4% if it's an LLC. So it matters what you put here up front. If you know it's going to be an LLC and it is an LLC, put the LLC name there and make sure those names are proper. Okay, make sure they're right. Obviously, if you guys know what right of survivorship is, if it's one person, you cannot have right of survivorship. If it's multiple people, then most likely you want right of survivorship. It doesn't always have to be that way. You know, that's something you may want to ask the sellers or the buyers, how legally do you want this handled? Because typically when you have a husband and wife to buy a house, you know, right of survivorship sometimes automatically because they're married. But what if it's there's like a brother and sister or other couple, they go say, I'm not married yet. Well, they may or may not want right of survivorship. What if it's two brothers? They go buy a house together on the beach, condo at the beach, but they don't want the other brother getting the whole thing. They want their kids to get it. At that point, no, it's not. It's without right of survivorship. When one person dies, his half of that goes down through his estate. Okay, that's why it's important. But if you have one person's name there is no such thing as right of survivorship. Okay. All right, we've got about half this contract done. A lot more to go. Do you want to take a break and do some pizza? Okay. All right. So we'll start back up. Let's say, I don't know, start at 12:30. Give us about 25 minutes. If we need more time, we can take more time.
Hey,
It is so not hard.
Hey, I'm back home.
That's all right.
Sounds good.
I'm listening to you.
Oh, you are?
Cause like you're hitting all the things and I'm like, oh, I hope he's gonna say that. I hope he's gonna say that. You know, I'm doing a reverse. I want 1031 next week.
Seriously? After that yesterday? How coincidental was that?
What? How about yesterday?
Oh, Anchor Title was in here talking about that.
Oh, really?
How most people don't even know what they are, how it works.
Oh, yeah.
And, but yeah, Anchor Title was Tracy.
Yeah, I know. I wish, I actually requested it to be Anchor Title, as we just talked about on the contract. But he countered with, no, it needs to be at Real End because the guy who I'm buying it from is.
Well, and that with the exchanges, sometimes you want them all the same place. But
Well, no, I already told the guy who's doing it. I already told him, I was like, you know, we're, and by the way, Tracy sends them to this guy. I already told him, I was like, we are not doing the other side with Real End. We're going Anchor.
Yeah. Yeah.
I already told him that because I was like, there's no way.
Any questions popping up in the meantime?
Not related to the class, but I was looking at your MLS listing. What is engineered trusses for that quail house?
The roof, when it was built in 2008, there was no such thing as gold 45 standards. The guy was from Miami, and Miami-Dade County has very specific standards for hurricane roofs. engineered trusses where they're built off-site, engineered together, brought us home piece versus put together on-site and all together.
Okay,
Much stronger.
I was just curious. Hadn't seen that one before.
I think the white piece of that much. Yeah. I guess when you're hungry.
Anything goes.
Oh. Does she not be a vegetarian one?
This should be,
You just eat the vegetables like one of them.
y'all been pretty busy.
I don't know if Mandy told y'all, but she's doing a fast. She can't eat until after sunset, so when she gets back in here, we all need to talk about how good this pizza was. It was so good.
Yeah, I'm looking for the horse lamb, you know?
I love how they cut these little small pieces.
Yeah.
Try a little bit of every one.
So, you know.
Yeah, I did, I got 3 different pieces. Is there much new construction anywhere around Quail Creek?
Not anymore. There's one. There are still a few on Bunker Loop. There's one that's about, it's listed for 40. It's, seems like it's high to me. The way things are going these days, I don't know. Other guy would never come on building it. I sold all the lots to build it. So he's 19 lots. He's built maybe 12 of them already, 15. This one's on a corner. It's gonna make this one different. It's bigger.
So Stephanie, I just moved to the area.
Custom outdoor kitchen.
How tough is it?
His custom outdoor kitchen is a wooden deck.
Iron Ball and County, and get leads, and you're not in your full market, right? You're in a whole market. Is that tough?
I mean, I've only been doing it like a week, but I did already last week and again this week.
You go crazy with those things.
Is that open?
Cause I like they want to.
Food built those walls back.
My days
I don't know.
are together.
Way
My
back.
first one too
Come
was
in and
my
off
day.
the-
And yeah, I
Make
got
it
like
more.
really potential
Goes
leads.
very back of,
Contract sign. But,
what's the name I'm trying to think of?
but
Yeah, they
just,
backed up to the
I'm
job.
building my database. I'm trying to go out and like wherever I
I
can.
think they,
It would
they
definitely
sold all
be
those.
easier if I was at home with all the friends and family I know. Because they're, I'm like, well, I can give you a referral, make sure before you start doing anything that I at least go in and do
I don't know
that.
why.
You can do that for sure.
Build a
Yeah.
small porch, that's something.
But,
You know, I bought it for
But-
that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I don't like.
yeah,
that.
I mean,
It's hard to use one with a screen
I've
in.
looked around the area. I love real estate. So
Kind of screen in, you can't
when
use it.
we were
I
looking for
sprayed
our
mine
house,
in,
I
but
looked at a
it's
lot.
still
and,
not big
I
enough.
love driving around, so I think I'm learning the area pretty well. What are good areas, like not so good areas and stuff. Like, so,
Later on, I
but yeah, the
That's good.
leads, definitely need to work on.
I don't want to feel like I'm not being.
But I got some. I got this avenue that,
Yeah.
it's
Talking
supposed to
houses,
be
the average price is
so
around
it's-
500.
Hot
Yeah.
City,
Super nice.
Have you
Houses.
tried that?
Walk out the back
I have,
door.
but it don't work for me.
They almost reach out and touch the fence.
Not a full-time job.
There's no yard.
and I can't answer my phone.
Builder said,
Just like that.
Yeah.
And they'll send you, they'll send leads out to like 9 agents at one time.
I'll be honest with you.
Whoever clicks it, then you get it.
Yeah.
But if you're taking a shower and you miss it, and you get out and the leads expire, then it kind of counts against you. So
You're around.
Yeah,
you gotta be like this all day.
exactly.
I'm an opposite.
I don't have
You gotta
that.
be like this all day long and wait on it.
I can't sleep.
I've
Snooze
I've
right
snoozed
now.
mine for a month. For a month. I'm gonna get out of it.
Because if you don't answer,
I was
if
thinking
you're not gonna
of
snooze,
the
and you get one come in, you don't answer, it actually-
To go against you.
Yeah.
I didn't see these two come in. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
that would have been a good one. Dang it.
So I am doing Zillow though. There's no Zillow available here, Premier Agent, for this whole area. It's all booked up. But I'm heavy in Mobile, 'cause I live in Mobile. I'm the #1 agent in Wilmer.
Oh,
And
really?
you know, I've gotten probably 6 or 7 calls in the past week.
That's awesome.
No kidding.
Wow.
I'm supposed to get about 12 a month,
Do you know what the referral fees are for those?
not for Op City.
Because one of the training videos, their example was like 30%.
I thought it was about
I
35.
think it's 64%, and they're taking 30%. That leaves
That's
me
right.
with basically 1%.
That doesn't leave you much at all.
Right.
But
But
with
it's something I wouldn't have had otherwise, I guess.
with Zillow, you just pay monthly.
Oh,
You don't, they don't keep taking, they don't take a cut at closing. You just pay monthly. So I'm paying monthly and it's paying off, I'm telling you.
I'm running to
Yeah,
West
I hope I don't
Point.
get a call now.
No, thank you.
If I do, I might step out, but I've gotten several. I'm actually working with a client that's moving from Missouri to here. They're selling their house up there, so I referred it out up there, so I'm getting 25% of that.
Nice.
And then down here, it's a $300,000 house. So I'm working with them on that and all that. That's like my second day with Zillow. I got that good lead. Zillow's a big deal, but over here, that market's tough.
All right, while you guys are eating and chatting, I'm gonna do this again, because this is important. If we're writing up a contract in a situation where we're the buyer's agent, we have a transaction broker, we don't have an agency signed, just transaction broker. And we're writing this on a Coldwell Banker listing. How does this look?
So listening,
So our side, we're a transaction broker. What does our side look like?
so we'll do the TV and then the buyer,
Right? What's the listing side say with Coldwell
agent for
Banker?
the seller.
Yeah, okay. Scenario where we're actually looking at, we're putting an offer on a Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast listed property, and we're a transaction broker on our buy side. What's that look like?
You're gonna have the agent buyer, or the agent seller,
Mhm.
Agent seller
On
and then
both
we're gonna
sides.
have the,
on both sides, very good.
and we're gonna have the TV.
TV buyer.
TV buyer on both sides. Yeah, okay. If it's dual agency, in other words, we have a actually signed buyer's agency agreement on the buyer side, and we're putting an offer on a Keller Williams, Alabama Gulf Coast listed property. What does that look like?
LCDA.
The easy way is check this one, check this one, you're done. Otherwise, you have to check this one, this one, this one, this one. Either way. Okay. Is that one back yet? No, we're missing one.
Can we get some pizza?
Shut up.
It's really good.
It's, oh,
Oh,
gosh.
man.
Yeah, these are great.
So while you were outside, I told them that you were on a fast and we all had to talk about the pizza.
Thank you.
Of
You're so
course.
neat.
There's a donut shop right down the road too.
Well, I bet that'd be so good.
I like that.
Not today.
I've got water. And then I got water. Yeah, so good.
I don't think I could do any kind of a fast.
You want some ice? You can chew on some ice.
I've got them.
I like
There you go. That's all you need.
It's awful. It's worse at work than it is even here because all day I'm making other people food.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you,
I'm smelling like stuff I don't even like. I'm like, it sounds so good right now.
there's no way. I couldn't do anything working in a restaurant. I'd be so big and I ain't
It's
funny.
awful. Well, our food is pretty healthy.
We
so it's not
own
that
a healthy food
bad. Yeah,
restaurant.
I usually eat there every day.
Well, I was gonna ask, what type of
Pizza
food
place?
y'all-
I'd be done.
Paninis, wraps, quesadillas, and then obviously
It's a smoothie cafe.
What's the name of it?
smoothies and things. It's right behind California Dreamin' in the Eastern Shore Center on the back side.
I worked at a Checkers hamburgers when I was in high school.
Oh, I would be excited.
And I'd take them a burger and eat me a burger, make me a
Yeah.
burger, eat me a burger, I'd eat fries. I graduated high school at 285.
I believe that. That's,
I think it'll.
I had to get a waiver to go into
Take the
Marine
test
Corps
here
at
to
240.
get his driver's license here.
I was in the Air Force
think
during
that'll
high school, but I had to
Oh,
get,
that'd be
I had
great.
actually
We need,
been
we
to
need
join.
good
I was
people
so
that
small.
I went in boot camp
actually
around
do what
240
they
and
say.
I graduated 6 months later at 178.
Nice.
That's what he's heard.
They'll do it.
Every
It's-
single
it's
person he's
tough.
talked to.
And I looked horrible. My eyes were all stuck back in my head.
Oh, wow.
You're the only one that showed up.
That's right.
I ate a
It's
lot
bad.
of bull rice and bull eggs.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I had to put on weight, and when I graduated, I lost it again. But at that point, I was in the window, so that was good.
My whole time.
So
in
what is your
military,
husband doing
I've
now?
never had to put
He's
on-
working somewhere now.
I've always been over and always had to take it.
Right,
It's like for my height.
What does he
like, the
specialize
max
in?
weight is like 175.
right.
I weighed that in 5th grade. I mean,
Anything residential?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's not there. There's no way I'm getting there.
Yeah.
What about like lot clearing?
I've gotten under that once and
You know,
that's
removing trees, or is it just mainly
Yeah.
inside?
First
Yeah,
time.
mainly inside. He
That'll
That's
do
just
it.
because they didn't have enough food to feed
Yeah,
us.
that'll do it.
I mean, we'll have to get
Come back at like
somebody,
$1.65.
make our contracts to build the houses. We'll have to find somebody to do that. So at some point, we'll have contracts.
Well, you're gonna get to know a lot of contacts.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I hope so.
Yeah, right.
But pizza has such a strong smell.
Yeah, you're still good money. Because it's a side job, it's good money.
Yeah, so I have to like.
And thank you for the kind words, by the way, I didn't say that.
He would be a nice.
You've earned
team.
them.
Just buttered up a teacher, I got it.
Mhm.
Where's my
I may
apple?
need you tomorrow.
Where's my apple?
I may need you tomorrow. You and Jay Jennings.
No. You gotta come in soon.
Coming soon is almost more trouble than it's worth in some cases.
Eat a bite from me.
Yeah, if it's not done right, it is.
I should have ran to the cafe real quick and made myself a smoothie.
Yeah.
I should, no. If it goes through a straw, it's not eating.
That's like, you know, those, what's this, like intermittent fasting diets, stuff like that, you're not supposed to have any calories, including alcohol. I can't count that.
Well, yeah, but you can't, like, I can't have any alcohol before I eat something, because what I normally could drink, a glass of wine, I'd be like,
Well, I'm talking about how you're supposed to stop eating at 7 o'clock or whatever.
right, mine's the opposite, so it works out well.
Yeah.
I'm good, because by the time I can eat, I can drink as
I
well.
So you eat dinner and breakfast?
Yes.
Every day.
I don't even eat breakfast. I don't get up early now. It's between sunrise and sunset, no food. It's awful.
I'd be up all night.
It's awful. I have been. I've been up till about 2 a.m. every night because I'm eating late, and then I'm having another little side snack before that.
John, is Big Car opened up any classes back to the real world, or are they still doing everything online?
I think they have some in person. It's not, I mean, it's not everyone, but I think they're trying to get back more in person there.
Where are you from?
I've got a Florida question.
I'm not licensed in Florida. I could try
How long
to
you
answer the
lived
question, but caveat, I know crap about Florida.
Well, it's more like,
Other than they stole all the coastal
Oh, yeah.
portion of Alabama a long time ago.
it's more about the Keller Williams side of the house. Is it possible to go sit in some of their trainings? Like, do we have any kind of a agreement with Keller Williams, like Coca-Cola?
There are some Florida offices that are part of the same Gulf States region. They're
Oh, wow.
maybe managed by the same people. So
Oh my God, they love it that much.
I would talk to Tanya
Yeah.
on that,
That's a big
see if she
commitment.
gives you a contact. I can't imagine they would allow, I can imagine they would be welcome to have you consider any of the training.
And we have agents in this that are with us that are Florida licensed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I can put my license.
So they specialize in big
Most of them are on the beach, I think.
Yeah, the vast majority, that there are some here that are licensed in Florida.
Well, Orange Beach is where I'm gonna be at.
Yeah,
That's cool.
most of our Florida licensing is for Orange Beach, but we do have some.
So I guess you're moving to Mobile when they move.
I got to looking at
Are
those
you gonna
stuff
start
the
working
other
in
day
Mobile, or are you gonna
and
stay?
call
My
And for
dad
me,
was a
my
couple
FEMA
houses,
license is
like,
a pretty
now,
easy
so
process with the, they got a military cell.
Their investment property.
So since I'm already licensed in Alabama,
So
all I have to do is
It's a reciprocal.
do the fingerprints. I don't have to take the test or anything.
Oh, really?
You know where the houses
I
are?
hadn't heard of that.
Yeah, that's surprising.
When I read it, I was like, maybe I'm reading this wrong. Let me call. And I called and the guy said, no, man, that's how it is. I'm getting my fingerprints next week.
It's off College Hill. So.
Which by this point, you would think my fingerprints would be on file somewhere.
That's about 10 minutes from.
Between the military and here and the real estate side.
Well,
That's
with
good
the
area.
real estate,
Really good
you
area.
have to get fingerprinted here.
The one
In
next
Texas,
door
you have to
is
get fingerprinted to their concealed carry permits. They're a lot more, you have to go through a 10-hour course, plus a shooting proficiency test, and an FBI background.
Does he have renters in
Here,
them? Or
you
is he
can just
just?
pay $50 for the sheriff's department, and just make sure you're not paying outstanding warrant, you get a cert carry.
I wish they would
Which I
make
think-
you have some kind of classes.
Yeah,
Kind of training.
look, I'm all second amendment guy, but at the same time, I'm also, if you have a gun, you have responsibility not to use it.
Just to.
Yes.
And, yeah, it's-
Wow.
Oklahoma has open carry, so to get concealed carry, you have to go through the class,
Yeah.
but
Open.
otherwise, you just carry it.
I absolutely hate open carry.
Well, see, open carry, the problem with open carry is if you're a bad guy, the first person you're shooting is the guy that you see the gun. You're gonna shoot him first,
That's awesome.
her first, and then, you know, worry about anybody else. So I don't want to advertise.
You got lead right there.
I don't want nobody knowing I got something unless I need it.
That's great.
Okay, we about ready to get started again? Yeah. Carson's gonna take over the rest of the class.
What's your target goal to try to wrap up now?
I didn't, hey, well before 4, how about that? Let's see, we're on section 15, we'll take about 15 seconds. And so we're about halfway, a little less than halfway. So I figured another hour on this, maybe, if we go through the detail. What's that?
I gotta go about 1:30.
Okay, yeah, we'll be wrapped up. by then. Unless you guys want to stay.
No, not really.
But you guys can stay before, I got stuff to do, but, yeah. And one of the things we originally wanted you guys to do in this was, actually, go pull up a contract, or go pull up an MLS system and write a purchase. So I'm gonna actually have you do it on your own. Pick a, actually, you know what? I'll give you an MLS to pick and fill out a purchase agreement and email it to me. And I'll look at it and see and tell you right, wrong, or whatever suggestions. And you can get creative as you want to. If you want to ask for closing, we'll go through that stuff in the end. I think that'd be quite beneficial for especially, I won't obviously have to make you do that. But, if you guys want to take advantage of that, get a free consulting review of the contract. We can do that. It may not be tomorrow. I can do that.
Who's teaching the class tomorrow?
What class is it on?
Contracts closed.
I think it's a Danita.
She doing? No,
See, I thought today said Danita.
It was, but she had, we had moved this, originally this class was to be taught with Sarah, me, and Anita. And it was gonna be like the whole
Oh, I see.
kit caboodle, everything. And it was gonna be truly a 9 to 4 workshop. And then she had another commitment, they delayed because of stuff last week, they delayed it to this week. And she had a conflict, so I just told her, I'd take care of it.
But I told her 25 as well, so that's what she, I mean, that's what she put on the
Yeah,
document.
well, I know she went to Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, she went to Dunkin'? I thought we could have got coffee. I don't know, he just said she went to Dunkin' Donuts. I was like, I could have got coffee.
There's coffee in there in the break room, I think, still.
Yeah, but that's just coffee.
Yeah, I'm bougie.
I'm a wine snob, she's a coffee snob.
I'm a wine snob too. Different kind of wine snob, but I didn't either until she sent that.
Okay, y'all ready to get started? Okay. It's where we left off on title, making sure you get the right names in there. It's gonna save you some rework later if you do it. It's also gonna help when it comes down to fair up single tax. If it's a fair up single tax property, we're gonna fill that form out, which we talked about yesterday. Those names better be right or someone's paying $150 to correct it. If you get wrong here, we just have to have everyone correct this with addendum or whatever. You get it wrong on a fair up single tax application and it's $150 change. And whoever got it wrong is gonna be paying that. That's usually the agent. The buyers aren't gonna pay it. Okay, property taxes, public improvements. This section here, most people look at this and what the heck is this? You most likely will never have to deal with this unless you're dealing with ag land. What this is all really about is in Baldwin County, some properties have ag exemptions, they get lower taxes. In Daphne, I think the rule is it has to be at least 3 acres and an ag tax exemption. If someone buys that and changes it and still builds a residential or rezones it, Daphne and Baldwin County can go back retroactively and take some of those ag exemptions away and basically back bill some taxes. And if you're not dealing with that, don't worry about it. In this case, I would always just select buyer. The buyer's left blank because the seller, most likely the agent, doesn't understand it, doesn't know what it is, it's gonna scare them. Back taxes, I'm not paying, if you're gonna rezone this, and really, if a buyer's buying a property to rezone it, the buyer should pay it back to rezone. So just check buyer. If your buyer freaks out over that, just explain, especially if it's a residential property, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about ag lands, okay? Lease, obviously, if a house has a lease agreement, if you're buying a house, it's an investor house, it has a rental agreement on it. Just because you buy it doesn't mean that rental agreement goes away. It stays with the house. You cannot break that. You want to know, does it have a lease agreement? I need to know about this within 5 days. And I need to get to, I want to look at it, approve it, because due diligence, if that rental agreement was for 20 years at $300 a month, I'm not buying that house. I just lost money. So that's part of it. If there's a rental agreement, the seller has to provide it within 5 business days. I go again, just because it says 5 in blank, I'm going to go ahead and put that 5 business days there. Owners Association assessments. Okay, it's kind of lined out and dumbed down. Basically, it says if first of all, is this property subject to a property owners association? Obviously, if it's a condo, it is. If it's a HOA, there's an HOA, then obviously that's a homeowners association. In the case of Quail Creek, that listing I had, there are covenants, but there's no HOA. Again, you should be able to determine that on the listing. See, association fees, 0 association company, there's nothing. So if there's nothing there, that doesn't mean it's not there. It just means that so far it doesn't look like it's there. You could try to do some due diligence around beforehand if you want to, but when it comes down to I'm gonna click on this just so it doesn't time me out, by the way. It resets your 2-hour clock down there if you do something. Okay. So if it's part of a homeowners association, great. Way all this is written here, I just go with the way it's seller if left blank, go ahead and click seller, buyer if left blank, click buyer. And what this is all saying in fancy ways is if assessments are due and known and invoiced prior to closing, the seller's paying that. If assessments become known but are not invoiced or become due before closing, they come after closing, it's on the buyer. Now, if you absolutely know about an assessment that's coming, and that's what you really got to watch after Hurricane Sally, please, any condo, if you're trying to buy a condo, do get with another agent that does condos or knows about it. If there's an assessment coming, but it hasn't been billed yet, but you know it, maybe $5,000, $10,000, and you click buyer here, and it doesn't get due till after closing, that buyer just bought that assessment. So if you want to ask those, and if you're doing any condos, I'm going to stress this is not going to cover that. Before you write an offer on a condo, if it's your first time, please get with an agent that does condos, give them a referral fee. It's worth it. Give them 20% or 25%, do the condo, have them help you write the contract up, or maybe they'll do it for 10% or whatever. Get some expertise in a condo, because you do not want to do a condo if you've never done one, because it will blow up in your face faster than anything else in the world. The loans on condos are tough. They don't always work. The deal, all the issues that come with condos, get someone that knows how to do it, okay? So, but that's what this piece here is for. If it's part of a homeowners association, if we know about costs or assessments coming, the seller's going to pay those. If you don't know about them and they come after closing, well, we didn't know about it. How do you plan for that?
So do you check the box if it's not subject to an association?
Oh, if it's not, like I said, like in case of Quail Creek, it's not. So I check it.
Okay.
If I don't know, I'm going to leave it blank and just fill out just as it says right here. If I don't know for sure. That's the safest thing to do. But if you know for sure that there is no HOA, you can click that. Survey elevation certificate. Remember what we talked about? When you need an elevation certificate?
It's in a flood zone.
If the property is in the flood zone, and if it's not in the flood zone, if you look at that, it's all flood zone acts. You look at the flood zone maps, then you don't need one. If you're not sure, check it. Now, this piece right here is for the buyers to read. hey, understanding in most neighborhoods, a plat, some recorded subdivision plat is sufficient for most people. But you never want to say, don't worry about a survey. This, you don't need one. You always want to tell the buyer, it is actually in your best interest to get a survey and a new survey, because anything that's done in a survey, if that survey was done for the current owner 5 years ago, and you buy the house and you're judging that survey, and that survey was wrong and made a mistake, you have no recourse. That survey was not done for you, not paid by you, it was done for that person. You do a new survey and they put something on there incorrectly, you buy the house and you find out later, you bought that survey, you paid for it, you have a legal recourse against that surveying company. So that's why a new survey is always good, especially if you're on a bunch of land and you can't see, like in a neighborhood, you can pretty much see the fences, line, everything else. If the fence is over 5 inches, you really care, that much. And if you put here a survey, if you say is contingent upon survey, this offer is contingent upon a survey, and we'll provide that within, first of all, 15 business days. If this closes 45 days, chances of you getting a survey in 15 days is rare right now because they're so busy. It might take them 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get a survey done to you. So factor that in. You may put 20 days in there or something. And then purchaser will have X number of days after they receive the survey to get back to the seller with, hey, there's some problems here, okay? Seller provide an existing survey. There's little shadiness on what that means. I talked about it with Anchor yesterday. If you click seller provide an existing survey, and that's all you say, I'm good with it. I'm just gonna give you an existing survey, it's contingent upon it. What if they don't have an existing survey? Legally, in my opinion, this says seller will provide an existing survey. But if one doesn't exist, you better make one exist. So I think this is a little shady here, so you gotta be careful. If your buyer does not care, doesn't want a survey, doesn't care about a survey, I want this house, it's in a neighborhood, I don't care. Don't make it contingent on a survey.
Yeah, I was gonna say, John, in these cookie cutter neighborhoods or just maybe just standard neighborhoods,
Yeah.
you don't really get into that much.
No, not much. So make it where it's not. And then put something down here, seller provide existing survey, and then additional comments. Maybe just put seller, if seller has a survey, please provide it to buyer. Something like that. Or maybe not even check that one, just check here. And if seller has a survey, please provide to buyer within so many days, whatever. It depends what your buyer wants. But if your buyer is adamant about a survey, make sure it is contingent on a survey, and seller will provide, of course, again, elevation certificate. If you're at the beach, you want an elevation certificate. They're only good for 5 years, I think. Or is that they're only good for 5 years. But a new survey, the way that this is confusing, the way it's filled out, if you want the seller to pay for it, you get the seller expense. Who do you want to order it? You don't want the listing company to order it. You want the selling company to order it, because you want your buyer to pay for this. It's legally bound to him. Same thing with elevation certificate. If you need one of those and you want one, or you can say, give me an existing one, and I'm happy with that. But just know that surveys are important. If you make it contingent upon a survey and it's in the contract, the lender and the title company are both going to look at that survey. And if there's problems with that survey, they're going to write it in. The lender may have a problem lending. If there's encroachments of other buildings, or maybe your house is across setback lines. You guys familiar with setback lines?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's your property line, and then typically in Fairhope, typically it's 35 feet front and back, and 10 or 15 feet in the sides. Depends on what zoning. And if your house is within this area, you're fine. But if your house actually goes like this, that's a violation of zoning, and could potentially cause a lot of problems with the city. And how do you rectify that? Do you have zoning variances from the city? The sellers, if they do, they're fine. If they don't, a lender may say, "Ooh, we got a problem here," or the title company may say, "I'll give you a title policy, but I'm not going to insure any problems with that." That's what you're on your own. So if you say there's a survey, it's part of the contract, they're going to ask for it. Okay. Any general questions on surveys? Again, subdivisions, typical subdivisions, I would always ask for one. Fiduciary responsibility to the buyer. If you're a buyer's agent, ask for at least an existing one. You can ask for a new one. I can just tell you right now, when you know what you're asking for, if you're asking for a new survey, you're asking for the seller on a typical subdivision, just a standard little lot, for about $700. Surveys used to be about $300 about 5 years ago. They're $700 now. Wow. Crazy. If this is a 3 or 4 acre parcel, with trees and a bunch of stuff, not easy sight lines, that survey may be $1,800, $2,000. So know what you're asking for, because if you're buying a hot property and you throw that cost in there, it may kick you out. It also, if you're doing a cash and you want to close in 2 weeks, asking for a new survey I don't think you're gonna get it closed in 2 weeks. Okay. Final walkthrough, this is very important. The seller needs to understand this, but buyers have the right to make a final walkthrough of the property. This is not a contingency of the sale. It's set solely to confirm the property is maintained in the same condition as what you saw and you wrote the contract. So understand what that means, that, you know, as long, if you walk in there and you find a walkthrough, the ceiling's sagging down. Well, that's a problem. You know, something's wrong, there's a leak in the ceiling. But if you walk in there and you notice something, like, oh, there's a crack in the wall, they moved the furniture out, or now that they pulled the rugs up, the floor is discolored. Well, that was the same condition as when you bought. You just didn't look under the rugs. And I promise you, there have been a lot of problems over that, where people they come in, they see beautiful hardwood floors with all these royal rugs and everything, and then they come into the house, it's empty. And where that rug was, it's the original color, but everywhere around it, they originally saw was faded from the sun, and now they're ballistic. Oh, we're not buying this house. If there's a lot of rugs in the house, what I usually do is I'll pick one up and look. If it's hardwood floors, I'll pick one up and look and show them. And if there's a real big discoloration there, I'm going to point that out when we're looking at the house. Because I don't want that to be a problem the day of closing. I'd rather than, if that's a problem, let's go find another house, not waste our time. Okay? Or write it in the contract, a floating allowance or something. Does that make sense? But this is not, this doesn't give the buyer a right to walk away if it's something new that they found. Now, if it's something that the air conditioner suddenly broke, you had home inspection, everything's working, now the air conditioner's not, that's a different animal. Okay. Closing dates. Typically, if there's a loan, you want to pick a closing date, one that works for your buyers. Number two, don't pick a Sunday or a holiday or Saturday. And I'll even say this, Mondays and Fridays can be hectic too. Monday closings are sometimes tough because over the weekend, no one can do anything. Fridays can be tough because if something's wrong, it has to delay. There's no one-day delay, it's delayed to Monday. It's not the end of the world. If that's Friday has to be closed, that's when we close. But just look at your calendar and just, okay, we're going to close in about maybe a little over a month. What's today? Today's the 21st. Let's look at something towards the end of May, about May 30th. And then you go look at the calendar. May 30th is Sunday. May 31st is obviously a holiday. Maybe you want to pick the 28th or potentially June. I wouldn't pick June. I'd go back to 28th because my cap date resets on June 1st. So I'd hope they close the 28th versus the 1st because I'll go back to paying my 30% commission split. But it's not about me though, right? Okay. So closing dates, pick your date in there, and it says or sooner if mutually agreed in writing. Obviously, one party can't dictate this, but if both parties agreed sooner, you could put a date range in here, close between May 15th and May 30th. You could put a specific date. Typically, what you guys probably want to know is when you're doing a loan right now, and even with COVID, it's a little bit longer sometimes, but you're doing a loan, you probably want 30 to 35 days. And with COVID and everything, it's because things are slower, I would say 35 days. If you're doing cash, it used to be you can close 7 to 10 days with cash, not anymore. I would still at least 14 days, maybe 3 weeks for cash. And it also depends too, it could be cash, but what if you want an appraisal and a home inspection and a new survey? You're not closing in 14 days. Okay, so just think about what you're asking for, set your date accordingly. But typically you want about 35 days. If you're doing a VA or an FHA, you better at least put 40 days in there. Is that helpful? Okay, this is important right here, and this is where I've seen people I've seen other agents get really flustered because they screwed up. It says here, okay, just understand when you close, and Anchor said this yesterday, the close date is today. Say today's closing date. But you don't get paid until all the money's in, the lender approves it, and it's funded, and the title company then releases it and says, yes, it's good, and here's your money. And that can occur tomorrow, 2 days later, whatever. Most of the time, you get your closing check on the day of closing. But if it's a mail out, the buyer has to sign on closing date. So the closing date is set, even though whatever you have in here, you guys may agree to change it, the lender may, whatever. Whatever that day is closing, say it's today, but it's a mail out, the sellers can sign early. They can come in the office and sign early. They can typically sign early, mail out, whatever. The buyer has to sign on the close date. So if they're in Oregon and they're signing today and get it notarized today, it's not getting here today. The package will be overnighted and hopefully will be here tomorrow. Or it might be 2 days because mail is a little slower these days. It might be 2 days later. That's okay, because close date is still today. And everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And make sure your buyers understand it's fine, or sellers, it's fine. It's closed effective today. We just don't, we're not going to fund until everything comes in, the lender approves it. So that's why it's in there. It could take a couple days to fund. If it doesn't fund, the closing's today, and it doesn't fund, those sellers may not hand you the keys to that house. Because if they let you in and all of a sudden the funding doesn't show up and it falls apart, and you've already moved your stuff in, you might be nice and move back out, or you might say, screw you, I'm in here, get me out. I probably got 6 months before the sheriff's gonna kick me out. Oh, by the way, with COVID, you can't evict anybody right now. Oh, free ride. So you may just not get the keys to the house until it funds. Make sure your buyers understand that way ahead of time. Don't wait till the day of closing and say, oh, by the way, and they're freaking out because they have moving trucks coming tomorrow or this afternoon. Okay. The other thing is possession to be given to buyer. I usually say at closing. Okay. In Mobile, the standard is 2 days after closing. In a lot of cases, you'll see, check this, X number of days after closing. And of course, it says 0 days if left blank. To me, why would you have 0 days left blank? Why would you just say at closing? But anyway, in Mobile, typically, I've seen a lot of them do 2 days after. I'm seeing flexibility in offers now. Sellers, it's a tight market, giving the seller a little leeway. Say, hey, you have 2 days to get out. Hey, I'll give you, instead of closing possession, I'll give you 2 days or 3 days or 5 days. I just wrote that one, it's called 5 days, because they asked what's important. I said, what's important is price and flexibility on they have to find a house in Maryland. So she gave me 5 days. And actually, she gave me more. But anyway, that can be a nice attribute. It's a free cost. When I say free, but know what you're getting into. You buy a house, you close today on a house. So you just bought a house and you say you can stay in the house for 5 more days and that house burns down. Your insurance company finds out, wait a minute, you had them in there? Was this a lease agreement? Or what? They may say, well, wait a minute, you weren't in there. This insurance was for you. We're not covered. Or they damaged the house. Maybe while they're moving out, they put a big scrape down a wall or something. Or take the refrigerator out and leave. And you saw it before closing, everything was great, and all of a sudden you go back in there 5 days later, it's all damaged. Maybe they were mad, they painted things, or took toilets, or took light fixtures, whatever. What are you gonna do? So possession is be careful what your buyers are doing. I always try to go for at closing because it's just clean, avoids all the controversy. If you get a situation where your buyers or the seller comes back and says, I need 15 days to move out after closing, sit down with Anita and figure out what the ramifications are. You definitely don't want anything 30 days or longer because that gets into leasing rental. But sit down with Anita, work out something to figure out and go through the ramifications of what that means for your buyer. Because your buyer may be taking on risks they can't afford. Okay. Start off on your offer at closing. Okay. This also says here too, the house upon possession, seller shall deliver the property vacant, broom swept, clear of trash and debris, including attic and storage. This does not mean professionally cleaned. It means broom swept. If you want professionally cleaned house, which a lot of buyers do, go ahead and write it in your contract and additional provisions. So save that in your head for later. We get to additional provisions. But if you go in the house on a walkthrough, and by the way, when you do your final walkthrough, you want that as close to closing as possible. If you can get it the morning of, that's best. If it's afternoon before and they're out of the house, that's great. That's fine too. But you don't want it a week before with them still living in there. It creates problems if there is a problem. Stay at closing is a problem. Now you may have to do some adjustments, things like that, and that could cause delay in closing. But you don't want to be buying a problem. You want your buyers to get what they ask for. Extension of closing date, all this does is give a 5-day automatic extension. If for some reason the lender fails and the buyer can get a new lender, which chances of them getting a new lender and done in 5 days are pretty nil. But it kind of puts an extension in there for certain things. The reality is, if you have to delay closing by 3, 4, 5 days, most likely you're going to have to get an addendum signed. The buyers and sellers agree to put closing this date. The lender's going to require the title company. Risk of loss, obviously says, as this is what's under contract. If the house burns down or a tornado hits it or whatever, that's on the seller. The buyer's not obligated to buy the house. Time to respond, that's very important. Please do not leave this blank. If you make an offer and you don't put any deadline on it, they can shop your offer days, weeks, whatever, and then boom, sign it. Yeah, we can't find a better sign it. You have a deadline, you put a deadline here. Typically, you give them 24 hours. In a hot market right now, you may not want to give them 5 hours, 6 hours. It's going to depend on the situation, depend on the house. If you think it's going to multiple offers, maybe don't give that much time. But if you see a listing like mine that says, we're not going to look at offers until Monday at noon, if you put the deadline Saturday at midnight, that offer is not even valid. I can't even present the offer anymore on Monday. It's not a valid offer. So make sure that that deadline meets what's happening in the market. The standard with all this craziness was about 24 hours, or if you're writing this afternoon, maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? Withdrawal, you can, obviously, if it's not signed, either party can withdraw from the agreement. So you submit this agreement, if they haven't signed it, send it back to you as accepted, you can withdraw at any time. Earnest money, what's the requirement of earnest money in Alabama?
There is none.
None. But this is where it explains out again in writing in the contract how we handle earnest money, that it goes through, it's held in escrow. You can't release it unless both parties sign. But if you have an out-of-town buyer, you're writing a contract on a house, sight unseen, how are you gonna get the earnest money? Can you write that contract? This gives you the ability to do that. Selling, buyer to provide the selling broker, which is the buy side, us, how many dollars of earnest money? We're gonna do what, $1,000 or 1% or whatever is gonna be appropriate. And then within X number of business days, it says 3 default, but you might, with a slow mail today, you might, if they're mailing it from, say Georgia, probably no problem if they're mailing it from Canada. I don't know, maybe it's gonna be 5 days. So put your 3 or 4 or 5 business days here. That's when they deliver it to us. And then deposit it in escrow by the broker within, it says 5 business days. So if you extend this to 4, you want to extend that to 6. Does that make sense? If you put 7 business days here and leave this 5, you may be making this impossible for the broker, obligated broker to do something that's impossible because the check's not here until day 6. Okay, that's just the idea is give enough time for it to be mailed here and give enough time for on top of it being mailed here for us to actually get it in the account. And usually 1 or 2 days is fine. That's why this is 3 and that's fine. This allows you to take to get an earnest money check after the contract's accepted versus getting one from an out-of-town buyer before it's even accepted and mailing it. And you can still write the contract, and that's fine. Most people don't have a problem with that. You will see sometimes people say earnest money be held by the title company instead of the selling broker. A lot of these other companies that don't have brokers really here in escrow accounts, they just be skeleton. But I think IXL does it a lot. Some other people, they just send it to the title company instead of sending it to their brokerage, which is fine. Title companies still do the same thing we do. Put an escrow account, and they can't release it without signatures. This is that same language. If there's a default or dispute, that's you can have them read that. I would just read that again for yourselves later. It's the same stuff as when we talk about earnest money in the listing agreement. Legal remedies are talking about. Please let's go through arbitration, things like that versus trying to sue. And that's when this contract actually tells you you're going to be arbitration versus going to lawsuit first. If that doesn't work, then you go sue. Obligation for fees and expenses. Buyer seller acknowledged event agreement is canceled. Is not closed for any reason. That the agents are not held liable for anything, non-performance or any costs. So your buyer does a home inspection and the deal falls through. The buyer's mad because he wasted $400 and the house he's not buying. He can't come after you for that expense. Okay. Electronic signatures are saying, hey, electronic signatures have the same effect as in person. Obviously, that's important if you're doing .loop or DocuSign. Okay, disclosure. This is talking about we want to be able to disclose the terms, the price of this deal. We're not disclosing all the terms, but we're disclosing price, MLS, so it allows us to comp later. This just authorizes, lets the seller and buyer know that we're going to put this in MLS to sell the price. Okay, this one is kind of what the other thing was. No modifications. This agreement should be binding unless attached. In other words, if it's not written in this agreement, it doesn't exist. If you have something on a napkin outside or a handshake deal or whatever, hey, you know what? We're going to give you all this furniture here if you buy patio furniture. If it's not written in this contract, if the seller doesn't give the patio furniture, you have no recourse. Okay, it's got to be written in here. There's also the stuff about the health and safety requirements for the seller. So this is something that's kind of, this one right here requires a separate signature. Initial. Remember, we had the initials on the bottom of every page. We also had the initials on the very first page with a recad section. They're going to sign these two. That's why this needs to be right. And where are we? Okay, this section here, this is something probably you may want to hand to the buyers or make sure you're versed enough to just say, look, I probably would have to read this again to make sure I understood that I could summarize this in 2 sentences. Read through this, it's health and safety, this is the agreement entirely, there's nothing outside, and they have to initial here as well, accepting these things, okay? Fair up single tax, either is or isn't, and we're not gonna go through this much other than the fact of where you find if it's fair up single tax or not. Delta Computer Systems, CRS,
CRS.
you can go there first, which is easiest, go straight there from the listing, and then hit the tax record in the list in CRS to go straight to that. That's the easiest, quickest way. So it's kind of, to me, a two-step process. Can you go straight to Delta and try to find it? I go, yeah, but I'd rather go straight to, I know exactly where I'm going. Go to CRS, go to the tax record link, and then you'll see it. It either is or it isn't. And if it is, you need to come to my Fair Estate tax class, okay? Condominium, again, if it's a condo, please have someone help you with this, but this is very important. It is a condominium. There's all these things that come along with it, and that's required disclosure. Condos are required, the associations are required to disclose certain things of past. And those are all the things, documents you need. I'm not going to go through that. If you guys are going to do a condo, you're going to promise me you're going to sit with somebody that does condos, right? Okay. I know it's going to suck to maybe ask them, and they say, I'll help you, but it's 20% or 25%. I promise you, you'd rather get 75% of the deal than 0% of the deal falls through, and a bad name. Okay. The rest of the stuff is, what's that?
Or you can go to one of the condo sales classes, they have one of those out of Orange.
Yeah, Heather Loper teaches them usually once a month, if not every other month. Highly recommend it. A lot of times I get mortgage people come in there, Joey Parker, those guys come in and do it. Condos are a unique animal in the fact that the loans on them are a lot different than conventional. And if they don't follow the normal path, they got to be in-house. There's certain rules to follow. You have to put 25% down. And some condos can get loans, some can't. Depends on, do they have an on-site leasing staff? Is it a hotel or is it a condo? And if you don't know all those things, find someone that can help you navigate that stuff.
Are townhomes the same kind of?
Townhome, actually, it's a good, very good question. Townhomes, condo is a specific legal term. And if it is not a condo, if it's not a condo, it's a townhome. Problem with a townhome is you have a little bit of both problems of a regular residential and a condo. The condo, typically, your HOA fees, I'm going to say typically, because not all, and your HOA fees cover the insurance for the building, which includes your walls out, and you have condo insurance for everything inside the walls, your floors, your furniture. Some condos have a set amount a month, and then once a year they bill the rest for insurance, the insurance assessment to cover the rest. A townhouse, typically, you're responsible for the maintenance and all the insurance of even your section of that building. But then you have common walls and things like that, so it can get a little confusing.
But as far as the lenders that are willing to fund it and that stuff, is it more similar to residential?
It's more similar to residential. However, I have not done, actually I have, it's been a while, but there could be some issues because you have common walls, and they're going to look at the structure and how it's set, the condo, so the townhome association or the reserve, how they do it and set it up. Because you have to think about this: if you have a building, there's 4 tenants, and the roof's damaged and needs replaced, the lender's they're only covering your one little house, or insurance company for that matter is only covering your one section. Their kind of value of that house depends on the value of the other 3 as well, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, there could be some hiccups in that stuff. I'm not the right person or adept. I've not done townhomes that much. So if you're looking at them, I would talk to someone that doesn't. Probably someone that's done condos a lot and maybe done some townhomes. There are townhomes down at the beach. There are not condos, especially in Gulf Shores. You maybe ask someone there that has a bit more. Maybe Tanita might know some about that too. Okay. Definitely ask. It's a good question. Okay, this Tila Resta stuff. Buyer seller hereby agree, authorize lender, title company, and representatives to disclose, provide copies of closing disclosures and other settlement statements to the agents. In other words, they're not allowed to disclose that stuff to us without written. So this is already in there, so the lender can get the stuff. The title company can give us the closing statements. Because otherwise, how do you review closing statement if you can't see it? Big section 34, additional provisions. That's where you all write all this other stuff. And this is where you don't want to be super creative and think you're a lawyer. Because none of us are lawyers. And I did contract and legal stuff all my life, but I'm very careful on this section. Don Mays is the first one to tell you, be careful writing stuff. We actually have some standard provisions that you can copy out of. I don't know which guy. I used to be in DocLoop, but I don't know where they're now. But mainly, this is stuff where like the buyer wants closing cost help from the seller. So seller to pay up to $3,500 of buyer's closing costs and prepaids. And when I say that and prepaids, please write it that way. Up to $3,500 of buyer's. I can't see the keyboard without the glasses. I can't see the screen with them. First world problems. And So I'll just put the whole thing, solar to up to $3,500 of buyer closing costs and prepaids. Of course, I would put the, why you put both these? Because what if the closing costs, the true closing costs are only $2,800? And they're gonna stop at $2,800. Prepaids are the 1 year of insurance, escrow taxes, all the other stuff. You want to fill that bucket up as much as possible. Okay. What else do we say? Outdoor patio furniture should be included at no additional or no value. Things like that. You can have that. You can have that in personal items. You can have it here. You can put other things like if your client has never seen the house and they're trying to buy it sight unseen. Wouldn't recommend doing that today in today's market, but it used to be a buyer reserves the right to come visit house in person by this date and decide if they want to move forward with the contract. If you're trying to do, you put something in there about that. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank. What are some other things, additional provisions you guys might want in the contract?
Would that be like if the seller needs, well, I guess you would write that if the seller needs extra time to get.
Yeah, you would write that because you're right from the buyer. That might come in a counter offer. That might come down here in a counter offer. We'll talk about those provisions, just additional provisions, but that's where you put all your extra little stuff in there. There's 2 or 3 more that I should mention. For some reason, drawing a blank, and I apologize. But yes.
Don't FHA loans only allow the seller to pay up to like 2% of the costs or something?
The FHA and VA both have very strict limits. There's like, I think there's one of the limits, there has to be X number, like the VA, the seller buyer has to have at least $500 skin in the game somewhere. FHA has limits of how much money a seller can contribute. And that's where this comes into, you do estimated closing costs. What do you think they are? If you want to try to get a buyer as close to, this is where a closing cost class, but if you want to try to get a buyer as close to the 0 costs as possible, look and see what his closing costs are going to be, estimate, and you put that number here. But it needs to be $4,000. This used to be so common, it used to be a couple $1,000, just as buyers were asking for it. And the seller was so happy to get an offer that, $2,000, fine, no big deal. These days, you start putting stuff in here like this, you better jack up your price. If it's, gosh, what was it? That's the big one. What if you have a house that you're selling in North Carolina? It's under contract, gone through inspection, but it has to close before we get the money to buy this house. So that is a contingency. Okay. That's a contingency that you write in here. This purchase is contingent upon the buyer's house at this address closing by this date. So writing that right now in a contract is probably going to get you kicked out. It will get back to more common because it was very common before. Not many people can afford to buy a house without selling theirs. I mean, it's just a fact of the matter. If you find buyers that can, great, it's a great buyer. Most people can't. So you write that in here. What I say is this purchase contingent upon buyer's house at this address closing by this date. Now, if the closing date is set at May 17th, I wouldn't put May 17th in there. I'd put maybe May 25th. Give it a little leeway for that other deal, because what if it gets delayed? And if it gets delayed and it says in there by May 17th, and it doesn't close, but by the way, the seller has a backup offer now of, I don't know, $20,000 more. The seller could say, no, breached, bye, I'm taking this other offer. Make sure you write this to where you protect your buyer a little bit. So give it a little leeway. But that's where this provision's here. If you have any questions, if you try to come up with something creative and you're not sure how to word it, sit down with a good agent, sit down with Benita or Don or yourself, whatever, and come up with something that makes sense here that's not going to get you in trouble. Anchor Title made a comment that they saw a deal in here that said, and I'm not sure I fully understand 100% of it. Maybe they were a little too far, but they said the additional provision said, additionally, after home inspection, a buyer will give $25,000 hard money. In other words, it's non-refundable deposit. What they've just done is when they say that, though, is you're giving $25,000. The rest of the conditions, all the other stuff, like the loan, all the other conditions, everything else, they just waive their right to, what if the loan fails? So you gotta be really careful what you put in there. If you're gonna write something in there, you're not sure, talk to Don.
That had to be because of this hot market. That doesn't make sense otherwise.
I've got one right now that I'm a listing side, and the buyers were coming in there, and they wanted to extend. I said, look, your loan is failing. We're not gonna extend this. Why would we do that? If you want to do it, you're gonna bring $3,000 cash to the table, a non-refundable deposit, not credit. So right now I've got my buyers, I've got my sellers now. It's been under contract for 3.5 months, but they've made almost $7,000 on a little $230,000 house. Non-refundable deposit. They get the money no matter what. They've already got it. It's already in their hands. And so whether it closes or doesn't close, it's theirs.
Your buyer's trying to.
Not my buyer. I wouldn't sign that. If I knew the loan was going to fail, why would I give it up for $3,000?
That's what I'm getting at.
So yeah, you got to be careful. But anyway, that's where those provisions go. If you need some help on writing it, ask. Okay. The rest of this stuff is where the details. Go ahead and fill the information out for the listing brokerage for you, because they're gonna appreciate it. You don't have to; they can fill it out. But if you're there filling this out, just go back to the MLS. Go back to the MLS, and you can look down here and find. There's the listing agent. There's the phone number. There's the email. There's the company. Although ours is wrong, and you can fill that out there. Now they're gonna put their license number and all that stuff. You don't have to worry about that. Seller and brokerage. Put your information in there. And the reason it's important, they want license numbers. Lenders. A lot of times lenders want to see that license number. Title companies want to see that license number if they're going to issue commission checks. And they want to make sure that you're a valid real estate agent or brokerage. The rest of the stuff, here's your buyer's name, printed name. So the buyer's signing this, that's their offer, okay? That's where this stops. But guess what? The rest of all these blank pages here, your buyer still needs to initial the bottom of every one of them. You don't want a blank page without an initial on it. Something could be filled out later. How do you know that? Wait a minute, I didn't sign that. Well, you didn't sign anything, and someone could slip something in there later. This is protection of the buyer. You don't want a blank page or a page with nothing on it without an initial on it. That way you've got a record. No, I initialed it blank. You guys added this later. Okay.
How can you verify that it was initial blank?
What's that?
If I initial it blank and then you take it and sign something else later.
Timestamp.
Okay.
And DocuSign or DocLoop, timestamps, it's there, you got a copy of it, and all of a sudden someone sends a copy of this contract and there's something written down here as a counter offer and they add something in there.
Will it timestamp that as well?
No, show me where I signed that.
Okay.
I don't sign that. Show me where I have it signed. You have a signed copy where I signed that page. They can't. Now they may have a handwritten thing in there, so that's fraud. That's you just forge my signature. So that's why you do that. You always sign one page. Sign every page, and then the buyer has a couple of those that just showed you in the middle. There's two in the middle and the bottom of every page. So once you write it all up, say, yep, we agree, everything looks good, and you've done a net sheet. You've done an estimated closing cost net sheet for this offer. And what does that include? It includes the rate, the amount of money, what's the purchase price, what's any funds they're asking the seller to pay, the money they're putting down, what kind of loan, the closing costs. Once you put all that stuff in there, you get them to sign that, and you get them to sign this piece right here, and you send that to the listing agent.
Okay.
At that point, now it's back to the listing agent looks at this, and everything up here, just remember I said, the listing agent, if they're going to count it, if there's something on here that's messed up, if it's the listing brokerage name on the first page, that's one thing, but if there's any details in there they don't like possession, maybe you put possession 2 days. They don't go back up top and change that through and put it close. You don't change that. You do everything here in this counter section. If the counter offer is too long, then you attach it down. But all of a sudden, so it reads like a book. So everything from here up is the initial offer. If that's marked accepted, it's done. Okay, and then if they initial the front page and mark accepted here, and they sign it here. If they counter price, counter closing date, counter whatever, or maybe you said, let's close an anchor title, and they said, no, we've done our work at McDonald Long and Johnson. We're countering with closing McDonald Long and Johnson. Now it's a counter. This whole contract, all the terms go with it, but that whole contract's voided. This is now the new contract with those terms. Semantics, I know it sounds crazy. And again, they'll put you a timestamp, date and time when as long as that counter is good. You read through these, and then at this point, the buyer now can either accept those terms or can counter back. This can go on forever. Unfortunately, the form doesn't go on forever, but this can go on forever. I've seen it where 4 or 5 counters, no problem. Now, if a counter offer has anything to do that changes numbers. So if the counter changes a closing date, that changes tax proration. If the counter says we're doing everything great, all that's great, but our title company is not going to be X, it's going to be B, that doesn't change numbers. You don't need a new closing statement. But if they take out, they say, no, we're not accepting this 3,500, we're only gonna give you 2,000. Well, that changes the buyer's numbers, right? So you have an estimated closing costs that you presented with this offer. The buyer signed before you present this offer to the seller. And then you have another on the counter offer, you have another estimated closing cost. And then if the buyer says, no, I'm not gonna take this 2,000, I'll settle for 3, you counter back, there's a third. And if you represent both parties, whether it's a for sale by owner, and that's important to know, for sale by owner, you're a transaction broker for. If you for sale by owner, or if you just happen to have the listing, and you have both sides, and you do 4 counters, you do an offer and 3 other counters before it's accepted, that's 4 deals. You better have 8 estimated closing costs, 4 for the seller, 4 for the buyer. Okay, so what questions do you have of this? Obviously, this right here is what gets you paid as far as starts off the process. You have a huge contract to close section, which, I'm sorry, what was your name in the back again? Yes. Brooklyn can help you with contract to close if you need it. But you need to learn how that process goes. That's the nuts and bolts of this. But this document here sets everything else up. Okay. Yes.
So also, if you were to follow just the outline of the purchase agreement, wouldn't you have an idea how the contract to close goes? Because basically, once you got the offer in and everything, if it's a mortgage person, you now start following up with the mortgage company they're using, and just some items of this you could go by.
And the deadlines. So what I do,
Right.
once I get an accepted contract, I do a 1-page contract summary for myself with deadlines and check boxes. So when is the home inspection due? I have buyer items and seller items. And if I'm the buyer's agent, those buyer items, I consider my responsibility to make sure they get done. Check with insurance, make sure insurance is okay, make sure internet's okay. Hire a home inspector, review the home inspection report, all those things, and I can check done this day, check this done. And then that way I know what I'm missing. I also have on that cover page, I have who's the title company, what's their contact phone number. What are any other lender, who's the lender, what's the lender contact phone number. That way, and I take, instead of carrying the contract around with me everywhere, I leave it in the system or a hard copy on my desk. Everywhere I go, especially if I'm traveling, I have the contract summary with me for all the deals I have going, and I can just refer to them, do this, and I know who to call, I know what deadlines are coming up, I know everything. But that contract is your Bible for that deal.
Right.
It has all the deadlines in it, it has all the cost structures in it, it has everything you know about that deal.
But if you're not a good following up person, or good at keeping in touch with people, then you might really need a transaction.
A transaction coordinator, as I said, they're worth their weight in gold. And I don't know what you charge, but they said that's your discussion. But they're worth their weight in gold. But I would strictly advise you know the process anyway. You may not want to do it. You really may hate it. May not want to do it. I'm kind of OCD. I like doing it. I had a transaction coordinator, and I think I paid her $350 a transactions a few years ago. She's very good. She still works here, but I would get to this stuff before she did because I was just so it's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. And so she's like, John, I'm gonna do that. I know. I was here and I just did it. And but know the process, because if something breaks and your transaction coordinator calls up and has an issue, you don't need to be a deer in headlights. What does that mean? You're the agent responsible for that deal. So you need to know, okay, if there's a hiccup here, what do we do? Step back, move forward, or how are we going to fix this? Know what's going on and keep up with where in that contract close process you are.
One of the classes I was in, I've seen, and I liked it, was doing like you're saying, keeping a list, but also emailing that to your client. And then that way, if you're holding up on something that you're waiting on them to do, they can see, hey, this is holding up the process. I've got to get my part done so they can get on down the line.
Yeah, I usually with a purchase, one thing when you work with the buyer side and the purchase side, the buyers are really busy the first couple of weeks. Checking on insurance, checking on internet, checking on the survey, home inspection, due diligence. They're really busy for the first 2 weeks, and then they're sitting on their hands waiting, and hopefully not doing something that's realtor run, like buy that Ferrari or whatever. You need to tell them, look, be careful, don't change jobs. I had one where the lady, right before closing, the week before closing, right between the contract and close, she changed jobs and got married. And it delayed closing about 4 days and almost lost the deal. Fortunately, her job was within the school system. She was changing from one school to the other. But the way it looked when the person called to verify employment, the one school, no, she's no longer here. They didn't say, oh, well, she just moved over to a different department. It turned out it's okay, but you need to make sure your buyers educate them. Look, you're under contract now. You know, anything you do, if you buy something that could affect your credit, you affect your debt to income ratio. If you go out and buy a big purchase, if you have to buy new furniture for this house, please wait till after you close. Unless you just know you got gobs of cash and you're great credit, and fine, no problem. But if you're worried about that, wait till after. Please wait till after you close.
It doesn't have to be a big purchase either, anything that's financed.
Even as simple as like paying off a car loan or something.
My wedding ring about derailed mine. The guy went out and bought his wife his fiance a wedding ring. They weren't engaged yet. They were buying a house together. They were planning on getting married at a later date. 2 days before closing, he goes out and buys a wedding ring at Zales or wherever. And my lender called me and said, hey, you know why Ben's financing $3,500 on a wedding ring?
Yeah, and what you just mentioned, he just took out more debt. You know, not just the cost of it, but he also got more the credit.
He ended up having to get a cosigner on his loan. His dad had to come in and cosign to be able to push it through.
And something you just said too, some people think, oh, if I just pay my credit card off, that'll help. It doesn't work that way. It's just really odd. I'm not going to profess to understand the whole finance world, but there are things that you can do. You think you're helping yourself by paying off a credit card, and it actually screws your credit. Yeah, so when you're a buyer, you're a buyer's agent, advise your buyer. If there's anything they're thinking of doing financially, tell them to talk to their lender and ask. And that lender should be able to direct them, yes, you can do this, or don't do this, or whatever, and that's fine. Because the lender is going to know, number one, their credit score. You're probably not. You may, they tell you. The lender's going to know their debt to income ratio, which you're probably not going to know. They're going to know all these details and can work with them to figure out what's going to hit, what's not going to hit, and they also know how it all works. We've had credit people come in here and explain how things work and what helps, what doesn't help. And it's mind-boggling, all the little pieces that go into it and that you can do. Like you're supposed to have 2 to 3 credit cards, not 1, not 4, 2 to 3. And all these little things, and the way the credit card, you have a $500 limit credit card and 5,000 limit credit card. If the 5,000 is maxed and the 500, they look at that at 50% average usage. Same if the person maxes 500 and left 0 on his 5,000 credit card, they still look at the same as that's 50% usage. What logic is that? Wouldn't you want to loan money to the person that maxed the 500 versus a 5,000 card? It doesn't, so it doesn't make sense. I don't profess to know it. Have to educate your buyers a little bit to talk to their lender before you do anything. So, now these days, if you're trying to buy sofa for a new house, it takes 5 months to get them. So anyway, be careful. What other questions you have on the contract? And again, there are tons more agreements that go with this. Buyer's disclosure, the back of that list you were talking about, Stephanie, right? Buyer's disclosure, the recap, the estimated closing costs, which is required by law. This is the contract. You are required to present an offer. If a buyer tells you want to write an offer, especially if you're in the buyer's agency, as long as it's not illegal, guess what you have to do? Write that contract. If you've written a contract and it's in negotiation and the buyer turns out to be the biggest jackass you've ever met in your life and you want to quit, guess what? You can't. You owe them. This is a licensed real estate agent, you owe that, so be careful. But if you have any questions on this stuff, obviously we're around. We're gonna have classes, tons more classes about different various aspects of all this stuff. But know that, yeah, this is the contract, but there's about 6 other forms you're gonna be signing with that. Wire fraud disclosure. You're gonna want to see the seller's disclosure. The buyer's gonna sign that to say, look, you've seen this. The lead-based paint toxic mold that we sign, we give that to the buyers to sign. Other companies just don't have that stuff. So and the only thing I can say is please try to use this contract and keep up with the latest version. It's what we're gonna have out there. But you're gonna get offers. If you list houses, eventually you're gonna get an offer that's not on this contract. There's all different, every MLS in different part of the state. We're licensed in the whole state of Alabama. If you're licensed in Alabama, if you can go do business in Huntsville, it doesn't matter. Mobile, doesn't matter. But they have different contracts. Please read through them. Other offices, other brokerages here have their own contracts. There's one, Coastal Realty has one. In the very end, at the very end of the contract, one of the last sections, it says, if for some reason this contract fails, no matter whose fault it is, the buying agency, buying brokerage, gets half the earnest money. Why would the seller, or if it defaults and the seller lets his earnest money, why would the buyer brokerage get half that money? It's ludicrous. So please read through contracts. This one, when you see this one, you're gonna automatically know, okay, cool. Doesn't mean you don't read through it. Read through everything, especially anything that's written in, especially these additional provisions. I have seen where buyers or listing agents did not read this piece and missed $2,000, $3,000 of closing costs. That's a problem. And
I had that happen at closing, and they had to recalculate and write a second check to the buyer. Yeah.
Who?
Motor Mobile.
No, but the seller or the agent?
The agent, the title company did the check, but I don't know who they charged it back to.
Okay. Because yeah, if I'm an agent, oh, another thing in here, additional provisions. That's what I want to remember. A lot of these HOAs, they're managed by Landmark or other different management companies. When you go into a neighborhood that's managed by, an HOA is managed by not just the homeowner association, but has Landmark or whoever else, they're going to charge you a transfer fee. They're going to charge the seller an estoppel fee, which is estoppel fee. Basically, they're going back and looking at, are you in good standing and paid up? How much do you owe? And then they're going to charge $175 to the seller just to look at, hey, are you in good standing? And then they're going to charge a transfer fee, I mean, $200, $300, $400. If you don't account for that on your closing cost statements, that buyer might expect you to pay. You can write it in here too if you know about it. Maybe seller to pay, like Lake Forest has a $400, I think it's $400 or $450 transfer fee. You can put in your seller to pay Lake Forest transfer fee on behalf of the buyer, $400. You can add all that stuff in here. You know, whatever you want to do, just be careful how you word it, but don't forget to look when you're talking about there's HOA and there's a homeowners association, especially if you see it managed by somebody, but other than they say it's Bay Bluff Estates, it's managed by Bay Bluff Estates HOA. Typically, they don't charge a whole bunch of, the owners get managed themselves. But find out if there is anything. You cannot just trust. You go look in here, amenity fees, association fees. No, notice I actually put a 0. I didn't leave it blank. That's intentional to show, hey guys, I didn't leave this blank. There is no fees in Buck Creek. But a lot of times you'll see neighborhoods and the listing agent leaves it blank, or maybe has a wrong number in there. And then there's another thing called transfer fees. Other rate is showing up here. I guess if it's blank, maybe it doesn't show up. There's another thing called transfer fee. And like Lake Forest is a $400 transfer fee. This agent may or may not put it on here. Is it their obligation? They're supposed to be accurate, but if they're wrong, most people put some little caveat down here like I do. Let's see. All info deemed pertinent should be verified by buyer or buyer's agent. In other words, I think this is right. If it's wrong, that's your problem. You got to go find out. It's buyer where state, right? So if you miss a $400 transfer fee, it's probably going to come out of your pocket unless the buyer just doesn't care and you kind of hide it on the table. And the closing costs, he doesn't look at his estimated numbers you gave him versus the actual closing cost numbers. I seem to have all the people that look and say, wait a minute, you said this number and here's my closing. Why is that off? First thing I say is, do you see this big word estimate up top? Remember you talked about that? That's estimate. You know, you're not the title company, you're not the lender, you don't have exact numbers, but you are supposed to, by law, be relatively close. The more you do these things, the more accurate you're going to be, and just have fun with it. And attend the classes. You will learn, especially stuff like this, or like single tax specific, or contract to close is a huge one, and then net sheets is another big one. You know, they'll teach you all that stuff. What other questions before you guys fall asleep? You gonna fall asleep? Okay. All right. So what I would, honestly, if you, I'll offer this out to you. If you want to write a purchase agreement, pick this one because we have it up. This MLS 312267, or you can just search by listings for pending or whatever. Write up an offer if you want to on a purchase agreement and email it to me, and I'll review it, look at it, and say, hey, is this good, not good, or maybe this is something, and even to the point of it's not wrong, but hey, FYI, this is what would have happened in this situation. But the main thing is if you just want to practice on one, send it to me. I'll work with you. Okay? And of course, my email is in that MLS. Did everyone sign in? Okay, and then, oh, by the way, contract to close, actually Dawn Mays is doing contract to close.
Oh, gosh. When?
What time?
It is,
9 to 12.
9
9 to 12.
Sure wasn't closed.
I need to get to like dance or something.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kimbrough.
You're very welcome. Thank
Yeah, that
you
was
for
good
attending.
class.
Good job, John.
Good job, John.
And see
Good
y'all
job, John.
tomorrow for the next contract.
Yes, I did. It was, it was a long time ago.
Maybe not.
Yeah, or someone, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, well, I think
There you go.
I got a call.
Yeah, she said something, I don't know, higher, like, what Fred.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize this one.
That's great though.
Shoot, I could go to work.
Full classes,
Can you go?
full, yeah, they don't.
Put that one back. You ain't still.
I have 0 pins on my purse right now.
You're gonna have to get some deals.
Like, I didn't even get it.
I know.
So I mean,
Should've-
like, on a screen. And I kind of watched it on my laptop. It was very strange, but there's.
38.
No, my feet are not.
So I think.
No, they, it's just because they're balls, your foot's.
You don't know from Birmingham to Big City. I went when I was at Bristol State.
Thank you for the pizza.
Yes, thank you for teasing me, pizza. I'm gonna leave my stuff here.
I'm all over the place, but I love it here, so.
Actually, no, I'll just go on my own.
I do. I'm not a big, Birmingham is too big for me. It's too big. So I like it here. Welcome then. Thank you. Do you know Tiffany's here?
She should be, do you know where Sarah Turner's office is? Yeah, she should be back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you're fine, go ahead. How was the class?
It was actually really good.
Yeah.
It was much needed. I'm
Thank
getting
you.
really close to needing to write a contract for some buyers.
Awesome.
I'm working with several right now. All buyers, but that's okay.